मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
A terror attack at Sydney's Bondi beach has left the whole world in shock. Hundreds had gathered for an event at Bondi beach in Australia called Chanu.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
A terror attack at Sydney's Bondi beach has left the whole world in shock. Hundreds had gathered for an event at Bondi beach in
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. There was a legal development in court this morning, one that was interpreted by the Congress party as a victory for them in the National Herald case, a case that's been ongoing for over a decade now. But a closer look at the details and it tells you why it's anything but a relief. That and more on the show this afternoon at 12 p.m. Here are the headlines. Delhi court refuses to take note of Enforcement Directorate's money laundering case against the Gandhis. ED to challenge the special court order on the charge sheet given by the Delhi court this morning. ED sources tell Republic it's a clear-cut case of money laundering and that the same has been established in the investigation over the years.
This is a very weird case where there is not a millimeter movement of money, not a millimeter movement of immovable property. All the properties remain with AJL and yet there is money laundering.
Congress calls the court order a victory. The BJP says there is no relief to the Gandhis, calls it a setback to the Congress. They've taken off from Thailand. Lutra brothers, the owners of the Birch Nightclub, are returning to the national capital, will land at 2 p.m. First cut of the Bengal special intensive revision, over 58 lakh names have been deleted. Election Commission publishes Bengal SIR draft list. Okay, we have a breaking news update coming in on top of 12 p.m. Rana Kapoor being investigated by ED. He's been summoned in the Anil Ambani scam. Rana Kapoor has been under the scanner. The ED had recorded the statement of the former Yes Bank CEO in the Anil Ambani quid pro quo case. So he's in trouble again and under the scanner. His statement was earlier recorded under the PMLA, or the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And as we speak, he's being questioned once again. Second consecutive day, Rana Kapoor has been called to the ED headquarters in Mumbai. I'm going across to Shambhavi, joining us with the details of the case. The Anil Ambani scam, in which assets valued at over 10,000 crore have been attached already by the Enforcement Directorate. Shambhavi, if you can give us more details of the role of, or the alleged role of Rana Kapoor that is now being investigated. Okay, getting in some more breaking news updates coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, as we go across to Shambhavi, getting in more reactions from the Parliament to another legal battle, an investigation conducted by the Enforcement Directorate, one that was challenged by the Congress for several years. Now, this morning, as the Delhi court said they cannot take the Enforcement Directorate charge sheet into cognizance, while citing that it was based on a private complaint, the Congress went all guns blazing, calling it a victory. Essentially, a Delhi court said they cannot take the charge sheet into cognizance as an FIR has now been filed by the Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing. The FIR was filed over the weekend. And essentially what it now means is that the charge sheet, which was based on a private complaint, the private complainant in the case was Subramaniam Swamy. The court has said it cannot be based on a private complaint and that the investigation can continue. A new investigation will have to be done. Enforcement Directorate sources responding to the legal development this morning have told Republic that they will be beginning to investigate once again based on the FIR. But one thing is established, and that is of money laundering that has featured in the different reports that have been filed by the Enforcement Directorate that has looked at the National Herald case in great detail. Top Congress leaders and Congress lawyers who were in the court this morning claim it's a legal victory, saying that this has proven that there was no money laundering in this particular case. But a closer look at the order and the fallout of the order shows you it is no relief as claimed by some media houses this morning. Some media houses, in fact, called it a huge relief for Gandhis, etc. But it was anything but that. I'm going across to Shravan Sen, my colleague, joining us from the newsroom. Shambhavi is outside the court. I'd like to get the story into perspective. Shravan, first up, many channels called it a big win for the Gandhis. It's anything but a victory. Essentially, what it means, if anything at all, is they will have to go through the investigation again. Is that the right reading of it?
Well, in fact, Niranjan, let me make an attempt to try and explain what has basically happened in the last few hours. A prosecution complaint was filed by the Enforcement Directorate, which is essentially a charge sheet. A charge sheet in which Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi were named as an accused in the National Herald case. It stems from a private complaint that was filed by BJP parliamentarian Subramaniam Swamy. It isn't like that the Enforcement Directorate on its own began its entire probe. This was based on a court order. In fact, it was a Metropolitan Court which had passed an order to begin the investigation based on a private complaint that has been filed. Now, of course, one can argue whether at all this was allowed to begin with within the provisions of the PMLA Act. As per law, there were multiple understanding of it. The very fact that a PMLA case, a money laundering case, cannot be investigated by the Enforcement Directorate when it is filed by a private complaint. Essentially, a PMLA case is only registered after a predicate offence has been filed by another agency, and based on which the Enforcement Directorate begins its entire investigation. Suo motu, the Enforcement Directorate cannot investigate any individual. Now, that was one of the understandings that you've had in the court. In the course of this entire arguments that have been made in the court, you've had Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi's defense, the lawyers essentially arguing in the court that this matter cannot be investigated by the enforcement directorate. Something that the court today has indicated that the charge sheet cannot be taken into account, or they cannot take cognizance of the charge sheet because this is an investigation that was carried out based on a private complaint. Now, what's very important to highlight here is that at no stage has the court spoken about the merits of the case. There is no word on the merits of the case. In fact, it has been disregarded on a technical ground. But does that mean it is complete relief for Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi? No. The reason being that a complaint has already been filed by the enforcement director before the Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing, which means that the probe will once again begin. In fact, the FIR has already been registered. Now the enforcement directorate certainly has the option of taking up the entire matter because there is a predicate offence, and under the provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, the enforcement directorate can certainly act on it, and that is what is expected. Now, from the argument that the Congress party is making, because they believe that this is a win for them, primarily because the court hasn't taken cognizance of the charge sheet. But from the legal standpoint, they do not have enough relief at this stage, because you would have this case once again being probed by the enforcement directorate.
Okay. Stay with me, Shravan. In court, I'm going across to Shambhavi. She's been following the legal developments. What happens next, Shambhavi? Is it a victory? I mean, they've been coming out, Congress lawyers, Congress leaders have been jumping the gun. Is it a victory at all?
Well, it is nothing close to a victory, as we've already been telling our viewers that the order which was given today, that was just on a small technical point. Because for the proceedings to start, for the trial to start, it is very important that as first step, if ED is probing any case, if there is an investigation going on, or let's just say ED has filed a prosecution complaint, which is basically like a charge sheet, it is important that on which complaint is ED working, is ED actually has started the investigation. Because under the PMLA, which is Prevention of Money Laundering Act, it is important that the original complaint must be made by a competent authorized authority, which in this case was Subramaniam Swamy. Because it was this complaint was filed by Subramaniam Swamy, this becomes a private complaint, which again does not align with the laws of PMLA. So this was the only point on which the court today has said that because there is this loophole and this entire investigation started on a private complaint by Subramaniam Swamy, the court cannot take cognizance of the matter at this stage being the key word. But the ED is allowed, the ED will continue its investigation. Even the Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing will continue its investigation in another FIR which was filed on this money laundering case. So nothing about this order says that money laundering was not done, or there was not at any stage the merit of the case was discussed or the evidences was discussed. This was just a technical point, a small section in law on which the ED can act.
Okay. Thank you for that, Shambhavi and Shravan. I'm going across to what Abhishek Manu Singhvi said. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is an advocate, a senior advocate in the Supreme Court, and also, importantly, a Congress leader. And here's what he said about the case. He says there is no case of money laundering made out, but what has been established over the years contradicts the Congress claim. Here's what they said this morning.
When I started arguing the case, after that, in the arguments I had told the court that this is a very weird case where there is not a millimeter movement of money, not a millimeter movement of immovable property. All the properties remain with AJL, and yet there is money laundering. AJL is now owned 90% by another company, Young India. That is all that has happened. Not-for-profit companies are made every time to make one company debt-free. Every corporate in India is doing it. To make my company debt-free, I can have a transfer of shares. But Young Indian Company is a very remarkable company. It's a not-for-profit company where all the directors, Kharge ji, Sonia ji, late Motilal Vora ji, etc., etc., not one of them can get 1 paisa dividend, even if they want to give a dividend. They can get no profit. They can get no dispersal. They get no car, building, staff, nothing. and there is money laundering. So today the judgment is significant because cognizance is the lowest form of dealing with the case.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the last few weeks, we have seen a very fierce political debate, face-off. There was even a physical altercation at the Thirupparankundram in Madurai. It's a story that dates back several decades, and a lamp that is being lit there as part of the tradition for several years now. There have been claims made by the temple, claims made by the Dargah in question, claims made by the petitioner. Some of them were Hindu groups, but essentially it boiled down to the elections that are coming up, with DMK questioning the BJP's claim, saying that the entire political fight is keeping in mind the elections. Republic has been reporting from Madurai. We've been telling our viewers it's anything but political, because the Dargah has no issues if people light the lamp at the Thirupparankundram. So who made it an issue? Last week on Republic, the DMK came on board, and the DMK said on air, on record, that there is nothing to show that the lamp was being lit at the Thirupparankundram in all these years. In fact, even in court, they questioned the existence of the custom and the tradition. But here on Republic TV today, we are getting you the final word on the Deepam controversy. We have spoken to the Dargah secretary. It's for the first time on camera since the story broke that we have the Dargah on record, on camera. My colleague Sharda is live from Madurai.
With the ongoing issue in Thirupparankundram, we have one of the secretaries of the Sikandar Badshah Dargah who will explain their side of the problem. Sir, ஒன்னாம் தேதி அன்னைக்கு ஜட்ஜ் ஆர்டர் கொடுத்தாரு மேலே விலக்கேற்றலான்னு. அதுக்கப்புறமா கண்டினியூஸாக பிரச்சனை வந்துட்டு இருக்கு, கோர்ட்டில் கேஸும் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. இது தர்காவோட தரப்பு என்ன?
அதாவது தர்காவோட தரப்பு என்னன்னா, ஆண்டாண்டு காலமாக கிட்டத்தட்ட எனக்கு ஏஜ் வந்து 52 ஆகுது. கிட்டத்தட்ட பல நூற்றாண்டு காலமாக அங்கே எந்த ஒரு பிரச்சனையும் இல்லாமல் இந்துக்களும் முஸ்லீம்களும் ஒன்றா இருந்து வழிபட்டுக்கிட்டு வரோம். இந்துக்கள் அவங்களுடைய வழிபாட்டு செய்கிறாங்க, நாங்கள் எங்கள் முஸ்லீம் எங்கள் வழிபாடு, எங்களுக்குள்ளே எந்த ஒரு கருத்து வேறுபாடும் இல்லை. இப்போ வந்து இந்த இந்து மக்கள் இந்து முன்னணி கட்சி தான், இவங்க தான் வந்து தீபம் வந்து தர்கா அருகிலே ஏற்றி ஆகணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு மதக்கலவரம் உண்டாக்குறக்காண்டி ஒரு திட்டமிட்ட செயல் பண்ணி அது பண்ணுறாங்க. அது பல வருஷமாக வந்து முயற்சி பண்ணாங்க. அது தமிழக அரசு கவர்மெண்ட்டால் அது வந்து போலீஸோடைய பாதுகாப்போட அவங்கள வந்து அதை வந்து அந்த இதுக்கு இடம் கொடுக்கல. ஆனால் இப்போ திடீர்னு ஒரு ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் வாங்கிட்டு வந்து அதை நிறைவேற்றுன்றாங்க. அந்த ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவசரமாக தர்கா சார்பில் எந்த ஒரு கேள்வியும் கேட்கப்படலை. உங்களுக்கு இதில் மறுப்பு இருக்கா, சம்மந்தம் இருக்கா, சம்மந்தம் இல்லையான்னு கூட கேட்காம அவசரமாக வந்து ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் கொடுத்தாங்க. நாங்கள் அவசரமாக வந்தோன்னா நாங்களும் ஒரு 2 உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் வந்து ஒரு மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர்களை போட்டு நாங்கள் வாதாடினோம். எங்களுடைய கோரிக்கையை சொன்னோம். அதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு டைம் கூட கொடுக்கல. எங்களோட கோரிக்கையை சொல்லி கூட டைம் கொடுக்காம அவசரமாக ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் சொன்னாங்க. அந்த ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து ஆல்ரெடி நிறைய ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து 1920, 31, 58, 62, 78, 94, 14, 17 இப்படி நிறைய ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து அந்த மாதிரி எதுவுமே அங்கே வந்து தீபம் ஏற்றுன்ற ஒரு இது கொடுக்கல. புதுசாக ஏற்றுனாலும் அதில் வந்து தமிழக அரசு ரொம்ப கவனம் எடுத்து இதில் ஒரு பெரிய லாண்டு ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குன்ட்டு அதை வந்து நடைமுறைப்படுத்த விடலை. இன்றைக்கு வரைக்கும் திருப்பரங்குன்றத்துலையும் சரி, இந்துக்களும் சரி, முஸ்லீம்களும் சரி, மாமன் மச்சனாக ஒரு தொப்புள் கூடிய உருவாக இன்ன வரைக்கும் வாழ்ந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். இதில் வந்து எங்களுக்குள்ள கருத்து வேறுபாடே கிடையாது. இப்போ அவங்களுடைய கரெக்டாக இருக்காங்க, நாங்களும் கரெக்டாக இருக்கோம். ஆனால் இவங்க வந்து தேவையில்லாமல் என்ன சொல்கிறாங்க, ஊடகம் வந்துட்டு முஸ்லீம்கள் அமைதியாக இருக்கிறாங்க, முஸ்லீம்கள் ஏற்ற சொல்கிறாங்க, இந்துக்கள் ஏற்ற மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க அப்படின்னு. இந்துக்கள்னால் யார், முஸ்லீம்னா யார்? இந்துக்கள் அவங்க வந்து அவங்க இடத்துல அவங்க வழிபாடு போடுறாங்க, அந்த இடத்துக்கு நாங்கள் போகலைன்றாங்க. இங்கே வந்து நாங்கள் என்ன சொல்கிறோம், அவங்க வழிபட்டு அவங்க பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க, நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். அப்புறம் எங்களுக்கு இந்துக்கள் முஸ்லீம் நாங்கள் ஒன்றா தானே இருக்கோம். இவங்க தேவையில்லாமல் வந்து ஒரு புதுசாக அங்கிட்டுக்கிட்டு வந்துக்கிட்டு அந்த வழக்கு போட்டவங்களுக்கும் அந்த ஊருக்கும் சம்மந்தமே கிடையாது.
இன்னொரு முக்கியமான கேள்வி, அது அந்த பெட்டிஷன் போட்டவர் சொல்கிறது என்னென்னா, அது இப்போ கோவிலோட தீப தூணாக இருந்ததுன்னா ஏற்றுனா தர்காக்கு ஏதாவது பிரச்சனை இருக்குமான்றது அவர் கேள்வியாக இருக்குது. இப்போ இன்கேஸ் இப்போ கோர்ட் விட்டுருங்க, ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் விட்டுருங்க, அதுக்குள்ளே சுற்றி இருக்கிற பாலிட்டிக்ஸ் எல்லாமே விட்டுருல. இப்போ அது இன்கேஸ் ஒரு அந்த கோவிலோடது தான் இருந்தால் தர்காக்கில் அது ஏதாவது ஆட்சேபனை இருக்குமா?
அதாவது ஃபஸ்ட்டு லேண்ட் வந்து சிவில் கோர்ட்டில் வந்து டிசைட் ஆகணும். ஃபஸ்ட்டு அந்த இது இருக்குது. ரெண்டாவது என்னன்னா அவங்க வந்து ஆண்டாண்டு காலமாக எங்களுடைய வழிப்பிரகாரம் எங்களுடைய சாஸ்திர பிரகாரம் உச்சி பிள்ளையார் கோயிலில் தான் நாங்கள் தீபம் ஏற்றுறோன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. ஒருத்தவங்களை வந்து வலுக்கட்டாயமாக எதையும் செய்யக்கூடாது, புரியுதுங்களா? இப்போ அங்கே ஏற்றுனா ஆட்சேபனையாக இருக்கான்னாக்கா அது அவங்களுக்கு வந்து அங்கே ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்க போய் தானே அவங்க ஏற்றலை. ஒரு மத வழிபாட்டில் வந்து இப்போது நாங்கள் வந்து திடீர்னு சொல்லிக்கிட்டு அப்போ மலை புறாமல் 2 பேரும் சொந்தனா நாங்கள் ஒரு இடத்த கேட்குறதா? அப்படி நாங்கள் கேட்கலையே. இது வரைக்கும் அங்கே நடைமுறை வந்தது எங்கள் இடத்துக்கு உட்பட்டதை தான் நாங்கள் செஞ்சுட்ருக்கோம். அது பக்ரீத் ரம்ஜானுடைய அந்த ஃபெஸ்டிவலுடைய தொழுகையாக இருக்கட்டும், அதே மாதிரி வந்து எந்த ஒரு ஃபெஸ்டிவலாக இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் எங்கள் இடத்துக்குள்ளே தான் நாங்கள் செய்கிறோம். அதே மாதிரி அவங்க இடத்துக்குள்ளே செய்கிறாங்க. இப்போது பிரச்சனை இல்லையே, ஏன் திடீர்னு வந்து இந்த இடத்துல தான் தீபம் ஏற்றணும் அப்படின்னு அவங்க கோயில் தரப்பில் வந்து கேட்கல. இவர் பெட்டிஷன் போட்டவர் யார்? ஊர் மக்களுக்கும் அதில் இல்லை. ஊர் மக்களுக்கு அன்றைக்கி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இங்கே ஊர் மக்கள்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. அன்றைக்கி அவங்க தீபத்தை அன்னைக்கு கார்த்திகை தீபத்திற்கு பல்லாயிரக்கணக்கான மக்கள் தரிசனம் செஞ்சுட்டு அவங்கவுங்க போயிட்டாங்க. இவங்க ஆர்ப்பாட்டம் போராட்டம் பண்ணாங்க. அங்கே யாருமே இல்லையே ஊர் மக்கள். அப்படின்னு போயிட்டாங்களே, தீபம் ஏற்றிட்டாங்களே. அவங்களோட வழிபாடு எப்படின்னு தெரியாது. ஆனால் என்ன சொன்னால் நாங்கள் ஒரு தடக்கா தான் ஏற்றுவோம், அது 3 days தான் ஏற்றுவோன்றாங்க. ஆல்ரெடி 3 days முடிஞ்சிருச்சு, அவங்க ஏற்றிட்டாங்க. இனி அவங்க வந்து என்னென்னா அடுத்து கோர்ட்டில் போய்ட்டு சிவில் கோர்ட்டில் போய்ட்டு முறையாக வந்து அதோடைய பவுண்ட்ரியை ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டு அது எங்கன்னு வந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன பார்ப்போம். நாங்கள் இன்ன வரைக்கும் என்ன சொல்கிறோன்னா நாங்கள் வந்து இந்துக்களும் முஸ்லீமும் ஒன்றா இருக்கோம். தயவுசெய்து எங்களை பிரிக்காதீங்கன்னு நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். இந்துத்துவாதி வந்து எங்களை பிரிக்காதீங்க. யார் அந்த பெட்டிஷன்தார் யார்? அதான் எங்களுடைய கேள்வி. ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஆர்குமெண்ட்லேயே நாங்கள் தான் ஆர்குமெண்ட், எங்கள் கடைசி ஒரு நாள் தான் ஆர்குமெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். பெட்டிஷன்தார் இது வரைக்கும் எந்த ப்ரூஃபுமே கொடுக்கலையே. பெட்டிஷன்தார் அந்த லக்கில் தீபத்தூணு அங்கே தீபத்தில் அவள் தான் ப்ரூஃப் கொடுக்கணும். இன்ன வரைக்கும் அவர் ப்ரூஃபே கொடுக்கல, எந்த ப்ரூஃபுமே.
கடைசி கேள்வி, இன்னைக்கு வக்ஃப் போர்டு வந்து கோர்ட்டில்
ஆமாம் அவங்க அதே தான் கேட்பாங்க. நீங்கள் வந்து சிவிலில் போட்டு எங்களை பவுண்டரி இழந்து கொடுங்க, எங்களுக்கு டைம் கொடுங்கன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து 100 வருஷமாக நடந்த கேஸெல்லாம் ஒரே நாளில் 10 நாளில் முடிக்க முடியாது. நாங்கள் என்ன கேட்குறோம்னா, இப்போது ஆடு கோழி விஷயம் வந்து ஒரு கேஸ் நடந்துச்சு. அதுலேயும் வந்து இந்துக்களோ முஸ்லீம்ஸோ வழக்கப்படலை. ஒருத்தர் தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி தான் போட்டிருந்தார். அப்போ யார் இந்த தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி தான் அவங்களுக்கு இந்த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு என்ன ப்ரூஃப் இருக்குது அப்படின்றது கேட்கணும். இப்போ தேவஸ்தானம் அப்படின்னா கவர்மெண்ட்டு, அவங்களுக்கு அத்தாரிட்டி இருக்குது. இப்போ நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம்னா, நாங்கள் தர்கா செக்ரட்டரின்னு சொன்னோம்னா எங்களுடைய தாத்தாவுடைய தாத்தாவோட முப்பாட்டெல்லாம் அந்த நீங்கள் 1920 ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதில் வந்து அலிகான் சாஹிப்னு ஒன்று இருக்கும். எங்கள் தாத்தாவுடைய தாத்தா வரும். அப்போ அந்தோடைய வாரிசு நாங்கள். அப்போ எங்களுக்கு ரைட்ஸ் இருக்குது. இவங்க யார் பெட்டிஷன் இருக்குது? என்ன ரைட்ஸு? பொதுநல வழக்குன்னா எப்படி யார் வேணாலும் போடலாமா? அது பொது சொத்தில் தான் போட முடியும். பொதுநல வழக்குன்னா ஒரு பொது சொத்தில் தான் போட முடியும். இது ஆல்ரெடி டிசைட் ஆகி ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி 2 பேருக்கு பிரிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. அப்போ 2 பேரும் ஒரு ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி தானே, இது பொது சொத்து எப்படி ஆகும்?
இன்னும் இந்த கேள்வி, இப்போ இந்த மலையில் மட்டும்தான் தர்காவும் கோயில் ஒன்றா இருக்குது. பல வருஷமாக உச்சி பிள்ளையார் கோயிலில் ஏற்றிட்டு தான் வராங்க, ஆனால் எந்த பிரச்சனையும் வரல. அது ஏன் இந்த வருஷம் மட்டும் பெருசாச்சு, இவ்வளோ பெருசாச்சு? அது பார்லிமெண்ட் வரைக்கும் போகிறது இந்த வருஷம் மாத்திரம் ஆகலை மேடம். தமிழ்நாடுல ஆகும், பட் டெல்லி வரைக்கும் போகாது இல்லை. பட் இந்த வாட்டி போய் பட் இந்த வாட்டி ஏன் அது ஒரு மத கலவரமாக ஆக்க ட்ரை பண்ணுறாங்க?
அதாவது கவர்மெண்ட், சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் யார் கையில் இருக்குது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இப்போ இந்த வழக்கு போட்டவங்களாம் யார், எதை சார்ந்தவங்க, அது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இன்றைக்கி பர்டிகுலராக வந்து ஒரு நீதிபதிகிட்ட கொண்டு வந்தால் இது கிடைக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி வெயிட் பண்ணிவிட்டு கரெக்டாக அந்த கேஸை கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. அவசரமாக வந்து அது வந்து வழக்கு எடுத்து, அதாவது ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொல்லப்போனால் அதில் வந்து நாங்கள் வந்து பார்ட்டியாகவே சேரலை. ஃபஸ்ட்டு எங்களுக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாது. அதுக்கப்புறம் கவர்மெண்ட் ரீதியாக வந்து இந்த தர்காவோட பார்ட்டியை நீங்கள் சேர்க்காமல் நீங்கள் கேஸ் போட்டிங்கன்னு சொன்னதுக்கப்புறம் எங்களுக்கு நோட்டீஸ் வருது. ஆல்ரெடி அது வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டே இந்த கேஸ் வரும்போது இந்த கேஸோடைய முகாந்திரம் பண்ணால் இது யாரோட சொத்துன்னு விசாரித்து போட்டிருந்தா அதுக்கு அப்பயே ஒரு தீர்வு கொண்டிருக்கும். அவசரமாக வழக்கு எடுத்து விசாரித்தாங்க. ஸோ வழக்கு யார் வேணாலும் போடலாம், அதுக்கு ஒரு முகாந்திரம் வேணும் இல்லையா?
Okay, so it's for the first time that the Dargah has spoken on record, right? Now, from what they tell you, Sharda, one thing becomes clear. It's not about the lamp, it's about the land, correct? They don't have any issue with the lighting of the lamp. Is that correct? Is that the takeaway of that interview?
Completely, Abhishek. That's what the Dargah official speaking to us was constantly telling, that the lighting of the lamp has been happening in Tirupurakuntram for centuries and centuries, and he remembers that the lamp being lit from his grandfather's age at the Uchipaliyar temple. He just pointing out that the Deepatun, which is on the top of the hill, is something that is new for the Dargah and for the people of Tirupurakuntram, and that it is only the land in dispute. There's no question of lighting the lamp if actually the lamp belongs to the temple. He also points out that the temple administration till date did not mention to the Dargah officials that there is a lamppost that is used for lighting the lamp, and that is the main point that the Dargah official secretary has been bringing it to us.
So in that case, why is the DMK saying in court that there is no existence of such a tradition? Did the state also try and mislead the court? Now, what did they say in court, and is it factually correct?
Well, that's a very wrong statement made on day one of arguments at the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court. The HRNC lawyer questioned the very existence of the culture and tradition of lighting the lamp, which is well known to the entire world that in Hindu tradition we light lamps, especially in south of India when it's Kartikai Deepam. It is done for Lord Muruga especially, and it happens in Tiruvannamalai and Tirupurakuntram, where on the hilltop is where these huge lamps are lit. And apart from that, people celebrate every festival in India by lighting the lamps who follow the Hindu tradition. The main question of existence of the lamp by the DMK
Okay, I request you to stay with me. Getting in a live feed of the Prime Minister speaking in Jordan.
मार्केट में मिलते हैं, लेकिन भारत और जॉर्डन के संबंध ऐसे हैं जहां ऐतिहासिक विश्वास और भविष्य के आर्थिक अवसर एक साथ मिलते हैं। कल ही मैजेस्टी के साथ मेरी बातचीत का सार भी यही था। ज्योग्राफी को अपॉर्चुनिटी में और अपॉर्चुनिटी को ग्रोथ में कैसे बदला जाए, इस पर हमने विस्तार से चर्चा की। योर मैजेस्टी, आपकी लीडरशिप में जॉर्डन एक ऐसा ब्रिज बना है जो अलग अलग रीजन्स के बीच सहयोग और तालमेल बिठाने में बहुत मदद कर रहा है। कल हमारी मुलाकात में आपने बताया कैसे भारतीय कंपनीज जॉर्डन के मार्ग से यूएसए, कनाडा और अन्य देशों की मार्केट तक पहुंच सकती है। मैं यहां आई भारतीय कंपनियों से इन अवसरों का पूरा लाभ उठाने का अनुरोध करूंगा। फ्रेंड्स, भारत आज जॉर्डन का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर है। मैं जानता हूं कि बिजनेस की दुनिया में नंबर्स का महत्व होता है, लेकिन यहां हम सिर्फ नंबर्स गिनने नहीं आए, बल्कि हम लॉन्ग टर्म रिलेशनशिप बनाने आए हैं। एक जमाना था जब गुजरात से पेट्रा के रास्ते यूरोप तक का व्यापार होता था। हमारी फ्यूचर प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए हम वो लिंक्स फिर से रिवाइव करने होंगे और इसको साकार करने में आप सभी का महत्वपूर्ण योगदान रहेगा। फ्रेंड्स, आप सभी जानते हैं कि भारत थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। भारत की ग्रोथ रेट 8% से ऊपर है। ये ग्रोथ नंबर प्रोडक्टिविटी ड्रिवन गवर्नेंस और इनोवेशन ड्रिवन पॉलिसीज का नतीजा है। आज जॉर्डन के हर बिजनेस, हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए भी भारत में अवसरों के नए द्वार खुल रहे हैं। भारत की तेज ग्रोथ में आप सहयोगी बन सकते हैं और अपने निवेश पर शानदार रिटर्न भी पा सकते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आज दुनिया को नए ग्रोथ इंजन चाहिए। दुनिया को एक ट्रस्टेड सप्लाई चेन की जरूरत है। भारत और जॉर्डन मिलकर दुनिया की इस जरूरत को पूरा करने में बड़ा रोल निभा सकते हैं। मैं आपसी सहयोग के कुछ की सेक्टर्स की चर्चा आपके साथ जरूर करना चाहूंगा। ऐसे सेक्टर जहां विजन, वायबिलिटी और वेलोसिटी ये तीनों मौजूद है। पहला, डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और आईटी। इसमें भारत का अनुभव जॉर्डन के बहुत काम आ सकता है। भारत ने डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी को इंक्लूजन और एफिशिएंसी का मॉडल बनाया है। हमारे यूपीआई, आधार, डिजी लॉकर जैसे फ्रेमवर्क्स आज ग्लोबल बेंचमार्क बन रहे हैं। हिज मैजेस्टी और मैंने इन फ्रेमवर्क्स को जॉर्डन के सिस्टम से जोड़ने पर चर्चा की है। हम दोनों देश फिनटेक, हेल्थ टेक, एग्रीटेक ऐसे अनेक सेक्टर्स में अपने स्टार्टअप्स को डायरेक्टली कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। एक शेयर्ड इकोसिस्टम बना सकते हैं जो हम आइडियाज को कैपिटल से और इनोवेशन को स्केल से कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, फार्मा और मेडिकल डिवाइसेस के क्षेत्र में भी अनेक संभावनाएं हैं। आज हेल्थ केयर सिर्फ एक सेक्टर नहीं है, बल्कि एक स्ट्रेटेजिक प्रायोरिटी है। जॉर्डन में भारतीय कंपनियां मेडिसिन बनाएं, मेडिकल डिवाइस बनाएं, इससे जॉर्डन के लोगों को तो फायदा होगा ही। वेस्ट एशिया और अफ्रीका के लिए भी जॉर्डन एक रिलायबल हब बन सकता है। जेनरिक्स हो, वैक्सीन्स हो, आयुर्वेद हो या वेलनेस, इंडिया ब्रिंग्स ट्रस्ट एंड जॉर्डन ब्रिंग्स रिच। फ्रेंड्स, अगला सेक्टर एग्रीकल्चर का है। भारत को ड्राई क्लाइमेट में खेती का बहुत अनुभव है। हमारा ये एक्सपीरियंस जॉर्डन में रियल डिफरेंस ला सकता है। हम प्रिसीजन फार्मिंग और माइक्रो इरिगेशन जैसे सॉल्यूशन पर काम कर सकते हैं। कोल्ड चेन्स, फूड पार्क्स और स्टोरेज फैसिलिटीज बनाने में भी हम मिलकर काम कर सकते हैं। जैसे फर्टिलाइजर्स में हम जॉइंट वेंचर कर रहे हैं, वैसे ही अन्य क्षेत्रों में भी हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और कंस्ट्रक्शन तेज ग्रोथ के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। इन क्षेत्रों में हमारा कोलैबोरेशन हमें स्पीड और स्केल दोनों देगा। हिज मैजेस्टी ने जॉर्डन में रेलवे और नेक्स्ट जनरेशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने का विजन साझा किया है। मैं उनको विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि हमारी कंपनियां उनके विजन को साकार करने के लिए सक्षम भी हैं और उत्सुक भी हैं। कल हमारी मुलाकात में हिज मैजेस्टी ने सीरिया में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रिकंस्ट्रक्शन की जरूरतों के बारे में भी बताया। भारत और जॉर्डन की कंपनीज इन जरूरतों को पूरा करने पर मिलकर काम कर सकती है। फ्रेंड्स, आज की दुनिया ग्रीन ग्रोथ के बिना आगे नहीं बढ़ सकती। क्लीन एनर्जी अब केवल विकल्प नहीं है, बल्कि एक नीड बन चुकी है। सोलर, विंड, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, एनर्जी स्टोरेज, इसमें भारत बहुत बड़ी इन्वेस्टर के रूप में काम कर रहा है। जॉर्डन के पास भी बहुत बड़ा पोटेंशियल है जिसे हम अनलॉक कर सकते हैं। ऐसे ही ऑटोमोबाइल और मोबिलिटी का सेक्टर है। भारत आज अफोर्डेबल ईवीज, टू व्हीलर्स और सीएनजी मोबिलिटी सॉल्यूशंस में दुनिया के टॉप देशों में से एक है। इस क्षेत्र में भी हमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा काम मिलकर करना चाहिए। फ्रेंड, भारत और जॉर्डन दोनों देश अपने कल्चर, अपनी हेरिटेज पर बहुत गर्व करते हैं। हेरिटेज और कल्चरल टूरिज्म के लिए भी दोनों देशों में बहुत अधिक स्कोप है। मैं समझता हूं कि दोनों देशों के इन्वेस्टर्स को इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। भारत में इतनी सारी फिल्म्स बनती है, इन फिल्मों की शूटिंग जॉर्डन में हो या जॉइंट फिल्म फेस्टिवल्स हो, इसके लिए भी जरूरी प्रोत्साहन दिए जा सकते हैं। भारत में होने वाली अगली वेव समिट में हम जॉर्डन से एक बड़े डेलीगेशन की अपेक्षा करते हैं। फ्रेंड, ज्योग्राफी जॉर्डन की स्ट्रेंथ है और भारत के पास स्किल भी है और स्केल भी। दोनों की स्ट्रेंथ जब एक साथ आएगी तो इससे दोनों देशों के नौजवानों को नए अवसर मिलेंगे। दोनों देशों की सरकारों को उनका विजन बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है। अब बिजनेस वर्ल्ड के आप सभी साथियों को अपनी इमेजिनेशन, इनोवेशन और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप से इसको जमीन पर उतारना है। अंत में मैं आपसे फिर कहूंगा, कम लेट अस इन्वेस्ट टुगेदर, इनोवेट टुगेदर एंड ग्रो टुगेदर। योर मैजेस्टी, एक बार फिर आपका, जॉर्डन सरकार का और इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित अन्य सभी महानुभावों का मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। शुक्रान, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, so you were hearing Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the India-Jordan Business Forum, and these are the key highlights that he has said. India and Jordan share a cultural heritage and a lot of movies that are made in India, and the shooting is done in Jordan. And in the next summit in India, we expect a very big delegation from Jordan to come to India. He also spoke about the geography of Jordan and how it is an advantage for Jordan. The geography of Jordan is a strength, is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi said. He also mentioned that we have skill and we have the scale, that is India. And if we come together, if we work together, we will be able to do wonders. And he said, when we come together, we will grow together. So he has urged everyone to come together, and he has asked all of them to come and invest together and grow together. So these were the visuals from India-Jordan Business Forum. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next big story. Delhi High Court has sought a response from the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, DGCA, on a contempt plea filed by the Indian Pilots Guild, that is the IPG, which has alleged that airlines were granted extensions and relaxations in pilot fatigue management rules in violation of the CAR 2024 framework. So, Pilot Guild moves court over DGCA's. DGCA faces contempt plea in Delhi High Court. So a big breaking news that's coming up on your screen. So High Court seeks response from DGCA on pilot body plea. And plea in Indigo mess in Delhi High Court. So High Court seeks DGCA response on the pilot fatigue rule that had to be implemented and the aviation fiasco and what Indigo had done
in the last few days. So High Court seeks response from DGCA on the pilot body plea, the appeal of the pilots on the regulations that had to be followed but weren't followed when it came to implementation, and the High Court seeks response from the DGCA on the pilot body plea, the plea that was given by the pilots on the flight duty regulations, on the pilot fatigue rule that had to be implemented but which was ignored. And India saw the biggest aviation fiasco, the biggest aviation fiasco to be ever seen. These are the visuals, ladies and gentlemen. As you remember, thousands were stranded in airports because of the new regulations and because Indigo was unable to follow that. And now High Court seeks response from DGCA on pilot body plea on the relaxations, the extension and relaxations in pilot fatigue management.
करने की बात की है, लेकिन इसमें वेतन की बढ़ोतरी, आपकी जो मजदूरी की बढ़ोतरी है, इसकी कोई बात नहीं है।
माननीय सदस्यों,
सर ये सही बात है कि अभी तक जो बकाया है वो ही पूरा नहीं हुआ है।
माननीय सदस्य गणों, मैं आपसे
सर आखिरी बात ये है सर कि हर योजना का नाम बदलने की जो सनक है ये समझ में नहीं आती है। सर जब ये किया जाता है तो सरकार केंद्र को पैसे खर्चने पड़ते हैं।
माननीय सदस्यों, मैं आपसे आग्रह करता हूं, ये
सर
आप पोस्टर रख दे नीचे।
मैं ये रख दूं?
नहीं, आप पीछे वाले माननीय सदस्य, आप 72 में नियम में विरोध कर दें आप।
ठीक। सर आखिरी पॉइंट है कि बिना चर्चा के, बिना इस सदन की सलाह लिए इस तरह से जल्दी में विधेयक को पास नहीं होना चाहिए। सर ये विधेयक वापस लिया जाना चाहिए। इसके बदले में सरकार को एक नया विधेयक पेश करना चाहिए। खत्म करूं। महात्मा गांधी जी मेरे परिवार के नहीं थे, लेकिन मेरे परिवार जैसे ही हैं और इस पूरे देश की यही भावना है सर। सर इस पूरे देश की यही भावना है।
माननीय
सर आखिरी बात यह है कि गहन जांच पड़ताल और व्यापक चर्चा के लिए इसे कम से कम स्थायी समिति के पास भेजा जाना चाहिए और कोई विधायक किसी की निजी महत्वाकांक्षा, सनक और पूर्वाग्रहों के आधार पर न तो पेश होना चाहिए और न ही पास होना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं किसी भी माननीय सदस्य को बीच में नहीं रोकना चाहता, लेकिन सदन नियमों प्रक्रिया से चलता है, नहीं तो फिर माननीय सदस्य सदन के बाहर कहेंगे कि हमें माननीय अध्यक्ष ने बोलने नहीं दिया। सदन नियम प्रक्रियाओं से चलता है और नियम 72 सब माननीय सदस्यों ने पढ़ रखे हैं, इसलिए मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों से आग्रह करूंगा कि मैं सबको मौका दूंगा, लेकिन नियम 72 के अंतर्गत विषयों पर ही अपनी बात को फोकस रखें। जब इस पर डिटेल चर्चा होगी तो आप अपनी विस्तृत चर्चा उस विषय पर कर सकते हैं। श्री शौकत आय जी।
Sir, under Rule 72(1), I oppose the introduction of the Vikshit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission, Gramin, VB, G. Ramji. Sir, I oppose the idea of replacing the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi's name, with G. Ramji.
So this was the discussion on MGNREGA on the Lok Sabha, as you can see. And Priyanka Gandhi in the Lok Sabha has said, Priyanka Gandhi attacked the government over the new Vijay Ramji Bill 2025, that is the Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Gramin VB G Ramji Bill 2025. All right, moving to our next top story. A total of 58 lakh names have been deleted from the state's draft voter list after the special intensive revision to weed out duplication and errors. Out of these 58 lakh names, 24 lakhs have been marked as dead, 19 lakh as relocated, 12 lakh as missing, and 1.3 lakh as duplicate. The publication of the draft list marks the end of the first phase of the special intensive revision, that is the SIR. Those whose names have been incorrectly excluded from the draft list can now raise objections and request corrections. So the SIR, which is happening in Bengal draft rollout, the dead voters numbers are on your screen. As you can see, the missing voters are around 12,20,038 missing voters. So the Bengal draft rollout, as you can see on your screens, 58 lakh names deleted, and the transfer of votes is around 19,88,076, the transfer of votes. So on your television screens, the Bengal draft rollout. The fake voters have also come close to the figure of 1,38,328. So corrections are happening in the special intensive revision, that is the SIR, which is happening in many states. And this is the draft rollout, in which you can see the facts and figures, the draft electoral roll released by Election Commission. The figures are on your screen. The total voters, 58,20,898. And from there, you can see the other numbers, 58 lakh names, total voters, 58 lakh names have been deleted. The Bengal draft rollout. So the SIR, something that the opposition is against the government's. For more information, Mayuk is on the phone line. So Mayuk, what are the latest updates on the Bengal draft rollout?
Well, what we are getting in from the Election Commission is that 58 lakh names have been deleted primarily from the draft electoral rolls. Let me tell you that this 58 lakh names which have been deleted primarily are not the exhaustive list. So there's no reason for panic. There's no reason for saying that this is the cumulative number, this is the final number. But mostly due to the uncollectible enumeration forms, the fake voters list, the voters who have actually been from Bangladesh, they have grabbed a voter card in West Bengal. These are the names included in this 58 lakh list, the names which have been deleted from the primary list. But the fact that more names can be deleted is an option. But however, the Election Commission sources are telling us that there are people included in the list who have maybe shifted to Delhi, Mumbai, or any other parts of the country, or they have shifted abroad and their ancestral home address is still there. So these are the names which are also there. But that is more or less 5 to 10% of the entire list. So 5-6 lakh people can return back to the electoral list. But it has been assumed that 50 lakh names can be deleted from West Bengal's electorate if this SIR is properly done.
All right, Mayuk, thanks for the information on this issue. So moving on to our next top story, a brave heart of the Jammu and Kashmir police has laid down his life in the line of duty. A special operations group personnel was martyred during an encounter with terrorists in Udhampur district on Monday. A joint operation involving the Jammu and Kashmir police, Indian Army and CRPF is still underway, with challenging terrain and darkness slowing the combing operation. Here's a report on that.
A counter-terror operation turned deadly in Jammu's Udhampur district on Monday evening as security forces engaged terrorists hiding in a dense forest area. A personnel from the Special Operations Group of Jammu and Kashmir Police was martyred in action during the exchange of fire. The martyred policeman has been identified as Amjad Pathan, a resident of Mendhar in Poonch district. The encounter began near Sohan village in Majalta area after security forces received specific intelligence about the presence of at least 3 terrorists. A small SOG team first established contact with the terrorists, following which the Indian Army and CRPF joined the operation. The Indian Army's White Knight Corps confirmed that firing is ongoing and the operation remains in progress. Security forces continue to maintain a tight cordon in the area as efforts to neutralize the terrorists continue.
All right, there's a big breaking news that is coming up. The Supreme Court has issued notice to the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha secretariats on a plea challenging the impeachment proceedings against Justice Yashwant Varma on the ground that the Judges Inquiry Act 1968 was not followed and that the motion was not passed by both houses on the same day. So this is a very big development that is coming from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has issued notices to the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha secretariats on a plea challenging the impeachment proceedings against Justice Yashwant Varma, from the residence of whom currency notes were found, on the ground that the Judges Inquiry Act 1968 was not followed and that the motion was not passed by both houses on the same day. So our legal editor, Rhythm, is joining us on a phone line. Rhythm, what are the latest updates on this story?
Well, as of now, the Supreme Court has filed and issued a notice to the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha Secretariat. This notice is there on a plea that's challenging the impeachment proceedings against Justice Yashwant Varma. These pleadings are being challenged on the ground that they say that certain acts were not followed. The motion was not passed by both houses on the same day. All efforts are being made to see that the impeachment proceedings do not move forward in the Justice Yashwant Varma case, where we all know unaccounted cash had been found in this case. We've also seen earlier there have been a challenge that has been done to the in-house procedure. The committee has been criticized by people who are looking at this case from Justice Yashwant Varma's point of view, saying that it failed to provide explanations for the source of money, not realizing that the source of money did not have to be given by the in-house proceedings of the committee. It had to, in fact, be explained by Justice Yashwant Varma or the altem partem, which means the rule of fair hearing had already been provided to Justice Yashwant Varma. Several senior advocates whom Republic TV has spoken to had said an FIR should have been there right in the start of the case, which was not happening. The Supreme Court is now going to hear this on a technical point on whether the impeachment proceedings can proceed, and therefore this notice has been issued.
All right, Rhythm Bhardwaj, thanks for the update on this big story. So the SC notice, a plea challenging Judge Varma impeachment. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next news segment, that is Bharat in 1 minute. The nation is celebrating Vijay Divas today to commemorate India's victory over Pakistan in the 1971 war. It was on this day in 1971, the chief of the Pakistani forces, General A.A. Khan Niazi, along with 93,000 troops, surrendered unconditionally to the allied forces consisting of the Indian Army and the Mukti Bahini. The Indian Army has signed a memorandum of understanding to fast-track indigenous drone capabilities for land systems. The collaboration will be coordinated through the 515 Army Base Workshop in Secunderabad. A layer of dense fog blanketed Delhi, disrupting flight and train services. Passengers have been requested to contact the airline concerned for updated flight information. Several trains are also running late at the New Delhi railway station. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will attend the Defence Estates Day celebrations at Raksha Sampada Bhavan in New Delhi today. The Defence Minister will also confer the Raksha Mantri Awards for excellence in public service in the field of defence land management.
प्लीज बैठिए 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 देखिए जब वब का आया था इंट्रोड्यूस का जब भी माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी ने न ये खड़े होने की आदत है इनकी अब मेरा मानना है कि सभी दल के लोगों का एक एक मिनट में विचार आ जाए ठीक है ना कोई दल वप में भी हमने कोशिश की थी लेकिन उसके बाद माननीय मंत्री जी भी बहुत तेजी से बहुत आज तो संक्षिप्त में बोलेंगे, फिर तो लंबा बोलेंगे बाद में, तो पर बोलेंगे अभी भी। वेणुगोपाल जी।
Sir, thank you very much for. Sir, I rise to object this bill on Rule 72, sir. Sir, basically, this is also a fundamental attack on Constitution, this bill. Sir, basically, MGNREGA is the right to employment to the common people of this country. That guarantees is there for employment. Guarantee now exists only on paper, sir, through this bill. Sir, this is a already members mentioned about the demand-driven to budget cap. Sir, this destroys universal coverage. Sir, the hollow promises of 125 days is not going to happen at all, sir, because the shift financial burden to the states. 40% has to be borne by states. Therefore, 125 is not. So my point is that, sir, father of nation who led the freedom struggle, Mahatma Gandhi, Honorable Minister Shivraj Chauhan, your name will be remembered. The minister who removed the father of the nation's name, your name will be remembered. Sir.
आपका विरोध क्या है?
Sir, one minute, sir. Sir, every day our Honorable Prime Minister is talking about Mahatma Gandhi ji in a big way. Now you are bringing a legislation to remove his name, Mahatma Gandhi ji, father of nation, sir.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। महात्मा गांधी ग्रामीण रोजगार योजना की गारंटी का ये जो संशोधन विधेयक आ रहा है, मैं माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी और समाजवादी पार्टी की ओर से इसका पुरजोर विरोध करता हूं। और विरोध के सभापति जी कारण है, लगातार हमारे देश के अंदर बातें बहुत की जाती हैं कि केंद्र सरकार इतना मजबूत हो गई आर्थिक तौर पर, इतना सहयोग कर रही है, लेकिन लगातार बिल दर बिल, अधिनियम दर अधिनियम, बजट दर बजट, लगातार प्रदेशों पर वजन बढ़ाया जा रहा है। केंद्र सरकार अपना वजन हल्का करती जा रही है, जिम्मेदारी घटाती जा रही है। दूसरा सभापति जी, मैं आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी की ओर से और पार्टी की ओर से कहना चाहता हूं, इस देश का कोई भी व्यक्ति महात्मा गांधी जी का अपमान बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा। मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम भगवान श्री राम का पूरा देश सम्मान करता है, लेकिन गांधी जी ने भी आखिरी शब्द राम राम कह के गए थे, कम से कम हे राम कह के गए थे। कम से कम उस महात्मा गांधी जी का अपमान नहीं करिए, ये हमारी प्रार्थना है। पूरे दुनिया में जाते हैं आप, गांधी जी की प्रतिमाओं पर माला चढ़ाते हैं, और देश के अंदर बापू का अपमान होता है।
आप बोलना चाहती नहीं बोलना चाहती?
कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे और इस तरह का गांधी मूर्ति जी वापस लीजिए, नहीं तो बिहार में बहुत सारे
चलिए
सर मेरी बड़ी विनम्रता से सरकार को विनती है। मैं समझ सकती हूँ कि जैसे साल बढ़ते हैं, कभी कभी जैसे अभी AI आया है, उस हिसाब से पॉलिसी में बदलाव लाना चाहिए। हम पॉलिसी के बदलाव के खिलाफ नहीं है, समय समय पे हर बिल को देखा चाहिए, सोचना चाहिए। और मेरी सिर्फ सरकार से विनती है कि आप इसको स्टैंडिंग कमेटी भेजिए, उस पर संक्षेप में सारी चर्चा हो। ये नाव बदलने से कुछ नहीं होता, काम को महत्व होता है। सोच नाम लोग तो कहेंगे, कुछ लोगों का काम है कहना। तो ये मेरी विनती है सरकार को कि आप पहले तो ऑब्जेक्शन है, हम पूरा विरोध करते हैं कि आप महात्मा गांधी जी का नाम इससे नहीं निकालेंगे, हम पूरी ताकत से इसका विरोध करेंगे। और मेरी बड़ी विनम्रता से इनकी विनती है कि आप प्लीज इस पे चर्चा करवाइए, और जो भी आप बदलाव इसमें पॉलिसी डिसीजन में ला रहे वो एक स्टैंडिंग।
Time for a quick commercial break, and coming up next, uproar over MGNREGA name change in the Lok Sabha.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MD।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा प्योर मसाला।
झुमका तेरा झुमका नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हमारे रोम रोम में रमे हैं, राम हमारी हर सांस में बसे हैं। बिना राम के ये देश नहीं जाना जाता। पता नहीं क्यों जी राम जी नाम आ गया तो ये भड़क गए। महात्मा गांधी स्वयं राम राज्य की स्थापना की बात करते थे और उनके अंतिम शब्द भी हे राम थे। बापू जी का पूरा सम्मान करते हुए राम राज की स्थापना मतलब दैविक भौतिकता का राम राज काहू नहीं व्यापा। हर गरीब को भरपूर रोजगार मिले, उसकी गरिमा को सम्मान हो। दिव्यांग, बुजुर्ग और महिला, अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति, उनको और प्रोटेक्शन दिया जाए, इसके लिए ये बिल लेके आए हैं। 125 दिन की गारंटी है, गारंटी। ये कहीं पर कमजोर नहीं हुई। उस गारंटी को हम पूरा करेंगे, गांव का संपूर्ण विकास भी करेंगे और कृषि और मजदूरी दोनों में संतुलन स्थापित करने का काम करेंगे। इसलिए माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये पूरा बिल महात्मा गांधी जी की भावनाओं के अनुरूप है, राम राज की स्थापना के लिए है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
राष्ट्रीय एक ही विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करता हूं।
सभा की कार्रवाई आज दिनांक 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
The Lok Sabha has been adjourned amid ruckus and chaos by the opposition. And ladies and gentlemen, this is happening over the G Ramji bill for Ram Raja is what Shivraj Singh Chauhan in the parliament has claimed. Now, let's give you a background of what's happened and why this is turned into a huge political storm. It had set the stage for a political face-off during the ongoing winter session of the parliament. The centre had introduced the bill that will replace the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, that is the MGNREGA. The new bill is now called the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission, Grameen, shortened now to VBG Ramji Bill. A whip had then been issued by the BJP, and that BJP MPs were asked to attend the parliament to ensure that the passage of bill is done. Now, according to the government says that the new bill presents a new framework aimed at fulfilling the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. But why this has become a political controversy, ladies and gentlemen, is because the Congress party says, what is the problem if MGNREGA continues as the MGNREGA bill and it is not replaced with a new name? Because the bill, like it was named, it is called the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. And the Congress party says that the BJP has a problem with Mahatma Gandhi and hence his name has been removed from the bill, and that's why the bill is being renamed. The BJP is completely clear, saying that the bill has been renamed because to bring in development for Viksit Bharat 2047, that's the vision. The Congress party, however, says that it is a political agenda that the BJP is following. With that, we shift our focus and move across to more breaking news that's coming in, ladies and gentlemen, and this is in connection with the Deepam controversy. The Waqf Board has argued that the Madurai bench of Madras High Court has asked the civil court to pass an order on surveying the land on the hill to know which part of the land belongs to Dargah. Waqf Board has now said that the Deepathon is situated on the land in the hilltop that is part of the Dargah area. Points out that their flag posed next to the Deepathon and more than 80 years that area had been under the Dargah occupancy. That's the argument that the Waqf Board has been placing in the court, saying that they do not have a problem with the Deepathon being lit, but what the problem is on the pillar on which it is being lit, because that pillar belongs to the Dargah area is what the Waqf Board had argued in the Madras High Court. Sarda is reporting live from Madurai, from outside the Madurai High Court. On that note, Shada, take us to the detailed arguments that's taken place inside the court today.
last 2 days, the working days, that is Thursday and Friday, after multiple arguments between the HRNC department and the petitioner. Today, for the first time, the Dargah and the Waqf Board came forward answering their petition, saying that they do not have a problem with lighting the lamp on the top of the hill, but it is only the land that, because they say that under the 1924 Act that was given to them, in the paper it says that the area that the Dargah has occupied also includes the place where the Deepatun is. Well, multiple people have been arguing in the course of the past 2 days, saying that the Deepatun is nothing but a land survey pillar. And again, yesterday, the HRNC department claimed that the pillar does not belong to the Hindu, but the Jains who are lighting the lamp. However, multiple petitions continue to be heard in the Madras High Court. And today, the Waqf Board came and said that the Dargah and the Waqf Board have the same notion that the civil court should do a proper understanding of the land area and the mass that's surrounding the Dargah and figure out which space exactly belongs to Dargah and which part of the hill belongs to the temple. And they say that they do not have any other issues if the area is divided for the Dargah and the temple, and if it is outside the Dargah limits, they do not have any issues with lighting the lamp. As you see, they never had an issue with lighting the lamp at the Uchi Pillar temple in the mid of the hill, but only at the top of the hill, and only if the pillar is in the bounds of the Dargah. And also, if you see the past acts that had been given to the Dargah, it does not say Dargah owns the land, but Dargah is on top of that particular land, which means that they've occupied that particular area, and that's what the Waqf Board also agrees to today.
Right, Shada, thank you very much for getting us those details. Quickly shifting our focus to more news that we are tracking on the broadcast. The Delhi court today, ladies and gentlemen, has said that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and several others who have been named as an accused in Delhi Police's first information report in the National Herald case are not entitled to copy of the FIR, and that they cannot take in cognizance the Enforcement Directorate's charge sheet. Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, this certainly is not a relief for Rahul Gandhi because the ED will be starting a new investigation. The reasons on why the Enforcement Directorate's charge sheet has not been taken into cognizance is because it was filed and registered on the basis of a private entity. In this case, it was Subramaniam Swamy, who is the BJP parliamentarian. The court has hence said that because the ED Enforcement Directorate's charge sheet is based on a private complaint that was filed by Subramaniam Swamy, hence the charge sheet cannot be taken into cognizance. After which, the Enforcement Directorate had said that they are going to file a written reply in the court and they're going to challenge this, and that they will be able to start a new investigation, which of course then means that trouble will only be mounting for Rahul Gandhi. But this is what the Congress party is saying on the case.
When I started arguing the case, after that, in the arguments I had told the court that this is a very weird case where there is not a millimeter movement of money, not a millimeter movement of immovable property. All the properties remain with AJL, and yet there is money laundering. AJL is now owned 90% by another company, Young India. That is all that has happened. Not-for-profit companies are made every time to make one company debt-free. Every corporate in India is doing it. To make my company debt-free, I can have a transfer of shares. But Young Indian Company is a very remarkable company. It's a not-for-profit company where all the directors, Kharge ji, Sonia ji, late Motilal Vora ji, etc., etc., not one of them can get 1 paisa dividend, even if they want to give a dividend. They can get no profit. They can get no dispersal. They get no car, building, staff, nothing. And there is money laundering. So today the judgment is significant because cognizance is the lowest form of dealing with the case.
This is not the relief of Madam Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. This is court has been exposed the illegal, malified, political targeting of Narendra Modi government through this judgment. The day one onward, they are targeting the opposition, especially Sonia ji and Rahul ji, without any legal background, without anything wrong done. They are targeting.
Well, even as the Congress party is claiming vindication, they are saying that it is a victory. The BJP says that there is certainly no relief that has been given by the court. Here's why.
कोर्ट ने एक टेम्पररी कहा है कि हम अभी कॉग्निजेंस नहीं ले सकते। कोर्ट सारे मटेरियल को एग्जामिन करेगा। ईडी ने जितना मटेरियल कलेक्ट किया है अगेंस्ट सोनिया गांधी, राहुल एंड ऑल दैट, तो उस सब चीज़ों को जब कोर्ट एग्जामिन करेगा उसके बाद उसका कॉग्निजेंस लेगा। अभी एक टेम्पररी राहत है, इससे बहुत खुश होने की बात है।
लेकिन लगातार जो है कांग्रेस पार्टी दावा करती रही है कि फर्जी केस है, फर्जी तरीके से गांधी परिवार को फंसाया जा रहा है।
नहीं, तो क्या देखिए, सामने कोर्ट का अभी डिटेल ऑर्डर नहीं आया है, लेकिन मैं जहां तक समझता हूं एक ये छोटा सा ऑर्डर आया है कि कोर्ट रिफ्यूज टू टेक कॉग्निजेंस। इससे नहीं होता है। जब कोर्ट पूरा मटेरियल एग्जामिन करेगा, डिटेल में जाएगा मामले के, और उसके बाद अपना जो निर्णय लेगा वही फाइनल होगा।
Joining us live on the broadcast is my colleague Shambhavi from the National Capital. Shambhavi, why is it and why are we saying that there has been no relief that has been granted to the Gandhis?
See, because the order today has been given on a technical point. For the understanding of our viewers, under PMLA, which is Prevention of Money Laundering Act, there is a requirement that for any probe to get started, for any investigation to be started, the initial complaint should be filed by a competent authorized official. But in this case, the complaint was initially filed by Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, and because that was a private complaint, there was some technical issue with it, and the investigation that followed cannot be taken into account. Now, this is the only technical point on which the court today has taken order. It is very important for our viewers to know that no discussion on the merits of the case, whether the Rahul Gandhi or Sonia Gandhi are innocent or guilty, or other details have not been discussed as of yet in the court. This is just a technical delay. It is just a temporary relief that they can consider. The ED will continue its investigation. Even the other FIR, which has been filed by the Delhi Police's EOW, which is Economic Offences Wing, is also going to continue this investigation. So there is no stopping it. They haven't been declared innocent as of now. Right. Just a small technical detail on which the order has been given. Back to you.
All right, Shambhavi, thank you very much for getting us those details. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. The Lutra brothers, Saurabh and Gaurav Lutra, accused in the Goa nightclub fire incident that had led to the death of 25 individuals, have boarded the flight early morning, and those are the visuals of them at the Bangkok airport. From Bangkok airport, their next stop will be at the Delhi airport, where they will be landing today somewhere in the evening, after which they will be taken to the Patiala House Court, where a hearing will begin. Soon after which, the Goa police will be taking them into custody. Remember, why they are of prime importance in this case is because it was under their name where the club that had caught fire was registered. And instead of taking accountability, what they did is they had fled the spot, they had fled the country. They were dragged, traced, and now they will have to face the Indian law. My colleague Prem also had spoken to the counsel of the victims. Let's listen in to what he has to say regarding the arguments that will be presented in the court today.
क्या क्या सेक्शंस आप लोग लगाएंगे? उनको आज दिल्ली लाया जा रहा है, दिल्ली से उनको ट्रांजिट रिमांड दी जाएगी गोवा पुलिस को, तो आपका क्या क्या ये रहेगा, सेक्शंस रहेगा, उसके बारे में बताएं।
डियर, बेसिकली ये हम लोग रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं इसमें, जैसे कि आप लोगों को पता है, जो ये 6 और 7 की इंटरवेंशन नाइट में गोवा के अंदर एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था क्लब के अंदर, जहाँ पर फायर ट्रेजिडी हो गई थी। इसमें बेसिकली जो अभी तक डाटा आया है उसमें 25 लोगों की मौत की खबर आई है, जिसमें से एज पर डाटा ये बताया गया है कि 20 लोग तो ऑलरेडी जो क्लब था उसी के एम्प्लॉय थे और 5 लोग उसमें टूरिस्ट थे। और बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट है कि जो 5 लोग टूरिस्ट थे उन 5 में से 4 लोग एक ही परिवार के थे जो दिल्ली के रहने वाले थे और एक बाहर का था दिल्ली से। इसमें जो 4 लोग दिल्ली के विक्टिम्स हैं जो जिनकी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण से मृत्यु हुई है, वो चारों एक ही परिवार के थे और आपस में सब बिल्कुल रिलेटिव थे। उसकी 5 लोग ये टोटल यहाँ से दिल्ली से वहाँ पर गए थे और जिसमें से सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक वापस आ पाया और 4 लोगों की वहाँ पर मौत हो गई। जो बचा है इसमें भावना जोशी उनका नाम है और उन्हीं के हस्बैंड और तीनों रियल सिस्टर्स की इसमें डेथ हुई है। और ये बेसिकली इंसिडेंट ऐसे हुआ कि बताया उस दिन जब वहाँ पर ये पहुँचे हैं क्लब में, तो शाम को करीबन 11 साढ़े 11 बजे के आसपास ये लोग क्लब में पहुँचे हैं। क्लब में पहुँचने के बाद उस दिन ऑलरेडी वहाँ पर कोई फायर शो क्लब ने ऑर्गेनाइज करा रखा था और जो कि दिसंबर है, पीक सीज़न है गोवा का, ये सभी लोग बिल्कुल अच्छे से जानते हैं। उसी जो इन्होंने इवेंट एक ऑर्गेनाइज करा रखा था, उसी इवेंट के दौरान ये मिसहैप हुआ है और उसी में नेग्लिजेंसी की वजह से ये सब पूरा जो दुर्घटना हुई है इतनी बड़ी।
All right, joining us live on the broadcast are my colleagues Prem and Shambhavi. Shambhavi reporting live from the National Capital. Prem reporting from the Patiala House Court, where the action is going to begin anytime soon. Now, Prem, what are you picking up from the court? Who is going to present the case of the victims and who is going to argue on the behalf of the Lutras?
very soon the Lutra brothers will land in Delhi, and after landing in Delhi, the Lutra brothers will undergo a medical test, and after going a medical test at the airport, their custody will be handed over to the Delhi police. The Delhi police will take the Lutra brothers to the Patiala House Court, and a transit remand will be given to the Goa police. So after getting the remand of the Lutra brothers, they will be taken to Goa, and the further case will go on. Because of, remember viewers, because of the Lutra brothers, the tragic Goa incident took place. Because of their corruption, because of their negligence, the entire 25 people have lost their life, and the Lutra brothers fled the country on that night only when the fire incident took place. And due to this, they are being deported from Thailand. They are arrested in Thailand and now being deported to Delhi. The Delhi police will take the Lutra brothers to Patiala House Court, and the transit remand will be given to the Goa police.
All right, Prem, thank you very much. Joining us live is also Shambhavi from the IGI airport, where the Lutras will be landing anytime soon. Now, Shambhavi, what are you picking up? What exactly is their landing timing?
Well, Lutra brothers are expected somewhat around 1:30 to 1:45 p.m. and when they will land, there is already Delhi police here waiting to take custody of both the Lutra brothers. From here, he'll be taken, as my colleague Prem very well said, that from here the Delhi police will be taking Lutra brothers to the Patiala House Court. There, we already know that a team of 7 police officials from Goa has been deployed to Delhi, who will be taking the custody of both the Lutra brothers, because earlier, to tell our audience, earlier the transit anticipatory bail was filed from the Lutra brothers' end, on which the court actually declined to give the anticipatory bail, but of course the transit remand will be given to the Goa police officials, and now the case will proceed in Goa itself. Back to you.
Both of you, thank you very much for getting us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes are now going to be on the deportation process, which will then be completed. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, India has delivered a sharp and unequivocal response to Pakistan at the United Nations Security Council during the open debate on leadership for peace. India's permanent representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Harish, firmly rejected Pakistan's references to Jammu and Kashmir, reiterating that the region is an integral part of India. Here's what he said.
At the United Nations Security Council open debate on leadership for peace, India took a strong exception to Pakistan's remarks on Jammu and Kashmir. India reiterated that Union territories of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh are an integral and inalienable part of India and will always remain so.
India will counter Pakistan-sponsored terrorism in all its forms and manifestations with all its might.
India accused Pakistan of using every UN platform to pursue what it called was a divisive and obsessive agenda against India. Further, India questioned Pakistan's credibility as a non-permanent member of the Security Council, saying a country driven by such an agenda cannot be expected to uphold its responsibilities.
Pakistan's unwarranted reference to Jammu and Kashmir in today's open debate attests to its obsessive focus on harming India and its people. A serving non-permanent Security Council member that chooses to further this obsession in all meetings and platforms of the UN in pursuit of its divisive agenda cannot be expected to fulfill its designated responsibilities and obligations.
Raising the issue of terrorism, India recalled decades of Pakistan-sponsored violence, including the April 2025 Pahalgam terror attack that killed 26 civilians.
In the last 4 decades, tens of thousands of Indian lives have been lost in Pakistan-sponsored terror attacks, the most recent of which was a Pahalgam terror attack in April 2025, which involved religion-based targeted killings of 26 innocent civilians by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists.
India said it was in this context that New Delhi decided to hold the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance until Pakistan credibly ends support for terrorism. India also took aim at Pakistan's internal political record, pointing to a democratic backsliding and military interference. India's message at the United Nations was unambiguous. Sovereignty is non-negotiable. Terrorism will not be tolerated, and Pakistan must be held accountable on the global stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, in Mohali in Punjab, law and order has gone for a complete toss. This after a Kabaddi player was shot under the broad daylight by assailants. And this was done just before the match. What was done to him? How was he shot dead? And how far has the investigation reached in the case? Here's a report on that.
A Kabaddi player was shot dead after unidentified gunmen opened fire during a Kabaddi match in Mohali on Monday, triggering panic at a venue packed with spectators. Rana Balachuria, whose real name is Kanwar Digvijay Singh, was also one of the organizers of the event. The incident occurred around 5:30 p.m. at a ground in Sector 82, where a Kabaddi tournament was underway. The attackers, who were on a motorcycle, approached the victim under the pretext of taking a selfie before opening fire on him. The Bambiha gang claimed responsibility for the attack, claiming that the victim gave shelter to the killers of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala. According to police and eyewitnesses, the match was in progress when gunshots ran out, sending players and spectators scrambling for cover.
सोहाना के अंदर एक कबड्डी क्लब जो मैच है वो हो रहे थे जी, उसके अंदर जो है आज 2 से 3 लोगों ने फायरिंग की है, जिसमें एक विक्टिम है राना बलाचौरिया करके कबड्डी प्लेयर, वो अभी इंजर हुआ इस फायरिंग में और उसको जो है यहाँ से स्पॉट से लेके फोर्टिस हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट कराया गया है, वहाँ अभी उसकी सिचुएशन क्रिटिकल है.
He sustained gunshot injuries to the head and face and was immediately rushed to a nearby hospital where he later succumbed to his injuries. As further investigation is underway, police have intensified security and are scanning CCTV footage and social media over the shooting.
A terror attack at Sydney's Bondi Beach has left the whole world in shock. Hundreds had gathered for an event at Bondi Beach when 2 gunmen opened fire, killing 16 people and injuring dozens of others. The attack on Jews at Bondi Beach echoes how Hindus were targeted in Pahalgam attack. Sydney has faced an attack similar to the one in India.
Attack at Sydney's Bondi Beach has left the whole world in shock. Hundreds had gathered for an event at Bondi Beach in Australia called Chanukah by the Sea, which celebrated the start of the Hanukkah Jewish festival when 2 gunmen opened fire, killing 15 people and injuring dozens of others. The attack on Jews at Bondi Beach echoes how Hindus were targeted in the Pahalgam attack. Sydney faced an attack eerily similar to one in India. Back on April 22, 2025, several terrorists entered Pahalgam in the state of Jammu and Kashmir and killed 26 people who were on a tour to experience the Himalayan valleys. The mass shooters at Bondi Beach targeted people of one religion, Jews, while Hindus were specifically targeted in the Pahalgam attack. The gunmen in the Bondi Beach attack started shooting at Jews as they celebrated the Jewish festival of Hanukkah. The attackers in Pahalgam specifically asked Hindus to recite the Kalma, and when they refused, they were shot in the forehead. In Pahalgam, Hindus were specifically targeted by the attackers.
पीछे से आए थे, सबसे पहली गोली उन्होंने शुभम को ही मारी थी, पूछ के मारी थी, हिंदू मुसलमान, मुसलमान हो कलमा पढ़ो, नहीं हमें नहीं आता, हम हैं हिंदू, हमने बोला हम हिंदू हैं, मार दिया हमको.
The origin of the terrorist in both the Bondi Beach and Pahalgam attacks is being traced to the haven of terrorism, none other than Pakistan. One of the gunmen in the Bondi Beach attack was Naveed Akram, a 24-year-old man of Pakistani origin who was sent to the Philippines for training for the attack, along with his accomplice, 50-year-old Sajid Akram, also of Pakistani origin, who was fatally shot by police. In the Pahalgam attack, the same situation arose as terrorists from Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba infiltrated Indian territory and killed innocent citizens. However, justice was delivered by the Indian armed forces during Operation Sindoor as over 100 terrorists were killed. The Bondi Beach attack makes it much clearer that Pakistan is a safe haven for terrorists. Bondi Beach in Australia and Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir are two major tourist spots for their respective nations. A similar pattern can be observed in the location chosen by the Bondi Beach terrorists to maximize casualties among the Jewish community, much like how Pahalgam was strategically selected. The Hindus in Pahalgam and Jews in Bondi Beach were enjoying time with their loved ones when the perpetrators attacked them. The citizens were unarmed and were cowardly killed by the terrorists. The Bondi Beach attack was planned, as intel suggests the terrorists were sent to the Philippines for training. The Pakistani terrorists were trained to use guns and to specifically target the Jewish community. Likewise, the terrorists in the Pahalgam attack were well trained to selectively attack Hindus by asking them to recite the Kalma.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's also have a quick check of all the other stories that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 1 minute. The nation is celebrating Vijay Divas today to commemorate India's victory over Pakistan in the 1971 war. It was on this day in 1971 that the chief of Pakistani forces, General A.A. Khan Niazi, along with 93,000 troops, surrendered unconditionally to the allied forces consisting of the Indian Army and Mukti Bahini. The Indian Army has signed a memorandum of understanding to fast-track indigenous drone capabilities for land system. The collaboration will be coordinated through 515 Army base workshop in Secunderabad. A layer of dense, thick fog blanketed Delhi, disrupting flight and train services. Passengers have been requested to contact the airline concerned for updated flight information. Several trains are also running late at the New Delhi railway station. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will attend the Defence Estates Day celebration at Raksha Sampada Bhavan in New Delhi. The Defence Minister will also confer the Raksha Mantri Awards for excellence in public service in the field of defence land management. And with that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, getting you the details of how over 58 lakh names have been deleted as the Election Commission has now published Bengal's SIR draft list.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Viewers, top headlines. Delhi court refuses to take a note of ED's money laundering case against the Gandhis. ED to challenge a special court order on charge sheet. ED Directorate says it's a clear-cut case of money laundering and that the same has been established.
This is a very weird case where there is not a millimeter movement of money, not a millimeter movement of immovable property. All the properties remain with AJL, and yet there is money laundering.
Congress calls court order away. BJP says there is no relief. It is a setback. Lutra brothers accused in Goa nightclub fire deported from Thailand to India to face Indian law. Over 58 lakh names deleted as poll body publishes Bengal's SIR draft list. Hello viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The Lutra brothers Saurabh and Gaurav Lutra accused in the Goa nightclub fire incident that has led to the death of 25 individuals have boarded the flight. That means they're coming back now. They are being deported to India from Thailand after their deportation process was completed by the Thai authorities. The brothers, who are the owners of the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub that was engulfed in flames earlier this month, had fled to Phuket in Thailand from Delhi while the firefighters were battling the flames at the Aripura club. Now, an Interpol blue-collar notice was issued against them. According to reports, the siblings will be landing in the national capital on Monday afternoon. That means they'll be landing very soon now after being deported from Thailand. So once they land here, viewers, this is they will go straight to the Patiala House Court. They'll go straight to the Patiala House Court. We're getting some more statements coming in. Let's go ahead and play them out.
क्या क्या सेक्शंस आप लोग लगाएंगे? उनको आज दिल्ली लाया जा रहा है, दिल्ली से उनको ट्रांजिट रिमांड दी जाएगी गोवा पुलिस को, तो आपका क्या क्या ये रहेगा, सेक्शंस रहेगा, उसके बारे में बताएं।
डियर बेसिकली ये हम लोग रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं इसमें, जैसे कि आप लोगों को पता है, जो ये 6 और 7 की इंटरवेंशन नाइट में गोवा के अंदर एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था क्लब के अंदर जहाँ पर फायर ट्रेजेडी हो गई थी। इसमें बेसिकली जो अभी तक डाटा आया है उसमें 25 लोगों की मौत की खबर आई है, जिसमें से एज पर डाटा ये बताया गया है कि 20 लोग तो ऑलरेडी जो क्लब था उसी के एम्प्लॉय थे और 5 लोग उसमें टूरिस्ट थे। और बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट है कि जो 5 लोग टूरिस्ट थे उन 5 में से 4 लोग एक ही परिवार के थे जो दिल्ली के रहने वाले थे और एक बाहर का था दिल्ली से। इसमें जो 4 लोग दिल्ली के विक्टिम्स हैं जो जिनकी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण से मृत्यु हुई है, वो चारों एक ही परिवार के थे और आपस में सब बिल्कुल रिलेटिव थे। उसकी 5 लोग ये टोटल यहाँ से दिल्ली से वहाँ पर गए थे और जिसमें से सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक वापस आ पाया और 4 लोगों की वहाँ पर मौत हो गई। जो बचा है इसमें भावना जोशी उनका नाम है और उन्हीं के हस्बैंड और तीनों रियल सिस्टर्स की इसमें डेथ हुई है। और ये बेसिकली इंसिडेंट ऐसे हुआ कि बताया उस दिन जब वहाँ पर ये पहुँचे हैं क्लब में, तो शाम को करीबन 11 साढ़े 11 बजे के आसपास ये लोग क्लब में पहुँचे हैं। क्लब में पहुँचने के बाद उस दिन ऑलरेडी वहाँ पर कोई फायर शो क्लब ने ऑर्गेनाइज करा रखा था और जो कि दिसंबर है, पीक सीज़न है गोवा का, ये सभी लोग बिल्कुल अच्छे से जानते हैं। उसी जो इन्होंने इवेंट एक ऑर्गेनाइज करा रखा था, उसी इवेंट के दौरान ये मिसहैप हुआ है और उसी में नेग्लिजेंसी की वजह से ये सब पूरा जो दुर्घटना हुई है इतनी बड़ी।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague. We have with us Shambhavi joining us live from the Delhi airport. Shambhavi, yes, take our viewers through. When will the Lutra brothers be landing? We know that the first stop for them would be the Patiala House Court once they land after being deported.
So Lutra brothers will land any time now. We are here at the airport. Let me show you. There's a lot of security here, and even a team of 7 police officers have been deployed from Goa who will be taking official custody once the Lutra brothers are brought before the Patiala House Court. But for now, you can see there has been a tight security, or you can also see a lot of police officials just around. Let me show you. Let me give you a little bit of the idea now. From here, Lutra brothers just a few days ago were detained by the Thailand police, and now by which just a few days later they've also filed a transit anticipatory bail in the Patiala House Court, which was then rejected by the Patiala House Court, saying that the grounds or the contentions that was made from Lutra brothers' end were not enough. Now that was the latest update, and now that both the Lutra brothers are being brought deported back to India. There's Delhi police, a team of Delhi police here will be taking custody of Saurav Lutra and Gaurav Lutra and will be taking them straight to Patiala House Court, where the transit remand will be given to the Goa officials, the Goa police officials, and then the court case, the case investigation, interrogation, everything which follows will continue from Goa itself. Back to you, Shivangi.
Yes, okay. And let's go to Prem joining us live. Let's go to Prem also who's joining us live. Prem is, I believe, at the Patiala House Court. And he has been speaking to some of the lawyers there and advocates there. Prem, I'm coming across to you right now. And we know that the first stop for the Lutra brothers would be the Patiala House Court. After they were detained in Thailand, they're being deported now. Shambhavi is saying they will be landing anytime soon. Yes, Prem.
So, right after landing in the Delhi airport, their medical test will be done. Like my colleague Shambhavi has rightly pointed out that earlier the Lutra brothers have made an excuse that they are medically unavailable and they are not medically well. So their medical will be done first at the Delhi airport, and after they are doing their medical, their custody will be taken by the Delhi police. Delhi police will then take Lutra brothers to the Patiala House Court, where transit remand will be given to the Goa police. Goa police will then investigate the matter, because Lutra brothers are the key members due to whom the Goa fire tragedy happened, because of their corruption, because of their negligence, because of not following the fire protocols within the club premises. The entire fire tragedy unfolded. So soon the Lutra brothers will come to Patiala House Court after landing in Delhi airport, and transit remand will be given to the Goa police.
That's right. Okay, we have both Prem and Shambhavi. Let's go back to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, you know, before the deportation, we saw so much happening. First, we saw that both the Lutra brothers, they were detained by the Thai authorities. We also saw that their passport was suspended. They took a certificate from the Indian embassy in Thailand to come here back in India. So we have seen all this take place in Thailand. Just take our viewers through what's been happening in Thailand in terms of the action being taken against the Lutra brothers.
See, Shivangi, these Lutra brothers, Saurav Lutra and Gaurav Lutra, they just took the longer route. Things would have ended the same way if they could have just stayed here, because in their contentions that the counsel for both the brothers they were making in the court was that they left for business engagement and the fact that they did not flee from the country. But the timing of it seemed to be a little too convenient for them, because just a couple of hours later, in the middle of the night at 1:17 a.m., very important for our viewers to know, 1:17 a.m. is the time they booked the ticket, and just a few hours post that they fled to Thailand. After they fled to Thailand, just a few hours later, a couple of days, they were detained by the Thailand police, because from here LOC was issued also with the help of Interpol. Blue collar notice was also issued to know about the whereabouts of the same. Even Goa police reached both the brothers' residence in Delhi itself, where they were met by the mother and wife of the Lutra brothers, and they maintained that they have zero idea where both the brothers are, and also when asked about the contact details of the same, the mother and the wife, they did not have any idea. So a lot of contradictions were made in the court as well. Also, as Prem pointed out regarding the medical test which was done. Now, this another very major point was raised from Lutra brothers' end, was that both the brothers, they have a medical history. Saurav Lutra has a history of epilepsy and also hypertension, and Gaurav Lutra has some other neuro issue, but then it was countered by the Council of the State of Goa, saying that Saurav Lutra has the medical condition that Saurav suffers from. For that medical condition, he was prescribed some medicine, but he did not even go to the doctor himself. The doctor prescribed the medicine for Saurav Lutra without Saurav Lutra being present there. So the main contention was that if a doctor can prescribe a medicine without the patient then it must not be that serious. And for Gaurav Lutra, they said that there is some cosmetology involved. Cosmetology is something with the beautification of yourself, and also skin, something regarding that. So that is the medical history that Goa, the state of Goa Council countered with. So a lot of contradictions, a lot of ironic arguments also made in the court. And then, of course, later both the brothers were detained in Thailand, and now they're being deported. Now, any moment now, they will land. They will be here in Delhi. From here, immediately, the Delhi police is going to take custody, which is already on standby here. They're present at the airport. They'll take custody and they'll take them straight to Patiala House Court.
That's right. And you know what is very shocking, and I'll go to Prem next. What is shocking, Prem, and Shambhavi and all our viewers, is that while the firefighters were trying their best to put out the fire at that Birch Club, that is where the Lutra brothers were busy booking a ticket really late at night, around 1 a.m., trying to get a flight from India to Thailand. And on that, I want to go back to my colleague Prem, who's at the Patiala House Court, where the Lutra brothers will be produced. Prem, you know, there's so many criminal charges against the brothers. If you could help our viewers understand what those charges are.
Well, absolutely. See, when the Lutra brothers fled the country, they basically said in court that there was a business trip which was pre-planned. But when it was cross-checked by the authorities and also from the airport and from the airlines as well, it was pointed out that no, the flight tickets were booked that night only, and this was completely a planned manner. The Lutra brothers were framing to escape the country, escape the prosecution, because Lutra brothers are the people who have been engaged in various types of corruption to get them a bailout, because they have their clubs across the country, and to run these clubs they have obtained licenses, they have obtained the legal permissions through various corruption channels. By bribing people, they have obtained the licenses. So we also had a word with the victim prosecution lawyers as well, so the victim counsel as well. So they also said that they will also use the corruption angle in the case against the Lutra brothers, because their corruption led to the negligence in the fire case, and due to that negligence 25 people have lost their life. A family which has four members of one family was killed due to Lutra brothers, and these Lutra brothers have escaped the country at the time when 25 people were killed due to their negligence.
That's right. Let's go to Sorali, who's in Goa. And Sorali has been tracking the story from Goa ever since the incident took place. She's been reporting live for us, getting us all the exclusive images and reactions. Sorali, we know the Goa police is in the national capital, and they reached around a day or two back, and they're ready to go ahead and arrest the Lutra brothers.
Yes, that's true. A team of 7 members from Goa police has been landed in Delhi yesterday night, and including IPS officer, sub-inspector, inspector, Havaldars are there. And we are getting the information that after the Lutra brothers, alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy, will land in Delhi, they will be produced in the Patiala court, post which the custody, the transit remand will be given to Goa police, and then they'll be brought back to the state of Goa. First of all, they'll be taken to Anjuna police station, wherein this entire case has been registered, a fire has been registered, and then they'll be produced in Goa's court. And now we also remember that Goa CM Pramod Sawant had continuously affirmed that as soon as Lutra brothers are in the state of Goa, after all the legalities are done, the strict action will be taken, and soon they'll be seen behind the bars. As we all know, they have fled the interrogation, they had evaded the arrest. We know that at 1:17 a.m. immediately after the tragic incident unfolded, wherein 25 people had to lose their lives, at 1:17 they booked their tickets. At 5:30 a.m. they take a flight to Phuket, and then FIR is registered, lookout notice is being sent out, after which it comes into light that they have fled the country, post which after the blue corner notice is issued, they are nabbed from the Phuket, they are nabbed from Phuket in Thailand from a spa, and currently they are deported. They have left Thailand, they will be landing in national capital, and then the further course will take its, the further legal course will take its place. On the other hand, we also know that all the corruption angles are explored right now. We know that 3 officers are suspended in this case. The former director of Pollution Control Board, former director and secretary of Panchayat, and 6 people are arrested till now. One of them is Ajay Gupta, who's the third wheel. Although on one hand he has been claiming to media that he's a sleeping partner, but according to the investigation that is going on, there might be a possibility that he was quite active in the operations of Romeo Lane. Now we know that Burj by Romeo Lane is a club wherein this tragic fire incident unfolded in the Arpora village, and several lapses were seen. The major one was fire security protocol lapse. Only one entry and exit to entire construction, which we have seen in visuals. Entire construction was seen engulfed in the fire. 23 people succumbed to death and 2 people have burnt to death. So we know that how the main question still lingers, that how come the trade license was issued without the parameters and checks and balances in place. Also, there's this allegation that it is constructed in the CRZ zone, that is coastal regulation zone. So there are several lapses on multiple levels. And police, on the other hand, magisterial probe is also going on. The limit of the probe has been extended. Earlier it was a week, and now the time is extended because to investigate all the details, the documents, and people. Almost 20 people have recorded the statements, but more time is required. So we know that all the corruption angles are explored. Back to you.
That's right. Well, thank you, Sorali, thank you, Shambhavi, and thank you, Prem, because we are counting down for the Lutra brothers to land. And the moment that they land, our reporters will be on the ground getting our viewers back to back and the fastest updates. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we are tracking. A total of 58 lakh names have been deleted from the state's draft voter list after special intensive revision to weed out duplication and errors in West Bengal. Out of these 58 lakh names, 24 lakh have been marked as dead, 19 lakh as relocated, 12 lakh is missing, and 1.3 lakh is duplicate. The publication of the draft list marks the end of the first phase of the special intensive revision. Those whose names have been incorrectly excluded from the draft list can now raise objections and request the corrections. So we are getting these updates coming in. SIR in Bengal, we see that the Election Commission has published West Bengal's draft electoral rolls of West Bengal following SIR. 58 lakh voters have been deleted on various grounds, including death, migration, non-submission of enumeration forms. After these deletions, the state's draft electoral rolls expected to carry the names of the other voters, and with the assembly elections, which are likely to be held in the state next year, the draft rolls, along with the detailed booth-wise list of deleted voters, has been made available on their Chief Electoral Officer West Bengal website. This is what we see, viewers, back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. Now, at the same time, like we said, that the hearing process for the affected voters would also begin in about a week's time. So whoever has been affected in this SIR exercise can get their issue listened to and heard. Let's go to Kishale, who's joining us. Kishale, the deletion list is also accessible through a separate portal. Voters can check whether their own family members' names have been removed and under which category. Kishale.
Well, exactly. Right now, the most important part is that the names which have been deleted already, which includes the voters who are already dead, who have been shifted permanently, and who were not found when the BLOs reached their homes, their names have been deleted, and more than 58 lakh names have been deleted. Now, in the Election Commission's website, there is also an option right now, where the voters who have their names on the list, they can search their EPIC number and they can find out whether they have been included in the list or not. In a while, the Commission will also publish the whole list where all the names are included, the draft list where the included names are there for West Bengal. That will also be published in a while in the CEO West Bengal's website, where the voters who have their names included can see their names. Apart from that, according to sources, about 30 lakh names will be there in a separate list where the voters need to appear for hearing, where the commission has found that it is needed that these voters should be called for hearing. That numbers, according to sources, is about 30 lakhs. Now we have to wait for the draft list to come in, and we will understand whether that number 30 lakhs or whether it's more than that, the voters who have to appear for hearing. Right now, more than 58 lakh have been deleted, and the rest of the names will be published in a while in the draft roll list, where the voters can find out their names are included or are put for hearing.
All right, well, thank you, Krishna, for getting us all those details. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Now, we're waiting for the other big story we're tracking very closely. Lutra brothers are going to be landing in the national capital very, very soon, and we have reporters on the ground. They're accused in the Goa nightclub fire incident. On your screen, we can see that we have been tracking the story very closely. Corruption killed 25 innocent people in Goa at Birch. The Lutras have been tracked. You can see that the Thai authorities detained them. And there was a lot of coordination between the government here and the Thai government to deport the Lutras back to the national capital. And this is where they'll face justice. They will be arrested and they will be produced at the Patiala House Court. We're getting some reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
क्या क्या सेक्शंस आप लोग लगाएंगे, उनको आज दिल्ली लाया जा रहा है, दिल्ली से उनको ट्रांजिट रिमांड दी जाएगी गोवा पुलिस को, तो आपका क्या क्या ये रहेगा, सेक्शंस रहेगा, उसके बारे में बताएं।
डियर, बेसिकली ये हम लोग रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं इसमें, जैसे कि आप लोगों को पता है, जो ये 6 और 7 की इंटरवेंशन नाइट में गोवा के अंदर एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था क्लब के अंदर, जहाँ पर फायर ट्रेजेडी हो गई थी। इसमें बेसिकली जो अभी तक डाटा आया है उसमें 25 लोगों की मौत की खबर आई है, जिसमें से एज पर डाटा ये बताया गया है कि 20 लोग तो ऑलरेडी जो क्लब था उसी के एम्प्लॉय थे और 5 लोग उसमें टूरिस्ट थे। और बड़ा अनफॉर्चुनेट है कि जो 5 लोग टूरिस्ट थे उन 5 में से 4 लोग एक ही परिवार के थे जो दिल्ली के रहने वाले थे और एक बाहर का था दिल्ली से। इसमें जो 4 लोग दिल्ली के विक्टिम्स हैं जो जिनकी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण से मृत्यु हुई है, वो चारों एक ही परिवार के थे और आपस में सब बिल्कुल रिलेटिव थे। उसकी 5 लोग ये टोटल यहाँ से दिल्ली से वहाँ पर गए थे और जिसमें से सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक वापस आ पाया और 4 लोगों की वहाँ पर मौत हो गई। जो बचा है इसमें भावना जोशी उनका नाम है और उन्हीं के हस्बैंड और तीनों रियल सिस्टर्स की इसमें डेथ हुई है। और ये बेसिकली इंसिडेंट ऐसे हुआ कि बताया उस दिन जब वहाँ पर ये पहुँचे हैं क्लब में, तो शाम को करीबन 11 साढ़े 11 बजे के आसपास ये लोग क्लब में पहुँचे हैं। क्लब में पहुँचने के बाद उस दिन ऑलरेडी वहाँ पर कोई फायर शो क्लब ने ऑर्गेनाइज करा रखा था और जो कि दिसंबर है, पीक सीज़न है गोवा का, ये सभी लोग बिल्कुल अच्छे से जानते हैं। उसी जो इन्होंने इवेंट एक ऑर्गेनाइज करा रखा था, उसी इवेंट के दौरान ये मिसहैप हुआ है और उसी में नेग्लिजेंसी की वजह से ये सब पूरा जो दुर्घटना हुई है इतनी बड़ी।
All right, we have our reporters with us. We have Shambhavi at the Delhi airport, and we also have with us Prem. I want to go back to Shambhavi first because Shambhavi, I mean, around this is the time we expected the Lutra brothers to be landing. Do we have any information on how much longer would it take?
Well, it was supposed to be landing at around 1:35 p.m., but there must be a few minutes delay, but they will be landing any time soon. We are here right outside the gate, as you can see, and they'll be coming out from there. There's also police deployed here, a Delhi police, which is already here, will be taking custody of the Lutra brothers and be taking them to Patiala House Court. And just any time now, both the Lutra brothers, Gaurav Lutra and Saurabh Lutra, are going to be here. The same brothers were responsible for the death of 25 innocent lives in the fire incident that happened in Birch by Romeo Lane Club. Shivangi.
That's right. That means, Shambhavi, that they will be landing anytime soon. Of course, Shambhavi will get us the first pictures once they land, once they come out from the gate. And then the next thing will be that they will be transferred for a medical test and then to the Patiala House Court. That the Goa police, Prem, will arrest them the moment they touch the ground, the Indian soil. If you could help our viewers understand what awaits them at the Patiala House Court.
See, as soon as the Lutra brothers are taken to the Patiala House Court, a transit remand will be given to the Goa police, because Goa police matter is listed in Goa, and Goa police will take Lutra brothers to Goa. See, on the day when the fire incident took place, the Lutra brothers fled the country in a planned manner. They booked the tickets on that night only, and they fled the country. This is after they were presented. They fled the country, and they will be presented in Patiala House Court, because the transit remand will be given to the Goa police.
Yes. And, Prem, I'm coming back to you once more, because, we have to also understand what the legal the legal aids, the legal advocates and legal representation of the Lutra brothers have been saying. Now, they are saying that they were not present when the fire broke out, therefore could not be held criminally liable. It could help our viewers understand what they have been saying about the Lutra brothers, the legal side of the Lutra brothers.
Well, absolutely. What we got from the victim counsel is that the Lutra brothers they will seek capital punishment for Lutra brothers, because the Lutra brothers have engaged in various crimes like corruption as well. Due to their corruption, the fire broke out. Due to their negligence, fire broke out and 25 people have lost their lives. The corruption angle emerges. Other than that, accountability of the Lutra brothers is also in question, because they hold the ownership of the club, and due to that ownership they are accountable, because when the fire safety norms are not followed, why the fire safety norms are not followed, why the licenses were obtained by bribing officials. So these are the questions which must be raised before the court.
That's right. Okay, let's go straight back to my colleagues. We are going back to Shambhavi. Shambhavi, it has been a very long process in terms of getting them back. However, within a few days, the process was expedited because the Thai authorities cooperated with the Indian government to get them back. We saw that it was an automatic deportation which was triggered because the passports were suspended, which is better than an extradition, which takes a longer time. If you could help our viewers understand these details as we wait for the Lutra brothers to land after being deported.
So, Shivangi, the actions of both the Lutra brothers as well as the arguments that they made in court, they will be very counterintuitive. Just in some time, I'll be explaining this to our viewers, what they did and then what they were arguing in court, and now that they're being deported, they are very contradictory in nature. The fact that both the Lutra brothers said that they did not flee the country, they went on a business engagement, and I am quoting the petition here, they went on a big business engagement, and also they were looking at a prospective site for the new restaurant that they will be opening in Thailand. That was their main contention. But again, they also said in court that we will not be coming back right now because we know that if we come back, we'll be arrested. So if at all, the court gives them an anticipatory bail and assures them that once they come back, they will not be taken into custody as an accused, but they can be taken into custody as an aid to the investigation. So basically what they were saying is that we want to come back, but we are scared that you will arrest us. So let us come back and let us help you. So if their main intention was to help in the first place, why flee the country? So this was the main contradictory argument or contradictory action from the Lutra brothers' end, and they just elongated this entire process where the Lutra brothers will have to be deported if at all they wanted to aid. They could have been here, and we will keep bringing you the ground update from the airport, and we'll bring you the first pictures of both the Lutra brothers just after a very short break.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
A terror attack at Sydney's Bondi beach has left the whole world in shock.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Delhi court more trouble for the Gandhis herald probe to begin again. ED to challenge court order in the National Herald case. All right, the Lutra brothers have been now finally dragged back to the country, viewers, after they fled after the deadly fire that happened in the club that they were running in Goa. And Lutras, deported from Thailand, have reached India. They have landed in the national capital. Live shots coming in from the airport. Plane carrying the Lutra brothers has touched down in Delhi, and from Bangkok they have been they have been deported. They have been deported from Thailand, and now soon they are going to face the law of the land, the same law they have been evading. They have been evading the law which has led to the death of 25 innocent people in Goa's Birch Club. And the Goa police is present at the Delhi airport to take Lutra's custody. Siddharth Lutra, Gaurav Lutra, who are running the Birch Club by Romeo Lane in Goa. And the night that deadly fire took place, the next morning they fled the country on an Indigo flight. Shambhavi, my colleague, joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Shambhavi, tell us more. What's the next step? What's the next action? Because we can see Goa police is present at the airport as well, and they will be soon taking custody. Shambhavi.
Gates from where the team will be bringing both the Lutra brothers, Saurav Lutra and Gaurav Lutra. As you can see, there's police here, there's Delhi police here, as well as the team of 7 police officers which have been deployed from the Goa
to take custody of both the Lutra brothers, because the case will proceed. The next step will be taken from Goa itself. So now this is the same gate we are constantly showing you. Just any moment now, both the brothers Saurav Lutra and Gaurav Lutra will be brought in. Then later, they will be taken for medical.
Areas being barricaded from all the ends. You can see from left to right and from the same gate. They will be coming out and then they'll be taken for a medical test because time and again, even both the counsel for both the brothers have claimed in the court that they have a medical history, so they should at least be given. This was one of the contentions that we were making when they were arguing for their transit anticipatory bail, which was in the end rejected by the court. But they will be taken for a medical test. Then from here, Delhi police will be taking both the brothers to the Patiala House Court, where the transit remand will be given to the Goa police. A team of 7 police officials who are here from Goa. They have been deployed to take custody of both the brothers from same gate. This is the gate. Anytime now you will see Saurav Lutra and Gaurav Lutra, the same Lutra brothers were responsible for the death of 25 innocent people in this unfortunate incident that happened in Birch by Romeo Lane Club. For our viewers, we know that I'll explain what actually happened. There's a club and the location of it is very secluded. It is on a narrow end because of this situation, because of this location, geographic location, it was difficult for the firefighting bus to reach the location on time, and they had to stop because of the narrow lanes leading to the club. They had to stop around 400 to 500 meters away from the club, which has delayed the entire process of extinguishing the fire. And as a result, a lot of people even tried to escape in the basement, but because of lack of proper ventilation in the club, they lost their lives. So the club does not have a fire NOC. The club does not have the required licenses, and whatever license they have, there are allegations that they have acquired it through corruption. So a lot of angles have been going on in this story, but any time now you will see both the brothers, Gaurav Lutra and Saurav Lutra, coming out from the door, and then the Delhi police will take custody and will be taking them to Patiala House Court.
Just to get into more details in this case, now the other, there was a co-owner that has been also, had also been picked up by the police, in this case, Shambhavi. Has he revealed anything? Has he confessed to any violation? What has been his part of the story? What has he told the investigative authorities?
So Rakshita, revealing or confessing is a far cry because they are not even ready to take accountability. They're not even ready to take to accept that they actually fled the country. They are not even ready to take to accept that them leaving from India just few hours after the incident was them actually fleeing from the country. They maintained in the court that they went for a prior business engagement, which, by the way, was very convenient timing because when the fire took place around 11:50, 11:30 p.m. on the Saturday, just a few hours later, a couple of hours later, the flight was booked by the brothers at 1:17 a.m. and they took a flight. They took an Indigo flight of around 5:15 a.m. if I'm not wrong, and they fled to Thailand. And they maintained that this was because they wanted to see a prospective location for their restaurant that they were planning to open in Thailand. So there has been no accountability. There has been zero accountability from them. And they even actually put a condition in the court that we are ready to come back. We are ready to help in the investigation. We want to help the families, the grieving families, but only on the condition that we will not be arrested. Why will we come back if we know that we will be arrested? And also you have demolished 2 of my properties without proper notice. So instead of taking accountability, instead of confessing anything or revealing anything that would help in the investigation, they're actually blaming the authorities for bulldozing their illegal properties after that, Rakshita. So there has been zero accountability from both the brothers' end.
Right. Well, that's the latest we have. Lutra brothers being deported from Thailand. Viewers, as you can see to the left side of your screens, they were when they were at the airport there in Thailand, in Bangkok, and now they have been deported. They have landed in the national capital soon. The Goa police will be taking custody of the Lutra brothers, and they will be facing the legal case. The Birch owners nightclub tragedy that happened, claiming 25 lives. Remember, the co-owner Ajay Gupta is in a 7-day custody. The court had sent him to a 7-day custody, and he said that he was just a sleeping partner with no operational role. Of course, it remains to be seen what really happens next as the Lutras are dragged back to India. And we will be continuing to get more details from Ground Zero. How much time from now, Shambhavi, do we expect that the Lutra brothers will be exiting, will be coming out of the from inside the airport, and the Goa police will be taking custody? And where does it? What if you just could tell us more about the next step of actions from the authorities?
Actually, the flight in which the Lutra brothers were actually traveling has landed. So now whatever delays there, for whatever few minutes they'll be inside, there'll be just some formalities that needs to be fulfilled. And just any moment now, any minute now, you'll see Saurav Lutra and Gaurav Lutra coming out of this gate. And next, the Delhi police is going to take them for a medical test, from where they'll be taken to Patiala House Court. And then in the Patiala House Court, the transit remedy will be given to the Goa police, because in the next step, the next hearing, the next proceedings, or whatever legal proceedings there are, that will be done from Goa itself. That is, although they initially filed a transit anticipatory bail as well, but that was denied. But the transit remand will be given to the Goa police. A team of 7 officials is also here at the airport, and they are the ones who will be taking official custody of both the Lutras, Gaurav Lutra and Saurav Lutra, and they'll be taking them back to Goa, where the next legal action will be taken. Whatever investigation, whatever trial needs to be, because there are several charges under which they've been charged in the FIR that was filed just the next day after which the incident happened. For our viewers, there are 3 charges on which both these brothers have been charged. One is a culpable homicide not amounting to murder, that is section 105 of the BNS. The other is section 125 of the BNS, which is putting endangering life and personal safety. And the third is section 287 of BNS, which is negligible conduct with fire or any combustible matter. Now this is because both the brothers have been claiming that they hired a third-party performer, dancer, who came to perform that night, the day when this unfortunate fire actually took place. And she used some combustible objects, which actually resulted in the fire in the first place. So these 3 are the major charges under which they have been charged, and these are the charges which have been mentioned in the FIR. Of course, as and when the investigation continues, as and when the interrogation continues, if something else comes up, more details are revealed, there will be sections, of course, added. But originally, these are the 3 charges in the FIR as of now. And the gate that you can see in my frame right now, just from that gate, any moment now, just any minute now, you will see both the Lutra brothers who've been deported from Thailand, who fled the country just few hours after this unfortunate incident, will be coming back. Rakshita.
Absolutely. And because of this case, this unfortunate tragedy that took place in Goa, there has been a crackdown now, in different nightclubs of Goa, because it is festive season especially. There will be different kinds of shows. There will be, of course, dance shows and these fire shows, so-called fire shows. And there needs to be regulations put in place. There needs to be compliance with the rules, because it's a festive season, it's a New Year season, and people from not just across the country, across the world, throng to Goa. And it's important that, these now the violations there should be a check on the rules, if they are being followed or not, Shambhavi. And with this case, there has been the hafta culture that has also come under scanner now, because we've seen that this is all corruption, which is deeply entrenched, that has been going on for decades. And now a case of fire tragedy that led to 25 deaths should be now opening the eyes, and the courts, the system now that has been subverted, now should be setting an example by punishing those who are guilty.
definitely, Rakshita, as you very rightly pointed out, that of course this is a festive season and there's also a peak time in Goa where most of the people, they visit Goa. So shows and third-party shows or dances or such programs in this time is very normal. But this is putting blame on a third party. This is lack of accountability from both the brothers' end. They should have had the proper NOC. They should have had the proper license, which is required to run the club, because there was no fire NOC, and the location of it was also very problematic. So for a club to start in that location is also very questionable, because this is also being questioned, Rakshita, that when the firefighting truck actually reached the location, it could not go inside because the club is at the end of a very narrow lane, and this Birch by Romeo Lane has been promoting itself as an island club, as India's first island club, and it is just using that disadvantaged geography to their advantage. But this was a huge disadvantage for the firefighting truck because they could not come, so they had to stop around 400 meters away, which actually they lost a lot of time there. I think more people could have saved if the firefighting truck could have just reached the location and extinguished the fire on the right time. So there's several things which is problematic in this.
All right, so that's the breaking news we have, Shambhavi. Goa police has formally arrested, has taken custody of the Lutra brothers. So after their touchdown, they've now been they have been arrested by the Goa police, and now the case will be initiated. He will be produced. They both will be produced in the Delhi court for transit remand. So as per procedure, Shambhavi, what we're getting to know, the Lutra brothers arrested, and they will be heading to the Delhi court. Shambhavi. Shambhavi, can you hear me? Shambhavi, now the Lutra brothers have been taken into custody by Goa police, and they will be now produced in the Delhi court for transit remand. Shambhavi, can you hear me?
Right.
All right.
Yes, Rakshita. They've been taken into custody, and now they'll be taken.
Go ahead, Shambhavi. I think we have lost that connection. We'll just try and reconnect with Shambhavi there. This is the update we have right now. Lutra brothers have been taken into custody by the Goa police, and they will be produced in the Delhi court for a transit remand because they will be tried in Goa courts. Okay, Swarali is also joining us live with the broadcast. Swarali, you've been tracking this case very, very closely. The Goa police has arrested now. They've arrested Lutra brothers at the Delhi airport. Tell us, what is the next? What will be following next? We know that they both will be produced in the Delhi court.
Yes, that's true. The team of Goa police has now arrested Lutra brothers, who are the alleged perpetrators of Goa fire tragedy. 25 people have lost their lives in the very tragic incident in the state of Goa. One of the very tragic incident. Now they'll be produced in the Patiala court in Delhi, post which they'll be taken back to the state of Goa. They'll be brought to the Anjuna police station, wherein this entire case has been registered. FIR in their names has been registered. Shambhavi is telling about all the articles under which they have been booked. The charges of murder and the reason for anything regarding the danger of fire. So they will be brought back to the Anjuna police station, and then they'll be produced in the court of Goa for further legal action to be taken. We also remember that constantly Goa's CM Pramod Sawant has affirmed that as soon as they come back to the state of Goa, all the legalities are done. As soon as possible, Lutra brothers will be behind the bars, because this is a very, very sensitive case in which 25 people have been killed because of there was only single entry and exit to entire construction, to entire Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub. We have seen the visuals wherein it was engulfed in fire, and 23 people who went down to take a shelter from this fire tragedy in the kitchen area, which was underground, which is constructed underground, had no ventilation, no window, entry, exit, and that's the reason they have succumbed to death, and 2 people have been burnt to death, and the deceased family members and the people of Goa were demanding justice in this case, because Goa is a tourism hotspot. We also have to understand that visitors, tourists from not just from the country but across the world pour in throng Goa. And this is a festive season. There are several such nightclubs, restaurants and bars across the state wherein people come in hundreds and thousands. The number is huge. So if such a fire safety protocol lapse is been seen, it's a very, very dangerous thing also. We have been tried and talked with the BJP MLA Michael Lobu, who had claimed, he had alleged that 50% of the nightclubs would not be having fire NOC. We have also reported from other nightclubs in the Vagator area. We know that the second property owned by Lutra brothers in the Vagator Romeo Lane was demolished because again there was an illegal wooden plank construction on the seashore around 198 square kilometers, which was not allowed, and that's why it was bulldozed. On the other hand, nightclubs like CO2 Cafe nightclub, Goya nightclub are also being sealed by the government in the aftermath of what has happened. Government has also put out an SOP, 12 points SOP, wherein if all the parameters and measures are not considered or not implemented, the nightclubs, restaurants and bars are going to be sealed. So we can see strict action across the state of Goa, and administration has also affirmed, they have assured that this will continue. The drive will continue till all the nightclubs, bars and restaurants are sealed who are not well in balance.
Right, stay on with us. We also have Shambhavi joining us from the airport. Shambhavi, tell us, what are you picking up? We do know that they have been formally arrested by the Goa police, will be produced in the Delhi court.
Been arrested yes, Rakshita, both the brothers have been arrested by the Goa police, and the Goa police will be producing the Lutra brothers in Delhi court for the transit remand so that they can be taken back to Goa, and the next legal steps will be taken care of. And this is after 10 days, Rakshita. 10 days after the incident that both the brothers are finally under Goa police custody. There was a lot of running and chasing involved. There's a lot of fleeing involved. Cases and contentions and arguments in the court of law. Anticipatory bail rejected. And then finally, they are being brought back. They are being deported. They were deported. And just a few days ago, they were detained by the Thailand police from their hotel room in Thailand. And now they're being deported back here. And just any time now, you will see both the brothers walking out of that gate, and then they'll be taken to the Patiala House Court, where the transit remand will be given to the Goa police. Rakshita.
Right, that's the breaking news we have right now, viewers. You can see the IGI airport. Soon we will see that the Goa police will be taking the Lutra brothers out, and they will finally facing the law of the land. And there have been, of course, several violations that had been reported. Shambhavi, if you could, there were also, allegations about how shell companies have been used. This is quite deeply entrenched, not just only about how the rules have been violated. There are allegations of bribery. There are allegations how shell companies have been used. This corruption has been deeply entrenched.
Definitely, and there are several angles which are going on in the story here, Rakshita, be it how they actually attained the license, the several licenses which they couldn't have, but with the help of corruption, alleged corruption, they got the licenses, and them absconding from the country just a few hours after this incident actually happened. Then you very rightly pointed out the use of shell companies by both these Lutra brothers, because around 42 companies under the name of both these Lutra brothers were registered to one address. And these were the shell companies which they were using for alleged money laundering. These were the shell companies that they were using for, we don't know what purposes. We still don't have the complete information. That was still a point of investigation for the police. But we know that around 42 companies, same directors of all the 42 companies, same address on which those 42 companies were registered, no office, Rakshita. So a lot of other allegations also. This is not the first time when both the Lutra brothers were in trouble under the eyes of the law. Even 2 years ago, there were some cases on other clubs of the Lutra brothers because they violated several other laws. One was violating the noise pollution rules in
it was among the top 7 clubs who violated the noise pollution rules times and again. So this, every enterprise under Lutra brothers, or most of them at least, have been under the eyes of law, or have been under the radar of doing something or the other illegal. And this was again something which was huge. Accountability instead of helping the police in the investigation, helping the authorities in the investigation, chose to flee. Rakshita.
Right. That's the update we have right now. The Lutra brothers have been dragged back to the country. And remember, viewers, this happened after Republic TV continued to expose the deep rot in the system. And as a Republic TV's impact story, we see that the Lutra brothers finally traced to Thailand and have been deported today, and they land back the national capital, and they will be facing the same law that they had been tried to escape. And we will be, of course, trying to get you more updates from Ground Zero, as they will be taken to Goa. First, they will be in the Delhi High. They will be produced at the Patiala House Court, where the Goa police will be seeking their transit remand, and then they will be facing the case in Goa. Now, this is, of course, now Shambhavi, you know, we've been tracking, Republic TV has been tracking each and every angle of this story. And, you know, there's not just about one Birch by Romeo Lane. You know, there are several others who have been, there are several other nightclubs who have witnessed sealing right after this incident.
Definitely, Rakshita, and even apart from the 42 companies that are registered, and some of them are shell companies, most of them are just running on paper and with the same address, and also they've been claiming that their office, their outlet for all those companies are in Thailand, but again at the address which they've put down as their outlet in Thailand, that address does not have anything close to what they actually claim. Apart from that, even in the petition, even in the transit anticipatory bail petition that they filed, they said that both the Lutra brothers have around 27 institutions, 27 establishments under their name. And they said that we do have 27 establishments, but every day-to-day operations, we cannot take care of it. Even they've been claiming in the arguments in the court that even at the Birch by Romeo Lane, they've hardly been to Goa twice or thrice. So they cannot take accountability. They will not take responsibility of what happens on everyday basis, what are the operational regularities, or what are the operational details. We don't have any idea, and they even claim that we are just the license holders. We do not take care of operations every day, day-to-day operations. So we are not to be blamed here in this entire scenario, and we want to help. So apart from those 42 institutions, we still don't know from the 42 shell companies and those 27 establishments that they've claimed are under the brothers. We don't know what more will come, because two of their clubs, two of their establishments have already been demolished, and they've said that we were not given any notice, and they are not taking responsibility, they're not taking accountability. The fact that most of their establishments, they lack the required license, they lack the required NOC or the required document, and even if some companies have the required documents, the information on it is fake. The office information on it is fake. The information regarding the outlet in Delhi or even the outlet in Thailand is fake. So what is true? We don't know that out of all these institutions, out of all these establishments, what is true, what is not. And of course, definitely when more investigation continues, or when both the brothers will be interrogated by the authorities, much more is going to come up, Rakshita. So much more regarding Birch by Romeo Lane and about the other establishments which both these brothers have under their name. So much more is expected to come. Rakshita.
Right. Lutras being dragged back finally. They will be now taken. They have been arrested by the Goa police. They will be now taken to the Patiala House Court, and the Goa police then thereafter will be taking them on transit remand. Right, all right, we will be tracking more details as Shambhavi is right now at Ground Zero. She is reporting from the Delhi airport, and the Lutra brothers are now officially under Goa police custody after 10 days of the tragedy that happened at the Birch Nightclub and in Goa, and Lutras now will be facing the law of the land. Goa police will be taking their transit remand. They have been deported from Bangkok today, and they face charges for allegedly operating the club without proper safety permits. The blaze took place on the 6th of December. The club that has been suspected to cause during a fire show on the premises.
Coming in live from the Indira Gandhi International Airport in Delhi, where the Lutra brothers are to be brought to very soon to be taken to Goa on transit remand. Their transit remand has been taken by the Goa police from a Delhi court. And we are keeping close track of the developments both at the end of Goa, where our correspondent Swarali is there reporting live on the developments connected with the Birch Nightclub tragedy. And in Delhi, we have Shambhavi reporting live. And these are pictures coming in live from the IGI airport, from where the Lutra brothers, who had escaped and were in hiding in Thailand, have been brought back, are to be taken out from Delhi and to Goa. Shambhavi, if we can check, Shambhavi is live with us, and we can... Okay, we in fact have Shambhavi live with us for more on this. Shambhavi, 25 lives, precious lives lost while they were in revelry. They thought they have come and are going to have some fun time, and that's when their lives were lost because of criminal negligence and illegalities of the Lutra brothers. And these are live pictures from inside the flight where the Lutra brothers, the flight in which Lutra brothers would be taken from Delhi to Goa. First pictures for our viewers. We have these pictures coming in live from the airport. Lutra brothers now in the net of Indian law enforcement agencies. And these are from inside. I believe Shambhavi is there. Can we confirm? Is Shambhavi there inside, and we can...
Yes.
Okay, Shambhavi, over to you now. Please tell us what's happening around you, and are the Lutra brothers there in this flight?
Well, just a few moments ago, the flight in which Lutra brothers were traveling was landed, and the airport immigration itself, both the brothers, Saurav Lutra and Gaurav Lutra, has been arrested by the Goa police. Now a team of around 7 officials deployed to Delhi, and they were here waiting for the flight. And just a few minutes ago, the flight landed, and as soon as they came outside the flight at the airport immigration itself, both the brothers were arrested by the Goa police. We are showing you the visual of the gate from which both the brothers will be coming out. And this is the same. They are the same brothers who are responsible for the unfortunate death of 25 people, 20 employees of the same club, Birch by Romeo Lane, and 5 tourists who were there to, as you very rightly said, who were there to have a fun time, enjoy, because this is a peak time where people usually go to Goa to enjoy, to celebrate, and all the festivities. Christmas is near, New Year is near, and there is a different environment in Goa right now. But in one of those moments when the Birch by Romeo Lane, according to them, what they've been claiming is they hired a third party to perform at their club, and they allegedly used some combustible objects, some combustible material that led to the fire. Although this is just an allegation right now, this has not been investigated yet. But we know that both the brothers, Saurav Lutra, Gaurav Lutra, they fled from India just a few hours after the unfortunate incident. Now, the incident happened, there was a fire around at 11:15 to 11:30 p.m. Saturday, and they booked a flight, just a couple of hours. At 1:17 a.m. in the morning, they booked an Indigo flight and then they fled from India.
Absolutely. Shambhavi, stay with us. We're going to keep coming back to you. We are being joined in by former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, Vikram Singh, for the police view on this. Very good afternoon to you, Mr. Singh. And my first question to you, the fact that Lutra brothers ran out of the country the same night shows malintent, mala fide, that they really wanted to avoid the long arm of the law.
Good afternoon. You have hit the nail on the head when you said that they fled the country. And when they fled the country, they were fugitives of justice. And it is a matter of satisfaction that the cooperation between Thailand and India and also the proactive efforts made by MEA has seen that both the culprits, Lutra brothers, are now back in Delhi, would be produced in the Patiala House Court, and also a transit remand would be taken after a medical examination so that they don't show and level false charges of brutalizing against the Goa police and the Delhi Special Police Branch, who will escort them to the Patiala House Court. I compliment the law enforcement agencies for what they have been able to achieve, but I would also extremely sorry to say that what happened in Goa was an avoidable tragedy, because these Lutra brothers, Ajay Gupta and also Surinder Khosla, as also the corrupt government departments like the fire service, the excise, the magistracy and the Gram Panchayat, the demolition order dates back to December 23, yet it was not demolished. They flouted every single rule in the rule book, and therefore they were brazen, shameless. And I'm given to understand, I would not like to believe, it is alleged that the monthly payoff was rupees 10 lakhs. But if there be the case, which I'm sure there is no smoke without fire, that the corruption angle has to be investigated, and the larger conspiracy has to incorporate all the corrupt government officials who were privy to the wrong going on in this nightclub. And therefore, they were willing accessories to the crime and the tragedy.
100%, sir. One more question before I let you go. Quick answer to whether the fact of Lutra brothers escaping, running away from the long arm of the law compounds their criminal act.
Absolutely. Running away from the scene of crime and then sending a video note in respect of sympathizing with the victims, that also adding insult to injury, and therefore fleeing from the scene of crime is also being a fugitive of justice. And I would have been very satisfied had they been declared proclaimed offenders or absconders. But nothing like this was also done, and I would also blame the local authorities for that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vikram Singh, the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh Police, giving the police view on the manner in which the Lutra brothers have conducted themselves. I go back to Shambhavi. She's reporting from outside the IGI, and that's where all the action is. This is the flight in which the Goa police is taking the Lutra brothers back to Goa from Delhi, and a transit remand has been taken. The court finding merits in the case and immediately letting the Goa police have the custody of Lutra brothers. Shambhavi, please tell us what happens from now on till the time that these Lutra brothers are produced before the Goa court, possibly tomorrow.
Now that once they'll get, we already know that at the airport immigration itself, the Goa police has arrested and taken both the brothers in custody. Now they'll be taken to the Patiala House Court, where the transit remand for both the brothers will be handed over to the Goa police officially, and then they'll be taking him back face the law, where further investigation, further interrogation in this matter, because Abhishek, there are several angles which are going on in the story, apart from just this fire which costed 25 innocent people their lives in Burj by Romeo Lane. There are other two establishments of the same, they were demolished because of lack of proper NOC, lack of proper papers, and that has been the scene throughout. We also know that around 42 companies, 42 shell companies have been linked with both the brothers, where fake address has been used. Most of these entities, out of those 42 companies and LLPs, many of which only exist on paper. And most of these entities are registered as a single address. And this raises serious suspicion of shell companies or Benami transactions and also possible money laundering. So right now we are seeing at much more than just an incident that costed 25 people. We are seeing at possible money laundering, and if at all that could be established, possibly ED could be involved in this. And even corporate records also show that both the brothers, they've reportedly claimed that they have an international presence in Phuket, Thailand, because they, even in their petition, even in the transit anticipatory bail petition that they filed, they said that they went to Thailand because they were looking at some prospective sites for their new restaurant that they'll be opening in Thailand. But checks found that there is no operational outlet, there is no reviews, there is no verifiable address. So all these companies, all these 42 companies, we don't know how many of them are actually, so they are involved in possible corruption. They are involved in alleged money laundering. And again, they have, of course, their negligence have costed 25 people their lives.
Okay. In fact, as you speak, Shambhavi, and stay with us, we are also going to go to Goa to have Swarali live from there. But we are beaming now exclusive pictures of the Lutra brothers while being escorted at the Delhi airport by the Goa police. They seem to be in shackles and they are in custody. And this is possibly of the moment just before they boarded. Now, because they are inside the flight, we have pictures. We are soon going to get you pictures of the Lutras inside the aircraft, which is going to take them to Goa. And we can get Swarali voice as to what preparations are there in Goa to make sure that the due process of law to which the Lutra brothers are to be subjected is fast-paced, and they're brought to justice in the soonest possible time. As we were discussing earlier with Vikram Singh, the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, the criminal act is compounded by the fact that there is malintent and mala fide in escaping and trying to avoid the long arm of the law. And the agencies did succeed in bringing them back. Look at these pictures from inside. This is from outside the aircraft. There are pictures available of inside the aircraft also. We were beaming them just a while back. There are pictures of Lutra brothers sitting in their chair, in having their seat inside the flight, which is going to take them to Goa. Arrested from Thailand, brought to Delhi, given a transit remand by a court, magistrate's court, for Goa, and the Goa police taking them into custody. And in transit remand, they can stay with the police or be with the police for 24 hours before they have to be produced in front of a court of law for decision whether they should be given into police custody, as in a remand, or whether they can be sent in for judicial custody, which typically happens for 14 days. Even as we stay with the pictures, we have Swarali now joining us from Goa live over the phone. Okay, we have her live, in fact. Swarali, coming to you. The flight is ready. It would be wheels up in just a bit, and then about 2.5 hours time it takes to land in Goa, which is about 6 p.m. What happens next? What are you hearing from your sources in the Goa police on the ground? Are they going to be produced in a court for remand tonight itself, or are they going to be produced tomorrow? What's the process like going to be for the Lutra brothers?
Yes, let me tell you about when will they be taken to court. We are still waiting for the information, that piece of information, but we definitely know that once they are in Goa, they'll be taken to the Anjuna police station, wherein this entire case has been registered. FIR has been registered, and then they'll be taken to the court in Goa, in the Mapsa court, to be very specific. And as we all know, that Goa CM has been continuously affirming that as soon as Lutra brothers, who are the alleged perpetrators of the Goa fire tragedy, which killed 25 people, as soon as they are in the state of Goa and all the legalities, all the legal action, formalities required are taken, as soon as they are completed, soon Lutra brothers will be behind the bar, because we have to understand that this has become a very, very sensitive case because of the fire safety protocol lapses, which were not in place. 25 people had to lose their lives, to be very specific. 23 succumbed to death in the kitchen area, which was constructed underground. There was no ventilation, entry, exit, and that's why due to the smog that was created, due to the fire that engulfed the entire Burj by Romeo Lane nightclub building. 23 people succumbed and 2 had burned to death. Now we also know that there's a corruption angle to it because the question still arises over here is that how was the trade license issued in the first place? So all the investigation is done, all the angles are explored, and right now we are waiting for Lutra brothers to come back to the state of Goa and further legal action to be taken on them.
Yeah. And so in about 3 hours' time, they should be landing in Goa, and then the due process of law begins. They have to be brought to justice for the manner in which they indulged in criminal negligence and acts of illegalities in cahoots with local authorities. Hopefully, the courts and the prosecution would make sure that everyone and anyone involved in letting Burj nightclub run in the manner that it was, that it compromised with safety and security processes, they are brought to justice. Lutra brothers, this is just the beginning. They were arrested from Thailand, brought to India, and now a Delhi court giving a transit remand to the Goa police. They are in Goa police custody. We have to have more pictures, but Shambhavi is live, as Sorali is live from Goa. Shambhavi is live from the IGI airport at New Delhi, and these are the pictures of Shambhavi. And Shambhavi, what's the delay like? How long before the flight really takes off? Are you hearing something about any procedures left because of which this delay is happening?
See, now that we know that positively the Goa police has formally arrested both the brothers at the international immigration itself. There's just some formalities which are taken care of, and just in just few minutes you'll see both the brothers walking out of the gate that I'm sure you can see in my frame that we are showing our viewers on the screen right now. Both the brothers Saurav Lutra, Gaurav Lutra, who have been officially arrested by the Goa police, and just coming out of that gate, we'll be showing you the first pictures of both the brothers coming out of the gate, and then they'll be taken straight to Patiala House Court, where the official remand, the transit remand, will be given to Goa police, and then they will be taken back to Goa, where the further proceedings, the further investigation, interrogation will be taken care of. And for our viewers, just so that know that what are the main charges that have been levied against both the brothers till now, and they're also present originally in the FIR that was filed against them, is the one is 105, section 105 of the BNS, which is culpable homicide not amounting to murder. Another one is section 125 of BNS, which is endangering life and personal safety, which they very well did, which costed 25 innocent people their lives. And the third very important section is section 287 of BNS, which is using negligent use of fire and combustible material. That is what has come up even in the FIR, or the main charges that have been charged, both the brothers have been charged against. And this fire, the use of fire that they've been alleging, was used by the third party that they hired that day for a performance. As we know that there's the environment is of festivities going on, and at this point of time, this peak time when people actually visit Goa. So anytime soon, you will see both the brothers walking out of that, and they are now being finally brought back. They're being deported back, and after 10 days, now it's been 10 days since that unfortunate incident, that Goa police now have the custody of both the brothers. They just elongated, they just stretched the process, which could have been very easy and would have helped the investigation if they would have stayed back in India and helped in the investigation, but they claimed in the court while arguing for their anticipatory bail that we want to come back, but we know that we'll get arrested, so we won't. So as long as you tell us that, we will not be arrested as accused in the case, but you can take us as in custody in aid of the investigation.
Yeah, that's the kind of cockiness with law that these Lutra brothers thought that they could indulge in, because they are applying for anticipatory bail. They are saying they are not going to come back from Thailand unless an anticipatory bail is given. They are saying that, they cannot be arrested even as they cooperate or promise to cooperate with the due process of law. Such nonchalance, such absolute misreading of the process of law there, Shambhavi.
Definitely, Abhishek. And even in the arguments that they made, they said that instead of taking accountability, instead of taking responsibility for what happened, that costed so many people, several lives, several families destroyed because of their negligent behavior, because they did not have the proper NOC, fire NOC, they did not have legit licenses. There is alleged corruption involved in the obtaining of those licenses. And then they had the audacity to stand in the court of law and argue, saying that we will not come back unless you let us know that once we'll come back. They said that if you want us to come back, so that I come back to Goa and I get lynched by the mob. I'm getting death threats. My wife is getting death threats. Why will I come back? And then they also said that 2 of their establishments have been demolished without proper notice. I am being held accountable. I am being treated as accused in this case, but I have not done anything. I just have my name on the license. I don't take care of the day-to-day operations. And they even claimed that I've just been to that club just twice or thrice. But that is just such nonchalant attitude that was presented on their end. They even claim that they have medical history, that Saurabh Lutra has a history of hypertension, and such stressed environment is very scientific, that it will cause him a lot of discomfort in his disease or in his episodes that he has. So these were the contentions that were raised, which was very well countered by the Council for State of Goa in the argument in the proceedings as well, where they said that the medicine for him was prescribed without him being present before the doctor, so it could be that serious. And the history for the other brother is related to Kabaddi. So we see that such kind of statements and arguments were made in court, Abhishek.
Yeah, absolutely. And they thought that they can really get away with it. They are arguing in the court that they should not be arrested because they have hypertension. So what if 25 people have died? They should not be arrested because they are getting death threats. So what if 25 people do not live anymore on this in this world because of their criminal negligence and in cahoots with local authorities? They should not be held responsible because they are not the general manager and principal general manager of the establishment. So what if they are the owners? These are the arguments if you are suggesting, Shambhavi, that these Lutra brothers had in the court arguing for bail or protection of any kind, then you just can add to the malafidez that we have seen on their part in escaping itself from India, just as the tragedy was panning out. It's clear that they thought that they can manage law, they thought that they can manage the consequences, they thought that they can manage the law enforcement machinery, or hoodwink at least the law enforcement machinery and the courts of law of the country, and that's why they took their chance. Unfortunately for them, the long arm of the law caught up with them in Thailand, brought them back as they have been submitted to the court. A transit remand has been given, and now they are on way to Goa, the flight taking off anytime soon. They are already boarded. These are pictures on the right side of your screens, friends, of the Lutra brothers at Delhi airport just before they were taken inside the aircraft. And now they are going to be taken back. Can we go to Swarali next? Okay, we go to Swarali for more on this. Swarali, I was earlier asking you, about the process that's going to be followed. Most likely, their remand would be sought. A police custody and custodial interrogation and grilling would happen in Goa for whatever number of days they are allowed. Have you spoken to police officers who are part of the probe and investigation? Do you get a sense that the Lutra brothers are going to be, the police is going to make sure that the Lutra brothers tell all and tell everything connected with how those illegalities were allowed to exist in the first place at the Birch Nightclub?
Definitely, Abhishek. We are constantly tracking this entire story from the state of Goa, wherein there's a tragic incident unfolded, and Goa police, for that matter, and administration are doing a serious and major crackdown on all the perpetrators, and they have been constantly saying that all those who are involved, anyone who is involved in this case at any stage, may it be providing license or the owner of the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, will be strictly, thoroughly investigated and justice will be done. That's what we are gathering and collecting from the ground. So whenever they are brought to the state of Goa after their arrest, after the remand is given to the Goa police, now it is depending on the court. Whatever the proceeding will take place in the court, whatever the hearing will take place, that depends totally how many days of remand is given. But it is very, very sure that the thorough, serious and sensitive investigation will go in when the Lutra brothers will be brought to the Anjuna police station, and they'll be strictly interrogated about the serious security lapses, because this is very serious and sensitive case. 25 people have lost their lives. They are the owners of the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub. They have properties across the Goa in 22 states of India. How can it be possible for such a huge chain owner in the hospitality industry that they were not aware about the permissions, licenses which are required, proper permissions and licenses which were required for the operation of such a nightclub? Abhishek, we also have to understand that hundreds of people used to pour in this nightclub, which is situated in the Arpura region, and only one entry exit to entire building of the Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub, which killed 25 people. And on the other hand, we also have to understand that how the trade license was given out. So all this will be interrogated by the Goa police whenever and as soon as Lutra brothers are back to the state of Goa.
Absolutely, and they're going to be soon landing in Goa. The FIR clearly states, Sorali, that Gaurav and Saurabh Lutra, the sibling, the Lutra brothers, they, as accused, had organized a fire show at their Birch by Romeo Lane restaurant or nightclub, and that's when the tragedy panned out. Complete act of criminal negligence there by not providing for security and safety measures adequate enough for preventing the fire. We are keeping close tabs on this story as the flight from Delhi to Goa takes the accused in the Goa fire tragedy to Goa and submit them to due process of law. Short break, coming back on the other side with more on this Goa tragedy story.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये
है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Lutra brothers brought back to India, arrested by Goa police at the Delhi airport. Republic gets the final word on Deepam. Dargah secretary confirms lamp was being lit for many decades.
दिल्ली की जो सनक है ये समझ में नहीं आती है।
Your name will be remembered. The minister who removed the father of the nation's name. Your name will be ignored.
Congress slams MGNREGA revamp. Centre says it is done to benefit the people. Enforcement Directorate says it is a clear-cut case of money laundering, and that same has been established in the National Herald case. And over 58 lakh names deleted as poll body publishes Bengal's SIR draft list. Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. The big story we're tracking is the Lutra brothers being dragged back to the country. Both Saurabh and Gaurav Lutra, accused in the Goa nightclub tragedy that killed 25 people, have landed in Delhi, and the Goa police has arrested them, and they have been taken now into custody. They have been produced at the Patiala House Court after their deportation from Thailand, and now they are going to face the law of the land. Republic TV has also accessed the first picture of Lutras from the Delhi IGI airport. From Bangkok to Delhi, there you have the photographs of the duo. Lutras have been now dragged back to the country 10 days after the fire tragedy in the Birch Nightclub by Romeo Lane in Goa. And now they will be facing the trial. Shambhavi joins us on the broadcast. From what Shambhavi, Republic TV has accessed the picture of Lutra brothers who have been now arrested by the Goa police.
Officially arrested by the Goa police, and after 10 days after that unfortunate incident where 25 innocent people lost their lives, both the brothers are finally under Goa police's custody, and they were officially arrested at the international immigration itself. And now Goa police will produce Lutra brothers before the Patiala House Court, and that is where the transit remand will be handed over to the police. Then he'll be taken back to Goa, where he'll face the law. Rakshita.
Right, stay on with us, Shambhavi. We also have Swarali joining us from the Goa airport. Swarali, any information when will the Lutra brothers be reaching Goa as the trial will be beginning in Panaji? Tell us what is happening next as far as this entire case is concerned.
Yes, right now, according to the recent information we are getting in, is that the Lutra brothers have been arrested by the Goa police, and now they'll be taken to the Patiala courthouse in Delhi. They'll be produced there, and then the transit remand will be given to Goa police. Usually, the transit remand is around 24 to 36 hours as per the travel time that is needed. And then we are getting to know that they'll be taken back to the state of Goa. They'll be taken to Anjuna police station, wherein this entire case has been registered. The FIR has been registered under the sections of 105, 125 and 287 of Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, we know, and then they'll be produced in the Goa court, to be very specific, MAPSA court, and all the legal action will be taken, the formalities will be done, and then the remand will be given for the further interrogation. Now it depends on the court how many days of remand is given for the further interrogation, but that is very, very sure Goa police is going to track down a thorough investigation on Lutra brothers about the operational details and how did they avail the trade license without the proper checks and balances, parameters in place. We all know that fire NOC was missing. There was only one entry exit to the Birch nightclub. And that's why the 25 people have lost their lives, and that's the reason the case has become very, very sensitive. We also have to understand that Goa is a tourism hotspot. People, not just from India, but across the world, throng the state, and this is a festive season. This is December. New Year is supposed to come. And according to the various allegations leveled by opposition parties or the BJP MLAs itself, they are saying, they're alleging that more than 50% of nightclubs, restaurants or bars, there's a possibility that they do not have a fire NOC, which is a very, very sensitive issue on the topic right now. On the other hand, we also know that Goa administration has shown a major crackdown on the nightclubs. If there are any license or permits missing, they are going to be sealed. And this becomes very important because we know that fire, the blaze had caught because of the fire show that was going on by the dancer who was present at the spot. And that was the reason that the Birch Club had caught a fire. So right now we are expecting that after they are produced in the Patiala court, they'll be taken back to the state of Goa, and it is to be seen what happens next in the court of Goa. That's going to be very important. And then the interrogation of Lutra brothers will give major inputs. How did this happen? How are they running illegal businesses across the state of Goa? Because we also know that the second property owned by Lutra brothers in the Vagator was bulldozed by the Goa administration. The aftermath was what has happened because they had constructed illegally on the seashore 198 square kilometer of wooden structure was extended, which was not in the permit. So more details can be gathered through the investigation, how many more illegalities are going on in their operations. And there's also a corruption angle, the shell companies, which we were talking about the previous day. So all this will be thoroughly interrogated. Back to you.
With us, we have an update coming in. The immigration procedure is now has now kick-started. We understand had been underway, of course, and that's why we saw the arrest that finally happened at the airport in the national capital. And Lutras have been are now being produced in the court in the national capital. Goa police to get the transit remand of the Lutras from the Delhi court. That's the breaking news we are getting in right now. Just 10 days after the Goa fire, the owners of the Birch Club have been now arrested, and they will be now heading to Goa once they get once the police of Goa gets the transit remand. That's the breaking news we have right now. And Swarali, you have been showing us reports from different nightclubs that have also faced action after this unfortunate tragedy that happened. Tell us what has really been the crackdown like. We've seen bulldozer action, we've seen sealing of the nightclub, but there has to be a deeper investigation into who has allowed these nightclubs to function all this while.
Yes, that's very true, and that's the reason why Goa administration had ordered a probe into this, a magisterial probe into this entire case, which was supposed to give out the results in 7 days, but now the time has been extended because they have asked for more time because all the angles are supposed to be investigated and interrogated. As highly placed sources in Goa police has told us that more than 100 people were investigated in this case and this probe, and 20 people have registered their statement. On the other hand, we also know that 3 government officers are suspended at this point of time. One of the former director of Pollution Control Board, on the other hand, former director and secretary of Panchayat were also suspended. We have to remember that all the licenses were given and the trade license was given out by the Panchayat in spite of the measures, parameters in checks, because we know that fire NOC was missing. On the other hand, allegedly this was constructed in the CRZ zone, which means coastal regulation zone. So a major crackdown is also going on the government officers who are involved in giving out the license or permissions without all the operational checks and balances. On the other hand, if we talk about the arrest, more than 6 arrests have been made in this case. The third partner, Ajay Gupta, third partner of Lutra brothers, is also in the custody of Goa police. Investigation is going on one hand, wherein he claims that he was a sleeping partner. But there's a possibility, sources have told us that there's a possibility he was quite active in the operations of Romeo Lane across the state of Goa. Now, this is very alarming. On the other hand, a crackdown on multiple nightclubs, restaurants and bars is also going, and we have reported from 2 clubs which are sealed in the same area, Vegator, when the other property of Romeo Lane was bulldozed. Other 2 clubs are also sealed, and there are multiple such locations in the state of Goa. Administration has put out the SOP of 12 points. If all of them are not followed, the clubs, restaurants or bars are supposed to be sealed, and this is a continuous action and crackdown that is going on. Back to you.
Yep, thank you. Just stay on with us, Farali. We also have Shambhavi. Shambhavi, well, what we understand is that the immigration procedure is right now underway. What more details are you picking up?
So while we know, Rakshita, that the brothers were arrested, of course, at the international immigration itself. They did not wait for him to even come outside the gate. And there's just some few formalities which they're taking care of at the moment. And we can expect both the brothers coming out of the gate, as you can see on your screen, just any minute now. And the police, the team of 7 police members were deployed for New Delhi from Goa. They have formally arrested both the brothers, and just a few minutes from now, they'll be taking both the brothers to the Patiala House Court, where they'll be given the transit remand, and then both the brothers will have to face the law once they reach back to Goa, and because they've even raised this concern before in the court when they were arguing for their transit anticipatory bail, that they do want to come back, but they're scared that they'll get arrested, or they were at the risk of being lynched. But now, of course, if they did not come back voluntarily, they are being deported back. They were arrested just after these arguments were made. A few hours post these arguments, they were arrested by the Thailand police from their hotel rooms in Thailand, and now they're being deported back. And 10 days, formally 10 days after the unfortunate incident that costed 25 innocent people their lives, both the brothers, Saurav Lutra and Gaurav Lutra, are officially under Goa police's custody. Rakshita.
Right. That's the latest update we have right now from the airport. Viewers, the immigration procedures are underway, and Lutra brothers will be produced in the Delhi court, and the immigration process is right now underway. As there will be no time wasted for them to face the law of the land. That is very, very clear after the continuous coverage, mounted pressure on the authorities, on the agencies to crack down on the Lutra brothers, who had fled just hours after that deadly fire broke out in the club that they were running in Goa. And of course, we were waiting for more details to come in. Goa police will be taking the custody very, very soon. Swarali, how long? What is the expected time of arrival as far as the Goa police is concerned? Yes, the procedure is underway as far as the immigration procedure is concerned, but is any information as to when will the proceedings in Goa begin? Any idea? Swarali.
According to the sources we are gathering in the information right now is that around in the evening they will be coming back to the state of Goa around 6 p.m. But we are yet waiting for the official confirmation by the Goa administration or police. But by the evening they are expected back in the state of Goa. They will be taken to the Anjuna police station, whereas the FIR has been registered. We all know that BNS sections 105, 125 and 287 have been registered in the name of Lutra brothers, that is culpable homicide. On the other hand, the ignorance of using fire or combustible matters and endangering the lives. These are the sections that has been registered. Post which they'll be taken, they'll be produced in the Mapsa court of Goa, and further we'll get more information after the proceedings that how many days of remand has been given to Goa police for the further interrogation. But that is very, very sure that Goa police is going to crack down during the investigation on the Lutra brothers to get and fetch more details about how could they operate such clubs illegally, because on one hand wherein the fire tragedy unfolded in one of the clubs owned by them in the Arpora region, on the other hand in Vagator they had constructed this club on 198 square kilometers of seashore, which was illegally constructed in the seashore region, which is not allowed. The wooden structure, we had shown you the live visuals, we have been continuously tracking the story, which was bulldozed in the aftermath of the incident that took place. So Goa police will interrogate the case and they are the owner of the chain that runs across the state of Goa and 22 locations, 22 states in India, and they also have their businesses outside India. So were they not aware about the licenses, permissions that are required for operating the business legally, or were they trying to operate with corruption at various levels? How did the government officers give out the permission without the balances, checks, measures in place? Fire NOC was missing, but they had the still the club was operational. We also know that the demolition notice was given out by the serpent of Arpora, Roshan Redkar, to whom we had talked, but there was a stay order in the Directorate of Panchayat. So all these other questions still lingering, and when the Lutra brothers are brought back, when they are interrogated, Goa police will go tough on Lutra brothers to get more details about all the angles, and all the layers of this case will be investigated.
Right, many thanks Shambhavi and Swarari for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We'll keep a close eye on that story. Meanwhile, shifting focus to the National Herald case, viewers. The Delhi court today has said that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi and several others named in the National Herald case and Delhi Police's FIR in the National Herald case are not entitled to a copy of the FIR. Now, Delhi's Rouse Avenue court today, in fact, had declined to take cognizance of the charge sheet filed by the Enforcement Directorate against Congress leaders Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and others in the National Herald money laundering case. So there could be a fresh investigation by the ED as the court refuses to take cognizance of the charge sheet. We'll take you through the reactions that have come in.
When I started arguing the case, after that, in the arguments I had told the court that this is a very weird case where there is not a millimeter movement of money, not a millimeter movement of immovable property. All the properties remain with AJL, and yet there is money laundering. AJL is now owned 90% by another company, Young India. That is all that has happened. Not-for-profit companies are made every time to make one company debt-free. Every corporate in India is doing it. To make my company debt-free, I can have a transfer of shares. But Young Indian Company is a very remarkable company. It's a not-for-profit company where all the directors, Kharge ji, Sonia ji, late Motilal Vora ji, etc., etc., not one of them can get 1 paisa dividend, even if they want to give a dividend. They can get no profit. They can get no dispersal. They get no car, building, staff, nothing. And there is money laundering. So today the judgment is significant because cognizance is the lowest form of dealing with the case.
This is not the relief of Madam Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. This court has been exposed the illegal, malified political targeting of Narendra Modi government through this judgment. The Day one onward, they are targeting the opposition, especially Sonia ji and Rahul ji, without any legal background, without anything wrong done. They are targeting.
And even as the Congress is claiming victory, the BJP said that there is no relief that has been given by the court. In fact, why is the BJP saying this? Take a listen in.
अभी कोर्ट ने एक टेम्पररी कहा है कि हम अभी कॉग्निजेंस नहीं ले सकते। कोर्ट सारे मटेरियल को एग्जामिन करेगा। ईडी ने जितना मटेरियल कलेक्ट किया है अगेंस्ट सोनिया गांधी, राहुल एंड ऑल दैट, तो उस सब चीज़ों को जब कोर्ट एग्जामिन करेगा उसके बाद उसका कॉग्निजेंस लेगा। अभी एक टेम्पररी राहत है, इससे बहुत खुश होने की बात है।
लेकिन लगातार जो है कांग्रेस पार्टी दावा करती रही है कि फर्जी केस है, फर्जी तरीके से गांधी परिवार को फंसाया जा रहा है।
नहीं, तो क्या देखिए, सामने कोर्ट का अभी डिटेल ऑर्डर नहीं आया है, लेकिन मैं जहां तक समझता हूं ये छोटा सा ऑर्डर आया है कि कोर्ट रिफ्यूज टू टेक कॉग्निजेंस, तो इससे नहीं होता है। जब कोर्ट पूरा मटेरियल एग्जामिन करेगा, डिटेल में जाएगा मामले के, और उसके बाद अपना जो निर्णय लेगा वही फाइनल होगा।
And let's take a quick look at the other stories that are making news from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute. Now, the nation is celebrating Vijay Divas today to commemorate India's victory over Pakistan in the 1971 war. It was on this day, 1971, the chief of the Pakistani forces, General Khan Niazi, along with 93,000 troops, surrendered unconditionally to the Allied forces consisting of the Indian Army and Mukti Bahini. The Indian Army has signed a memorandum of understanding to fast-track indigenous drone capabilities for land systems. The collaboration will be coordinated through the 515 Army-based workshop in Secunderabad. A layer of dense fog blanketed Delhi, disrupting flight and train services. Passengers have been requested to contact the airline concerned for updated flight information. Several trains also running late at the New Delhi railway station. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to attend the Defence Estate Day celebrations at Raksha Sampada Bhavan in New Delhi today. The Defence Minister will also confer the Raksha Mantri Award for excellence in public service in the field of defence land management. Breaking news coming in. Delhi's Environment Minister has now given a statement on the rising AQI in Delhi. He said that it is, I quote him here, it is impossible for any elected government to reduce AQI in 9 to 10 months. Doing better work than the dishonest Aam Aadmi Party government. We have reduced AQI each day. This disease of pollution is given to us by the Aam Aadmi Party and we are working to fix it, unquote. This is the Delhi minister speaking on the rising AQI, the deadly toxic air that shrouds the national capital and the adjacent areas. Delhi and NCR struggling every day with the rising AQI. And Manjinder Singh Sirsa now says that it is impossible to reduce AQI in 9 to 10 months. And that is the Environment Minister of Delhi issuing a statement.
लाख रुपया जो लोग पोल्यूशन फैला रहे थे उनके ऊपर पेनल्टी के तौर पर 9 करोड़ 21 लाख रुपया मात्र डीपीसीसी के माध्यम से लगा। बाकी अलग हैं, सभी डिपार्टमेंट सही काम कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली के अंदर बायोगैस बर्निंग जो कि लकड़ी से आग जलाने का बहुत बड़ा एक कारण बनता है, वो भी हमने अपने जो गार्ड हैं, जो सड़कों पे हमारे लिए रात भर सुरक्षा करते हैं, हमने उनके लिए भी इंतजाम किया है कि आप लकड़ी ना जलाएं। हमने 10,000 हीटर अभी तक इलेक्ट्रिक हीटर्स उनको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किए हैं फ्री में, ताकि वो लकड़ी जलाने से गुरेज करें और हीटर्स पे आएं। इससे बायोमास बर्निंग का जो पोल्यूशन है वो बहुत बड़ा स्तर है, वो भी नीचे आएगा। दिल्ली के अंदर डीजल जनरेटर्स के ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई करते हुए सबको ये हिदायत दी गई है कि जो CAQM के नॉर्म्स हैं उसके मुताबिक उनको कैटलिक कन्वर्टर्स को में कन्वर्ट करना होगा। और अब तक 3200 ऐसे जनरेटर्स को वेरीफाई करके उनके ऊपर अगर वो पूरा नहीं कर रहे थे तो उन पे कार्रवाइयां की गई हैं जिनके मापदंड पूरे नहीं थे। दिल्ली के जितने बैंक्वेट हॉल्स हैं 318 बैंक्वेट हॉल्स को अपने डीजी को ठीक करने को कहा गया है और अगर गलत पाया जाएगा तो तुरंत उसको सील किया जाएगा। अभी हमारी एक एक्सटेंसिव इंडस्ट्री में सर्वे चल रहा है जो डीएम और डीसी के माध्यम से, जो किसी कैटेगरी में इंडस्ट्री नहीं आती, नॉन कन्फर्मिंग है में भी नहीं आती, कन्फर्मिंग में भी नहीं आती, और नॉन कन्फर्मिंग कैटेगरी है जिसको रेगुलाइज करना तो उसमें भी नहीं आती, इन सब के ऊपर एक एक्सटेंसिव कार्रवाई चल रही है। इसमें से अब तक 824 ऐसी इंडस्ट्रीज को सर्वे करके निकाला गया है जिनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की जा रही है। दिल्ली के अंदर में एवरेज एक्यूआई की बात जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हर महीने हम बेहतर देने में कामयाब हुए। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों से माफी मांगता हूं, इतना कहना चाहता हूं, 9-10 महीनों में कोई सरकार आपको पूरा का पूरा पोल्यूशन को साफ कर सके ऐसा असंभव है। लेकिन मैं दिल्ली वासियों आपको बताना चाहता हूं, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार जो बेईमानी करके चल कर गई है, हमने उससे बेहतर करके हर दिन का एक्यूआई कम करा है और इसी तरह अगर कम करते जाएंगे तो ही दिल्ली को साफ हवा देनी संभव है। ये 12-10 साल की आम आदमी पार्टी की बीमारियां, 11 साल की और 15 साल की कांग्रेस की बीमारी जो है, जो अभी राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी जी मास्क लगाकर कहने की बातें कर रहे हैं। मैं राहुल और प्रियंका जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, कहां थे आपके मास्क पिछले साल? पिछले साल इससे ज्यादा पोल्यूशन था, पिछले साल इससे ज्यादा गंदे दिन थे। पिछले साल आज के दिन भी अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं तो 380 एक्यूआई था, लेकिन ना राहुल गांधी आपको दिखे ना प्रियंका गांधी दिखे, क्योंकि ये आम आदमी पार्टी के लाभ साफ लोग मिले हुए लोग थे और आज इनको ये सब बातें याद आई हैं। बिल्कुल पोल्यूशन दिल्ली में है, पोल्यूशन की बीमारी दिल्ली के कारण बच्चों की सेहत के ऊपर खात्मा कर रही है, नुकसान कर रही है, लेकिन ये बीमारी आम आदमी पार्टी की हमें दी हुई है जिसको हम ठीक करने का काम कर रहे हैं। हम तो एक डॉक्टर की तरह उस पर रोज कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये बीमार करने का काम आदमी पार्टी देके गई है हमें।
So apologizes or gives an excuse. It's for the people of the national capital to decide who voted. Delhi Environment Minister says sorry, but no sorry, can't fix this in 9 to 10 months. And this is the problem inherited from the Aam Aadmi Party, says the Environment Minister of Delhi, Mr. Manjinder Singh Sirsa, says it is a better off situation. He says that it's a better off situation. Well, it's for the people of the country to see if it's better or not. Less toxic, more toxic. It is the air remains poisonous, the air remains toxic, and the air quality remains severe, and it has breached the very severe levels many times. But Minister for Environment of the national capital says cannot fix this in 9 to 10 months and goes on to train guns on the previous government and the opposition parties. That's his statement saying we are sorry, cannot fix pollution in 9 to 10 months. They did not mention this though when they were campaigning. Well, that is the reaction we are getting in after this is the emergency situation in the national capital region, viewers. And he says it's impossible to fix this in 9 to 10 months, and that we are doing better work than the Aam Aadmi Party government, still giving themselves a pat on the back while the people of the national capital struggle with the air quality turning severe. Shifting focus now, China's CH-7 stealth unmanned aerial vehicle, representing a major leap in military aviation developed by the China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation. We get you the details on the drone that has been designed with a fly-wing configuration that reduces radar visibility and enhances endurance. It has a wingspan of about 22 meters that can reach altitudes of 15,000 meters and cruises at speeds close to 0.75 Mach.
China has achieved a major breakthrough in stealth drone technology with the successful maiden flight of the CH-7. The CH-7, with its advanced flying wing design, boasts a 22-meter wingspan, a service ceiling of 15,000 meters, and a cruise speed of 0.75 Mach, enabling it to operate at extreme altitudes and speeds. Its range exceeds 7,000 kilometers and can carry up to 1,000 kilograms of payload, making it a formidable asset for long-duration missions. This configuration allows for stealthy deep penetration operations, intercepting radar signals and monitoring high-value targets, thereby amplifying its strategic value in intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, as well as precision strike roles. This achievement is not merely a technological milestone, but a strategic leap that enhances China's capability to project power and gather intelligence in contested regions. The gradual build-up of the CH-7's capabilities reflects years of dedicated research and development, starting from its initial reveal in 2021. This progression underscores China's commitment to advancing its military technology, positioning the CH-7 as a rival to similar systems like the US RQ-180. The UAV's ability to evade detection due to its stealth features is particularly significant as it enhances operational effectiveness in modern warfare scenarios where radar and surveillance systems are prevalent. The CH-7's success is a testament to China's growing expertise in unmanned aerial vehicle technology, aligning with global trends where nations are increasingly investing in such systems to reduce risks to human life and expand operational reach. This development is part of a broader global shift towards unmanned systems, exemplified by recent advancements in other countries. For instance, Turkey's Bayraktar Kızılelma, an uncrewed fighter jet, recently demonstrated its capability by shooting down a jet-powered aircraft with a beyond visual range air-to-air missile. This achievement, achieved through domestically developed radar and missile technology, highlights the evolving role of UAVs in air-to-air combat, traditionally dominated by manned aircraft. The Kızılelma's success in launching the Gökdogan missile and striking a high-speed target illustrates the potential for unmanned systems to perform complex combat roles, further intensifying the global race in this domain. Likewise, Israel, a long-standing pioneer in unmanned systems, continues to advance its capabilities with the Heron TP, a large medium-altitude long-endurance UAV capable of carrying over 1,000-kilogram payloads, including precision munitions for strike missions. With a wingspan of 26 meters, endurance exceeding 30 hours, and operational altitudes up to 45,000 feet, it excels in deep reconnaissance and armed roles, often equipped with advanced sensors and weapons. Recent integrations include satellite communications and automatic takeoff and landing features, enhancing its versatility in contested environments. This platform, exported to several nations and battle-tested, reinforces Israel's dominance in armed UAV technology, paralleling global trends toward multi-role unmanned combat systems. The convergence of these advancements signifies a transformative phase in military strategy where unmanned systems are increasingly central. The CH-7's stealth and endurance, combined with the Kızılelma's combat prowess, underscore the shifting dynamics of aerial warfare. As countries continue to innovate, the competition in this sphere is likely to drive further technological breakthroughs, reshaping the future of military engagements. The CH-7's operational debut is therefore not just a national achievement, but a harbinger of a new era where the skies are increasingly dominated by unmanned capabilities, redefining the parameters of power projection and conflict.
Lutra brothers brought back to India, arrested by the Goa police at the Delhi International Airport. Republic gets the final word on Deepam Rao. Dargah secretary confirms that the lamp has been lit for decades now.
का नाम बदलने की जो सनक है ये समझ में नहीं आती है
Your name will be remembered. The minister who removed the father of the nation's name. Your name will be floated.
Congress slams MGNREGA revamp. Centre says it is done to benefit the people of the country. Enforcement Directorate says a clear-cut case of money laundering and that the same has been established in regard with the National Herald case. Over 58 lakh names deleted as poll body publishes Bengal's SIR draft list. Ladies and gentlemen, Republic TV gets the final word as far as the Deepam Rao is concerned. Now, what we understand is that this has been now put on a record that the Deepam has been lit for decades now, viewers. And we will continue to get you more updates on this story that Republic TV has been closely tracking. For the first time on Republic, we have the final word. The Dargah secretary has confirmed that the lamp has been lit for decades. It's the Dargah secretary, mind you, who said that this lamp has been lit for decades and it emphasizes Hindu-Muslim unity. Now, so who's fanning the communal fire on Deepam? That is the big question. Now, what we understand also is that a land dispute is the actual issue, not the lighting of the lamp as it is being portrayed, ladies and gentlemen. The Dargah chief has stated that they have no issues with lighting the lamp, but the dispute revolves around the location, with the Dargah claiming that the stone pillar is on their land, granted in 1920. So, the Dargah authority secretary himself confirms that this case has nothing to do with the lighting of the diya. Listen in.
With the ongoing issue in Tripura, we have one of the secretaries of the Sikandar Badshah Dargah who will explain their side of the problem. Sir, ஒன்னாம் தேதி அன்னைக்கு ஜட்ஜ் ஆர்டர் கொடுத்தாரு மேலே விலக்கேற்றலான்னு. அதுக்கப்புறமா கண்டினியூஸாக பிரச்சனை வந்துட்டு இருக்கு, கோர்ட்டில் கேஸும் போயிட்டு இருக்கு. இது தர்காவோட தரப்பு என்ன?
அதாவது தர்காவோட தரப்பு என்னன்னா, ஆண்டாண்டு காலமாக கிட்டத்தட்ட எனக்கு ஏஜ் வந்து 52 ஆகுது. கிட்டத்தட்ட பல நூற்றாண்டு காலமாக அங்கே எந்த ஒரு பிரச்சனையும் இல்லாமல் இந்துக்களும் முஸ்லீம்களும் ஒன்றா இருந்து வழிபட்டுக்கிட்டு வரோம். இந்துக்கள் அவங்களுடைய வழிபாட்டு செய்கிறாங்க, நாங்கள் எங்கள் முஸ்லீம் எங்கள் வழிபாடு, எங்களுக்குள்ளே எந்த ஒரு கருத்து வேறுபாடும் இல்லை. இப்போ வந்து இந்த இந்து மக்கள் இந்து முன்னணி கட்சி தான் இவங்க தான் வந்து தீபம் வந்து தர்கா அருகிலே ஏற்றி ஆகணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு மதக்கலவரம் உண்டாக்குறக்காண்டி ஒரு திட்டமிட்ட செயல் பண்ணி அது பண்ணுறாங்க. அது பல வருஷமாக வந்து முயற்சி பண்ணாங்க. அது தமிழக அரசு கவர்மெண்ட்டால் அது வந்து போலீஸோடைய பாதுகாப்போட அவங்கள வந்து அதை வந்து அந்த இதுக்கு இடம் கொடுக்கல. ஆனால் இப்போ திடீர்னு ஒரு ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் வாங்கிட்டு வந்து அதை நிறைவேற்றுறாங்க. அந்த ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவசரமாக தர்கா சார்பில் எந்த ஒரு கேள்வியும் கேட்கப்படலை. உங்களுக்கு இதில் மறுப்பு இருக்கா, சம்மந்தம் இருக்கா, சம்மந்தம் இல்லையான்னு கூட கேட்காம அவசரமாக வந்து ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் கொடுத்தாங்க. நாங்கள் அவசரமாக வந்தோன்னா நாங்களும் ஒரு 2 உயர்நீதிமன்றத்தில் வந்து ஒரு மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர்களை போட்டு நாங்கள் வாதாடினோம். எங்களுடைய கோரிக்கையை சொன்னோம். அதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு டைம் கூட கொடுக்கல. எங்களோட கோரிக்கையை சொல்லி கூட டைம் கொடுக்காம அவசரமாக ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் சொன்னாங்க. அந்த ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து ஆல்ரெடி நிறைய ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து 1920, 31, 58, 62, 78, 94, 14, 17 இப்படி நிறைய ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட்டில் வந்து அந்த மாதிரி எதுவுமே அங்கே வந்து தீபம் ஏற்றுன்ற ஒரு இது கொடுக்கல. புதுசாக ஏற்றுனால அதில் வந்து தமிழக அரசு ரொம்ப கவனம் எடுத்து இதில் ஒரு பெரிய லாண்டு ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்குன்ட்டு அதை வந்து நடைமுறைப்படுத்த விடலை. இன்றைக்கி வரைக்கும் திருப்பூர்லேயும் சரி, இந்துக்களும் சரி, முஸ்லீம்களும் சரி மாமன் மச்சனாக ஒரு தொப்புள் கூடி உருவாகுது இன்ன வரைக்கும் வாழ்ந்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். இதில் வந்து எங்களுக்குள்ள கருத்து வேறுபாடே கிடையாது. இப்போ அவங்களுடைய கரெக்டாக இருக்காங்க, நாங்களும் கரெக்டாக இருக்கோம். ஆனால் இவங்க வந்து தேவையில்லாமல் என்ன சொல்கிறாங்க, ஊடகம் வந்துட்டு முஸ்லீம்கள் அமைதியாக இருக்கிறாங்க, முஸ்லீம்கள் ஏற்ற சொல்கிறாங்க, இந்துக்கள் ஏற்ற மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க அப்படின்னு. இந்துக்கள்னால் யார், முஸ்லீம்னா யார்? இந்துக்கள் அவங்க வந்து அவங்க இடத்துல அவங்க வழிபாடு போடுறாங்க, அந்த இடத்துக்கு நாங்கள் போகலைன்றாங்க. இங்கே வந்து நாங்கள் என்ன சொல்கிறோம், அவங்க வழிபாட்டு அவங்க பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க, நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். அப்புறம் எங்களுக்கு இந்துக்கள் முஸ்லீம் நாங்கள் ஒன்றா தானே இருக்கோம். இவங்க தேவையில்லாமல் வந்து ஒரு புதுசாக அங்கிட்டு வந்துக்கிட்டு அந்த வழக்கு போட்டவங்களுக்கும் அந்த ஊருக்கும் சம்மந்தமே கிடையாது.
இன்னொரு முக்கியமான கேள்வி, அது அந்த பெட்டிஷன் போட்டவர் சொல்கிறது என்னென்னா, அது இப்போ கோவிலோட தீப தூணாக இருந்ததுன்னா ஏற்றுனா தர்காக்கு ஏதாவது பிரச்சனை இருக்குமான்றது அவர் கேள்வியாக இருக்குது. இப்போ இன்கேஸ் கோர்ட் விட்டுருங்க, ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் விட்டுருங்க, அதுக்குள்ளே சுற்றி இருக்கிற பாலிட்டிக்ஸ் எல்லாமே விட்டுருலாம். இப்போ அது இன்கேஸ் ஒரு அந்த கோவிலோடது தான் இருந்தால் தர்காக்கில் அது ஏதாவது ஆட்சேபனை இருக்குமா?
அதாவது ஃபஸ்ட்டு லேண்ட் வந்து சிவில் கோர்ட்டில் வந்து டிசைட் ஆகணும். ஃபஸ்ட்டு அந்த இது இருக்குது. ரெண்டாவது என்னன்னா, அவங்க வந்து ஆண்டாண்டு காலமாக எங்களுடைய வழிப்பிரகாரம், எங்களுடைய சாஸ்திர பிரகாரம் உச்சி பிள்ளையார் கோயிலில் தான் நாங்கள் தீபம் ஏற்றுறோன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. ஒருத்தவங்களை வந்து வலுக்கட்டாயம் எதையும் செய்யக்கூடாது, புரியுதுங்களா? இப்போ அங்கே ஏற்றுனா ஆட்சேபனையாக இருக்கான்னாக்கா அது அவங்களுக்கு வந்து அங்கே ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்க போய் தானே அவங்க ஏற்றலை. ஒரு மத வழிபாட்டில் வந்து இப்போது நாங்கள் வந்து திடீர்னு சொல்லிக்கிட்டு அப்போ மழை புறாமல் 2 பேரும் சொந்தனா நாங்கள் ஒரு இடத்த கேட்குறதா? அப்படி நாங்கள் கேட்கலையே. இது வரைக்கும் அங்கே நடைமுறை வந்தது எங்கள் இடத்துக்கு உட்பட்டது தான் நாங்கள் செஞ்சுட்ருக்கோம். அது பக்ரீத், ரம்ஜானுடைய அந்த ஃபெஸ்டிவலுடைய தொழுகையாக இருக்கட்டும், அதே மாதிரி வந்து எந்த ஒரு ஃபெஸ்டிவலாக இருந்தாலும் நாங்கள் எங்கள் இடத்துக்குள்ளே தான் நாங்கள் செய்கிறோம். அதே மாதிரி அவங்க இடத்துக்குள்ளே செய்கிறாங்க. இப்போது பிரச்சனை இல்லையே, ஏன் திடீர்னு வந்து இந்த இடத்துல தான் தீபம் ஏற்றணும் அப்படின்னு அவங்க கோயில் தரப்பில் வந்து கேட்கல. இவர் பெட்டிஷன் போட்டவர் யார்? ஊர் மக்களுக்கும் அதில் இல்லை. ஊர் மக்களுக்கு அன்றைக்கி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இங்கே ஊர் மக்கள்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. அன்றைக்கி அவங்க தீபம் அன்னைக்கு கார்த்திகை தீபம் ஏற்றுறீங்க, பல்லாயிரக்கணக்கான மக்கள் தரிசனம் செஞ்சுட்டு அவங்கவுங்க போயிட்டாங்க. இவங்க ஆர்ப்பாட்டம் போடுறன்னு பண்ணாங்க. அங்கே யாருமே இல்லையே. ஊர் மக்கள் அப்படின்னு போயிட்டாங்களே, தீபம் ஏற்றிட்டாங்களே. அவங்களுடைய வழிபாடு எப்படின்னு தெரியாது. ஆனால் என்ன சொன்னால் நாங்கள் ஒரு தடவை தான் ஏற்றுவோம், அது 3 days தான் ஏற்றுவோன்றாங்க. ஆல்ரெடி 3 days முடிஞ்சிருச்சு, அவங்க ஏற்றிட்டாங்க. இனி அவங்க வந்து என்னென்னா அடுத்து கோர்ட்டில் போய்ட்டு சிவில் கோர்ட்டில் போய்ட்டு முறையாக வந்து அதோடைய பவுண்ட்ரியை ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டு அது எங்கன்னு வந்து அதுக்கப்புறம் பார்ப்போம். நாங்கள் இன்ன வரைக்கும் என்ன சொல்கிறோன்னா, நாங்கள் வந்து இந்துக்களும் முஸ்லீமும் ஒன்றா இருக்கோம், தயவுசெய்து எங்களை பிரிக்காதீங்கன்னு நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். இந்துத்துவாதி வந்து எங்களை பிரிக்காதீங்க. யார் அந்த பெட்டிஷன்தார் யார், அதான் எங்களுடைய கேள்வி. ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஆர்குமெண்ட்லேயே நாங்கள் தான் ஆர்குமெண்ட், எங்கள் கடைசி ஒரு நாள் தான் ஆர்குமெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். பெட்டிஷன்தார் இது வரைக்கும் எந்த ப்ரூஃபுமே கொடுக்கலையே. பெட்டிஷன்தார் அந்த லக்கில் தீபத்தூணு அங்கே தீபத்தூணு அவள் தான் ப்ரூஃப் கொடுக்கணும். இன்ன வரைக்கும் அவர் ப்ரூஃபே கொடுக்கல, எந்த ப்ரூஃபுமே.
Sharda joins us live with the broadcast from Chennai. Now, Sharda, well, we clearly have it on record now that the problem is, the issue is not the lamp lighting, it is not the Deepam. But then why is this communal fire being, fanned? Why is it being fueled?
Well, Rakshita, as you see, with the Dargah committee person speaking to us, tell that over decades they have been lighting the lamp on this particular Uchipaliyar temple place, and now with the new place coming up, they do not have an issue just with the tradition or the culture or the custom being done by the Hindu people, but it is the location that they say it's a problem. They say that over the years they have tried multiple treaties signed over this particular issue, telling that if the lamp post is 150 meters away from the Dargah area, they are okay with the lamp lighting. And today, even the Waqf board, which had made their petition to the Madurai bench of the Madras High Court, made a point telling that if the civil court had given them a proper understanding of which land belongs to the Dargah, they would make sure that that part of the area is alone maintained for the Dargah and the customs and traditions of the Muslims. And the main point that the Dargah committee keeps pointing out is that if the lamppost actually belongs to the temple where the lamp lighting happens and it is 150 meters away from the Dargah, they are okay with it. Just that the temple administration till now has not claimed that it is a Deepam that is used to light the lamp. And one more thing that the Dargah keeps pointing out is over 100 years this practice has not been there, and suddenly a petitioner coming up and asking them is not something they agree with. And even now they say that if the court gives a civil order asking for which the area does not belong to the Dargah, they'll be okay with lighting the lamp even on the top of the hill. It's just that the location of the place which belongs to the Dargah is not they are okay with, but they are ready to say that if Hindus light the lamp on top of the hill, they have no issues with it.
Right, Sharda, many thanks for joining us with those details coming in on that story. In fact, we have some more inputs and more reactions on the same. Listen in.
கடைசி கேள்வி, இன்னைக்கு வக்ஃப் போர்டு வந்து கோர்ட்டில்
ஆமாம் அவங்க அதே தான் கேட்பாங்க. நீங்கள் வந்து சிவிலில் போட்டு எங்களை பவுண்டரி இழந்து கொடுங்க, எங்களுக்கு டைம் கொடுங்கன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இது வந்து 100 வருஷமாக நடந்த கேஸெல்லாம் ஒரே நாளில் 10 நாளில் முடிக்க முடியாது. நாங்கள் என்ன கேட்குறோம்னா, இப்போது ஆடு கோழி விஷயம் வந்து ஒரு கேஸ் நடந்துச்சு, அதுலேயும் வந்து இந்துக்களோ முஸ்லீம்ஸோ வழக்கப்படலை. ஒருத்தர் தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி தான் போட்டிருந்தார். அப்போ யார் இந்த தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி தான் அவங்களுக்கு இந்த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டிக்கு என்ன ப்ரூஃப் இருக்குது அப்படின்றது கேட்கணும். இப்போ தேவஸ்தானம் அப்படின்னா கவர்மெண்ட்டு, அவங்களுக்கு அத்தாரிட்டி இருக்குது. இப்போ நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம்னா, நாங்கள் தர்கா செக்ரட்டரின்னு சொன்னோம்னா, எங்களுடைய தாத்தாவோட முப்பாட்டெல்லாம் அந்த நீங்கள் 1920 ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதில் வந்து அலிகான் சாஹிப்னு ஒன்று இருக்கும், எங்கள் தாத்தாவுடைய தாத்தா வரும். அப்போ அந்தோடைய வாரிசு நாங்கள். அப்போ எங்களுக்கு ரைட்ஸ் இருக்குது. இவங்க யார் பெட்டிஷனர், என்ன ரைட்ஸு? பொதுநல வழக்குன்னா எப்படி யார் வேணாலும் போடலாமா? அது பொது சொத்தில் தான் போட முடியும். பொதுநல வழக்குன்னா ஒரு பொது சொத்தில் தான் போட முடியும். இது ஆல்ரெடி டிசைட் ஆகி ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி 2 பேருக்கு பிரிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கு. அப்போ 2 பேரும் ஒரு ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி தானே, இது பொது சொத்து எப்படி ஆகும்?
இன்னும் இந்த கேள்வி, இப்போ இந்த மலையில் மட்டும்தான் தர்காவும் கோயில் ஒன்றா இருக்குது. பல வருஷமாக உச்சிப்பிள்ளையார் கோயிலில் ஏற்றிட்டு தான் வராங்க, ஆனால் எந்த பிரச்சனையும் வரல. அது ஏன் இந்த வருஷம் மட்டும் பெருசாச்சு, இவ்வளோ பெருசாச்சு? அது பார்லிமெண்ட் வரைக்கும் போகிறது
இந்த வருஷம் மாத்திரம் ஆகலை மேடம்.
தமிழ்நாடுல ஆகும், பட் டெல்லி வரைக்கும் போகாது இல்லை. பட் இந்த வாரி போய் பட் இந்த வாட்டி ஏன் அது ஒரு மத கலவரமாக ஆக்க ட்ரை பண்ணுறாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
அதாவது கவர்மெண்ட், சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் யார் கையில் இருக்குது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இப்போ இந்த வழக்கு போட்டவங்களாம் யார், எதை சார்ந்தவங்க, அது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இன்றைக்கி பர்டிகுலராக வந்து ஒரு நீதிபதிகிட்ட கொண்டு வந்தால் இது கிடைக்கும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி வெயிட் பண்ணிவிட்டு கரெக்டாக அந்த கேஸை கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. அவசரமாக வந்து அது வந்து வழக்கு எடுத்து அதாவது ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொல்லப்போனால் அதில் வந்து நாங்கள் வந்து பார்ட்டியாகவே சேரல. ஃபஸ்ட்டு எங்களுக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாது. அதுக்கப்புறம் கவர்மெண்ட் ரீதியாக வந்து இந்த தர்காவோட பார்ட்டியை நீங்கள் சேர்க்காமல் நீங்கள் கேஸ் போட்டிங்கன்னு சொன்னதுக்கப்புறம் எங்களுக்கு நோட்டீஸ் வருது. ஆல்ரெடி அதை வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டே இந்த கேஸ் வரும்போது இந்த கேஸோடைய முகாந்திரம் பண்ணால் இது யாரோட சொத்துன்னு விசாரித்து போட்டிருந்தா அதுக்கு அப்பயே ஒரு தீர்வு கொண்டிருக்கும். அவசரமாக வழக்கு எடுத்து விசாரித்தாங்க. வழக்கு யார் வேணாலும் போடலாம், அதுக்கு ஒரு முகாந்திரம் வேணும் இல்லையா?
And now, viewers, the centre has introduced the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission, that is now being called the VBG Ramji Bill 2025, aiming to replace the 2-decade-old Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, that is the MGNREGA, with a modernized framework aligned to the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision of the centre. Now, the proposed legislation was raised in the parliament today, and there was objection being raised by the opposition, by the Congress party to be particular. Listen in.
अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, मैं नियम 72(1) के तहत इस विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने पर अपनी सख्त आपत्ति दर्ज करना चाहती हूं। महात्मा गांधी ग्रामीण रोजगार गारंटी कानून पिछले 20 सालों से ग्रामीण भारत को रोजगार देने में और ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत बनाने में सक्षम रहा है। ये एक इतना क्रांतिकारी कानून है कि जब इसको बनाया गया तो सदन के सभी राजनीतिक दलों ने इससे पूरी सहमति दी। इसके द्वारा 100 दिन का रोजगार इस देश के गरीब से गरीब लोगों को मिलता है, हमारे गरीब से गरीब भाई बहनों को। हम सब जनप्रतिनिधि हैं महोदय, जब हम अपने अपने क्षेत्रों में जाते हैं, आप भी जानते हैं, दूर दूर से हमें दिख जाता है कि मनरेगा का कौन मजदूर है। सबसे गरीब होता है, चेहरे पे झुर्रियां होती हैं, हाथ मिलाए तो सर हाथ पत्थरों की तरह। हाँ सर, मैं कर रही हूँ, पहुंच रही हूँ, हाँ मुझे पहुंचने दीजिए। नहीं, 1 मिनट लूंगी, मुझे पहुंचने दीजिए। सर, उनके हाथ पत्थरों की तरह कठोर होते हैं क्योंकि इतनी मजदूरी करते हैं। तो सर, मेरा जो इस बिल पर ऑब्जेक्शन है, सर ये जो कानून है इसके तहत हमारे गरीब भाई बहनों को जो रोजगार की कानूनी गारंटी मिलती है, जो अधिकार मिलता है, वह इस योजना में मांग के आधार पर संचालित होता है। मतलब जहां जहां रोजगार की मांग है वहां इस योजना द्वारा 100 दिनों का रोजगार अनिवार्य है, देना अनिवार्य है। इसके साथ साथ केंद्र से इसके लिए जो पूंजी जाती है वो भी मांग पर आधारित होती है। यानी कि इस योजना के लिए जितने पैसे जहां भेजने हैं, कितने भेजने हैं, वह जमीनी परिस्थितियों पर आधारित होता है और मांग के आधार पर निर्धारित होता है। सर, इस विधेयक की अनुसूची 1 में उपनियम 4(1) और 4(2) द्वारा केंद्र को इजाजत दी गई है कि वे पहले से ही निर्धारित कर लें कि कितनी पूंजी कहां भेजी जाएगी। इससे संविधान के 73वें संविधान संशोधन को नजरअंदाज किया जा रहा है। सर महोदय, इसके जरिए ग्राम सभाओं को इस योजना की मांग की जमीनी परिस्थितियों के आधार पर तय करने का पूरा अधिकार दिया जाता था। आज वो अधिकार कमजोर किया जा रहा है। सर, आखिर बात है,
एक मिनट, जब आप इस पे पूरी डिटेल चर्चा हो तो आप डिटेल बोलना। इस पे आपकी
शुरुआत है सर, अभी शुरुआत है।
सर, जो हमारे संविधान की जो मूल भावना है कि हर एक व्यक्ति के हाथों में शक्ति होनी चाहिए, वही मूल
को लेकर आप लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, अखिलेश जी क्या कहेंगे?
ये नाम बदलने की राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए। किसान को क्या लाभ होगा ये बताना चाहिए, और 125 ही क्यों, 200 क्यों नहीं, और फिर इससे किसान को क्या लाभ होगा। और राम राज्य की कल्पना करना, जिस सरकार में सबसे ज्यादा भेदभाव हो रहा हो, सबसे ज्यादा जाति को लेकर के ये अन्याय हो रहा हो, कानून व्यवस्था चल नहीं रही हो, संविधान के तहत चल न रहे हो, तो उनसे क्या उम्मीद करो?
जी राम जी से आपत्ति क्यों?
नहीं, जी राम जी से आपत्ति नहीं, उनकी नियत पे आपत्ति है।
मनरेगा का नाम बदलने को लेकर आप लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, अखिलेश जी क्या कहेंगे?
ये नाम बदलने की राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए। किसान को क्या लाभ होगा ये बताना चाहिए, और 125 ही क्यों, 200 क्यों नहीं, और फिर इससे किसान को क्या लाभ होगा। और राम राज्य की कल्पना करना, जिस सरकार में सबसे ज्यादा भेदभाव हो रहा हो, सबसे ज्यादा जाति को लेकर के ये अन्याय हो रहा हो, कानून व्यवस्था चल नहीं रही हो, संविधान के तहत चल न रहे हो, तो उनसे क्या उम्मीद करोगे?
जी राम जी से आपत्ति क्यों?
नहीं, जी राम जी से आपत्ति नहीं, उनकी नीयत पे आपत्ति है।
So the face-off unfolds on the MGNREGA row, viewers, and this is the update we have. The centre is planning to repeal the rural job scheme under the MGNREGA and introduce Vikasit Bharat guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Grameen, that is VBG Ramji bill. And there are reactions coming in. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the Agriculture Minister, he too spoke in the Parliament while defending the bill. Listen in.
धन्यवाद माननीय अध्यक्ष जी।
सबके विचार आगे माननीय मंत्री।
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, महात्मा गांधी हमारे दिलों में बसते हैं और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, महात्मा गांधी जी का, पंडित दीनदयाल जी का ये संकल्प था, ये देखो कि जो सबसे पीछे है, जो सबसे नीचे है, उनका कल्याण सबसे पहले किया जाए। और हम केवल महात्मा गांधी जी को मानते नहीं हैं, हम महात्मा गांधी जी की भी मानते हैं और उन्हीं के विचारों पर आधारित, पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी के विचारों पर आधारित गरीब कल्याण की कई योजनाएं ये सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चला रही है। और जहां तक मनरेगा का सवाल है, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, कांग्रेस तो यूपीए तो केवल मनरेगा लेके आई थी, लेकिन 2,13,220 करोड़ रुपया यूपीए की सरकार ने मनरेगा पर खर्च किए थे। हमने 8,53,810 करोड़ रुपया गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए खर्च किए और इस योजना को और मजबूत करने की कोशिश की। और आज भी माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, तकलीफ क्या है? 100 दिन की गारंटी के बजाय हम 125 दिन की गारंटी दे रहे हैं। 125 दिन की गारंटी देने का काम कर रहे हैं और केवल ये गारंटी कोरी नहीं है माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, उसके लिए 1,51,000।
Shifting focus now, viewers, to the valley, where, in fact, this is coming in from Jammu's Udhampur. A braveheart of the Jammu Kashmir police laid down his life in line of duty. A special operations group, that is the SOG personnel, martyred during an encounter with the terrorists in Udhampur district this Monday. Joint operation involving Jammu Kashmir Police, Army and the CRPF is currently underway, challenging terrain, darkness, slowing down the combing operation in the region. Here's more on that.
A counter-terror operation turned deadly in Jammu's Udhampur district on Monday evening as security forces engaged terrorists hiding in a dense forest area. A personnel from the Special Operations Group of Jammu and Kashmir Police was martyred in action during the exchange of fire. The martyred policeman has been identified as Amjad Pathan, a resident of Mendhar in Poonch district. The encounter began near Sohan village in Majalta area after security forces received specific intelligence about the presence of at least 3 terrorists. A small SOG team first established contact with the terrorists, following which the Indian Army and CRPF joined the operation. The Indian Army's White Knight Corps confirmed that firing is ongoing and the operation remains in progress. Security forces continue to maintain a tight cordon in the area as efforts to neutralize the terrorists continue.
We have breaking news coming in right now. Now, an announcement that has been made by the Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa that only BS6 vehicles will be allowed in Delhi as far as the entry into the national capital is concerned. So that's a big step that has been taken amid the rising pollution levels. Only BS6 vehicles from outside Delhi will be allowed entry. That is the big update we are getting in right now with the rising pollution, rising AQI. This is the step that has been taken. This is the BS1. This is the BS6 Bharat stage emission standards. Listen in.
दिल्ली के अंदर मैं एवरेज AQI की बात, जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हर महीने हम बेहतर देने में कामयाब हुए। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों से माफी मांगता हूं, इतना कहना चाहता हूं। 9-10 महीनों में कोई सरकार आपको पूरा का पूरा पोल्यूशन को साफ कर सके, ऐसा असंभव है। लेकिन मैं दिल्ली वासियों आपको बताना चाहता हूं, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार जो बेईमानी करके छल कर गई है, हमने उससे बेहतर करके हर दिन का AQI कम करा है, और इसी तरह अगर कम करते जाएंगे तो ही दिल्ली को साफ हवा देनी संभव है। ये 12-10 साल की आम आदमी पार्टी की बीमारियां, 11 साल की और 15 साल की कांग्रेस की बीमारी जो है, जो अभी राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी जी मास्क लगाकर कहने की बातें कर रहे हैं। मैं राहुल और प्रियंका जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, कहां थे आपके मास्क पिछले साल? पिछले साल इससे ज्यादा पोल्यूशन था, पिछले साल इससे ज्यादा गंदे दिन थे। पिछले साल आज के दिन भी अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं तो 380 AQI था, लेकिन ना राहुल गांधी आपको दिखे ना प्रियंका गांधी दिखे, क्योंकि ये आम आदमी पार्टी के लाश आप लोग मिले हुए लोग थे, और आज इनको ये सब बातें याद आई हैं। बिल्कुल पोल्यूशन दिल्ली में है, पोल्यूशन की बीमारी दिल्ली के कारण बच्चों की सेहत के ऊपर खात्मा कर रही है, नुकसान कर रही है, लेकिन ये बीमारी आम आदमी पार्टी की हमें दी हुई है, जिसको हम ठीक करने का काम कर रहे हैं। हम तो एक डॉक्टर की तरह उस पर रोज कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये बीमार करने का काम आदमी पार्टी दे के गई है हमें।
Right now, well, 3AH-64E Apache attack helicopters for the Indian Army have landed at the Hindon Air Base, and Apache helicopters from United States landed at the Hindon Air Base. That's the breaking news we have right now. So, Indian Army poised to enhance its combat aviation arsenal with the arrival of the Apache AH-64E attack helicopters from the United States. Conclusion of a prolonged delay attributed to global supply chain disruptions. Viewers, that's the breaking news we have right now. This is the story that we've been tracking yesterday. We told you that Indian Army will be soon receiving these attack helicopters, and they have today arrived in India. That's the breaking news we have right now. These are the flying tanks of the Indian Army, 3 of them. Ishan joins us on the phone line from Ishan. Well, the flying tanks have finally arrived, and we understand that this has happened after a long delay.
Hello, 1, 2.
Ishan, can you hear me?
Reach Hindon Air Base, and from here they will be transported to Jodhpur. The helicopters were held up in a delay, all because that Turkey had denied the airspace clearances required for the delivery of the helicopters. Now the helicopters have been delayed. Indian Air Force has already been operating 22 Apache helicopters, and the Indian Army will now be operating another 6. These have been inducted in the western sector and will play a crucial role in anti-armor and anti-infiltration bids. The Apache helicopters have the capability to not only detect but also attack armor and provide close air support to mobile infantry units.
Absolutely, a big boost for the combat, aviation combat, big boost, and of course it completes the deal from the US, strengthening the offensive aviation capabilities of the Indian Army. Thank you so much for joining us with those details, Ishan. We'll be right back, viewers, with more details and much more lined up for you at 4 p.m.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala, delicious, healthy.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
China has achieved a major breakthrough in stealth drone technology with the successful maiden flight of
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर।
Lutra brothers brought back to India, arrested by Goa police to Delhi airport. Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa issues statement on poor AQI in NCR. Says BJP still working on better than dishonest Aam Aadmi Party government.
नाम बदलने की जो सनक है ये समझ में नहीं आती है।
Your name will be remembered. The minister who removed the father of the nation's name. Your name will be floated.
Congress slams MGNREGA revamp. Centre says it is done to benefit the people. An enforcement director says it's a clear-cut case of money laundering, and the same has been established in the National Herald case. The public gets the final word on Deepam. Dargah secretary confirms lamp was being lit for many decades now. Over 58 lakh names deleted as poll body publishes Bengal's SIR draft list. Breaking news, the deal has been now completed as the pending 3 helicopters. The Apache helicopters from the United States have been delivered. They have just landed at the Hindan Air Base, and US Apache helicopters, the AH-64E has arrived. In the AH-64E, 3 of the helicopters that were pending, 3 deliveries, 3 helicopters were pending. They have been now finally landed at the Hindan Air Base. My colleague Ishan joins us live on the broadcast. For more, Ishan, well, boost for the Indian Army's aviation combat, isn't it? And this has been, of course, long pending. The deal now finally stands completed.
Absolutely. The Indian government had contracted Boeing for purchase of 6 helicopters in support of our units in the western sector. These are known as the flying tanks. They have the capability of Hellfire missiles, a 30 chain gun, multiple sensors, and are primarily used for close air combat support for the units. These helicopters will be providing a crucial role in this sector as the vast spans of desert terrain provides little to no coverage for our units, and these will be providing that coverage and ranging capability to our units. Apart from the ranging capabilities, these are also actively used in anti-armor roles. The Hellfire missiles have the capability of destroying almost any tank and infantry fighting vehicle that is there, and is very necessary when the large landscape provides an easy access to armored vehicles, and this will be the forefront of the Indian armed forces, providing them with these crucial capabilities. These helicopters were ready for delivery long ago, but the helicopters flew from Boeing's Mesa airspace and went to the United Kingdom, and they were supposed to be delivered around early November, but they stood there for around 8 days because Turkey did not provide airspace clearance, and now they have to return back to the United States. An alternate route had been worked out, and the Antonov air carrier provided the alternate route, and now they have been delivered to Indian Air Base in Hindon. They will be deployed in the western sector in support of the Indian Army troops, and now the deal has finally completed after long delays. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Apache helicopters, attack choppers, have landed at the Hindon Air Base in Ghaziabad. It's a big shot in the arm for our armed forces. In fact, I want to go back and get a question from get an answer from Ishan. Ishan, how does the Apache, if you can just tell our viewers, how does the Apache help our armed forces? Now, how critical can it be for us?
The Apache are known as flying tanks. These are very critical for the armed forces because the desert sector and the Punjab sector have vast spaces, open spaces where armor can move very quickly and infantry movements are very fast. To stem this movement, the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces requires capable aircraft such as the Apache and the LCH Prachand. These provide this crucial close air combat support and anti-armor support to the Indian Armed Forces.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm getting in some breaking news update right now. I'm going across to the breaking news now coming in. I'm getting a breaking news update now that Arnab Biswas has submitted a letter to the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee requesting to be relieved from position as State Sports Minister in Bengal. The West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has accepted the resignation of Arnab Biswas as the Sports Minister. This is a direct fallout 3 days after the embarrassment in Salt Lake Stadium, where this minister was seen clicking selfies, getting his friends, family members, those close to the Trinamool Congress. He was on field flanking Messi, seen pushing, pulling, trying to pose for selfies, embarrassing both his government and the organizers. The West Bengal Sports Minister has now resigned 3 days after the embarrassment at the Salt Lake Stadium, and thousands of fans, nearly 80,000 of them, had gathered at the Salt Lake Stadium, paying anywhere between 3,000 to 15,000 rupees to catch a glimpse of Lionel Messi. And we had a visual of Arnab Biswas. Let's show the picture of Arnab Biswas from Bengal. Picture from Kolkata. On Saturday, we had the visuals of Arnab Biswas, the minister, at the Salt Lake Stadium. He was seen with Messi, walking with Messi, accompanying Messi, and he was seen in every frame almost. If you can pull out that picture from Saturday, the story on Saturday, the top story was around how Arnab Biswas, that's him there, seen on the side. Arnab Biswas seen along with the organizer here. organizer, and that's Lionel Messi. Lionel Messi, the organizer, in the frame, and you will see that the minister was throughout the event in that 7 to 10 minute window when Lionel Messi was on the pitch in Salt Lake Stadium. Arnab Biswas was on the pitch. And it was embarrassing. That's him there. You will see a man just jostling. That's him wearing the spectacles, the minister. And he was seen pushing people into the frame, dragging Lionel Messi. In some cases, look at this. There's another picture of him introducing people to Lionel Messi, trying to take pictures. Even the organizers seemed extremely irritated with the behavior of Arnab Biswas. Those are fans who vandalized the stadium in anger because the VVIPs inside the Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata hijacked Lionel Messi. And the contrast has been extremely stark in what has been happening in the other cities. For example, in Mumbai, in Delhi, in Hyderabad, way better in how the Messi event has been organized in comparison to Bengal, when the state government, the criticism has been throughout that the state government, led by the minister, Arnab Biswas, was seen on the pitch. Another minister who was seen was Sujit Bose. Sujit Bose, Arnab Biswas was seen with Lionel Messi, Trinamool Congress leaders, family members, hijacking the entire Messi event. And the public didn't even get a glimpse of Lionel Messi. They couldn't even get a glimpse. And Kishale is joining me on the phone line right now. Kishale, seems to be a direct fallout of what happened on Saturday with the embarrassment after the Messi, show, right? This is a direct fallout. Is there any other reason this man has resigned, Kishale?
Well, Niranjan, whether this is an eyewash or not is a question, because only 2.5 months are left before the elections. So, and also this man holds several portfolios. He has been removed as a sports minister, but he is also the electricity minister. So he has other portfolios. So whether this is just an eyewash to subdue the matter, which has gone out of hand of Mamata Banerjee, is a question. However, the breaking news is Arnab Biswas has written a resignation letter on a white piece of paper, and he had sent it to Mamata Banerjee without a proper government notepad or any government stamp. That paper came into light after tweeted by one of the spokesperson of TMC. Later on, we get to know that Mamata Banerjee has accepted that resignation letter. Now, whether Arnab Biswas is resigning just as an eyewash or just to subdue the matter in front of the people of West Bengal, who are very angry on Mamata Banerjee and her team. We saw the whole family members. The Banerjee family was present there. Arnab Biswas and his family, Sujit Bose, who was present before Messi went inside the stadium, all of his family members. So it was hijacked, as you rightly pointed out. People are angry on that. They spent thousands to see Messi, but they could not. Now this is just a way to subdue that anger or not is a question. However, he has resigned and Mamata Banerjee has accepted that resignation letter.
Okay. Hearing that a few other officials have been show-caused, can you share more details? Who are these officials?
Well, DG Rajiv Kumar has been show-caused. He has been show-caused because there was negligence in the matter of law and order. Also, the CP of Bidhannagar Police Commissionerate. This stadium falls under the Police Commissionerate of Bidhannagar, which is, we know Rajiv Kumar is DG of West Bengal Police. He has been show-caused. CP of Bidhannagar Police Commissionerate has been show-caused. On the other hand, the DC of Bidhannagar Police Commissionerate, who was in charge of this whole program, he has been Anish Kumar. He has been suspended from his duty. So all of these onus is now on the officials and IPS, IAS officers who were present, but ministers, well, whether they'll take the responsibility or not is a question. Arnab Biswas has resigned, but to what extent? 2.5 months to the election, and resigned only from the post of the sports minister, not from the other portfolios.
Okay, so who's the interim minister now? And what do we know about this Shatadru Datta, about his antecedents? He's still in jail, right, Kishale?
Yeah, exactly. Shatadru Datta has been given 14 days of judicial custody yesterday. Shatadru Datta has a personal event management company who runs all these events and all these programs which happen. He brings stars and cricketers and sportspersons. Now, he's very close to TMC, I must tell you. There are pictures that surfaced of Shatadru Datta with Mamata Banerjee's family, with the family of Arnab Goswami as well, with Sujit Boshu. All those pictures surfaced, and this has been going on since many years now. Shubhendu Adhikari has very rightly pointed out today, and he has alleged that it is the TMC government, Mamata government, that gave out this whole program to Shatadru Datta because they knew if Shatadru Datta was holding this program, then they could get money out of it. So this is a scam, as alleged by Shubhendu Adhikari. He is saying that this scam should be monitored and this should be investigated by agencies. He is also demanding for a High Court monitored committee that will also investigate the matter. He has no faith on the committee that has been formed by Mamata Banerjee because he says that is a partial committee. Shatadru Datta is in jail and is in custody now. The committee is doing its investigation. The minister has resigned. Mamata Banerjee has accepted. However, all this will be successful in subduing the anger of people of West Bengal who are really angry on Mamata Banerjee's administration is a question that remains. Mamata Banerjee is trying her best before the elections.
Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, and Kishal, I want you to stay with us because when you look at the itinerary that was charted out, the itinerary that we had accessed, Kishale, on Saturday, nowhere was the role of a minister seen. The minister was not even supposed to be there. In fact, when that 70-foot statue of Messi was unveiled, he was supposed to be there physically present, but it was done virtually, obviously given the large crowds, but he was not, the minister was not supposed to be there. And if the minister was not supposed to be there, how did the minister just end up there? Because in the videos you can see this minister dragging friends, dragging family, whoever's with the minister gets to take a selfie. It was extremely embarrassing.
Well, there was this program of Sujit Boshu, who is a minister in the West Bengal cabinet close to Mamata Banerjee. He had his own program. So Messi was called upon to unveil this statue, which was within the constituency of Sujit Boshu. So Sujit Boshu got all his chance of bringing Messi in that particular hotel where he was staying, and then he got his selfies. His family members got their selfies, and Messi was supposed to arrive at the stadium around 10ish, but he arrived much later. It is alleged that Sujit Boshu and his family members and all his close associates were the ones, they were the reason why Messi was late to reach the stadium itself. So the first program of unveiling the statue and whatever Sujit Boshu had arranged in the area where he stays in Lake Town, so that was delayed due to all these family members and friends and everyone Sujit Boshu wanted to bring in this particular program. Then later on, when he reached the stadium, Arnab Goswami now took charge. He is the sports minister who has now resigned. Arnab Goswami now took charge to bring in more people, take selfies. He was himself seen all along the program speaking with Messi, trying to manhandle him. At a point, he was pushed away by the security guards, the security personnel of Messi, but he still tried to get in. So all these two ministers, Sujit Boshu and Arnab Goswami, are the main culprits, according to Shubhendu Adhikari, who messed up this whole program, and the reason why the program got devastated and the people could not see Messi, and they vandalized the whole stadium. We now see the stadium completely vandalized. So these two ministers should be arrested. That is what the BJP is demanding. People of West Bengal are demanding. But to subdue the matter, to put it into the backseat, Mamata Banerjee is trying her best by showing the people that now she has accepted the resignation of this Arnab Goswami. But the people of West Bengal, well, they are not really taking it in a nice way.
I'm staying with these pictures, Kishale, because it is important for us to also talk about the role of the government here. The government claimed all of Saturday that they were nowhere in the picture and that it was the complete fault of the management. Can they make that claim, Kishale? Because, you know, throughout this event, he was flanked by ministers. He was flanked by Trinamool Congress functionaries, right? So they can't really wash their hands off and say we had nothing to do with the event.
Mamata Banerjee and her administration tried to portray this whole thing as a private event. and the government had no role to play in it. That is what Mamata Banerjee and her administration, Arnab Goswami and his administration tried to portray. But people of West Bengal did not take that seriously because they knew that the whole program was happening in a government stadium. The police arrangement had to be made, and Mamata Banerjee is the police minister of the state. She is the home minister of the state. She is in charge of the police department. Mamata Banerjee and Arnab Goswami is the sports minister who was himself present in this particular place. So government's involvement was very, very clear. It was very clear in front of the people who were present. Akash Banerjee was present. He is a member of the Banerjee family. Akash Banerjee, his wife, his whole family was present. Mamata Banerjee's family members and relatives were present. Arnab Goswami and his family members were present. TMC MPs, MLAs, leaders were present.
Kishale, I have a soundbite of Shuvendu. I'm going to play the soundbite of Shuvendu, but it's in Shukanta Majumdar, and I want your help in translating it to our viewers. So we will play the soundbite, and Kishale will translate the soundbite live on air. Let's play that out, Shukanta Majumdar, on this entire messy mess in Bengal.
দেখুন পদত্যাগপত্র অ্যাকসেপ্ট করে কি হবে, জেলে পাঠাতে হবে। শতদ্রু যদি জেলে যায় তাহলে এ কেন যাবে?
If Shotadru is going to jail, why Arnab Goswami won't be put in jail? Shotadru is just a pawn. The person reason behind this is Arnab Goswami. He also needs to go to the jail. He also needs to be arrested. That is what Shukanta Majumdar is saying.
জেলে পাঠাতে হবে।
He has to be sent to the jail.
তাহলে এ কেন যাবে না? এ তো চালা।
If Shotadru can be arrested, why
আসল মালিক তো এ।
Arnab Goswami won't be arrested? Shotadru is just a pawn.
এদের দুজনকেও জেলে যেতে হবে। সুজিত ঘোষ,
Arnab Goswami is the actual person behind it, so he needs to be arrested.
Okay, so the BJP is demanding the arrest of the sports minister for what happened in Bengal. If Shatadru Datta, who's the organizer, can be arrested, the BJP says Arnab Biswas should also be arrested. What do we know about Shatadru Datta? Can you tell us a little bit more about Shatadru Datta? He calls himself a disciple of Saurav Ganguly. What is his link to the different players in Bengal? If you can tell us a little bit about his background as well. Shatadru Datta.
Well, Shatadru Datta, he has an event management company called Shatadru Datta Initiative. This company deals with bringing in sports stars from all over the world and the country and making programs like this. So this is what he has been doing. And he earns a lot of money through this whole process of bringing in stars and getting sponsors. So he was doing it for profit. Now, Shatadru Datta is close associate of many of the TMC leaders and ministers. This is alleged by BJP. After that allegation, pictures surfaced where Shatadru Datta was seen with Mamata Banerjee and her family. He was seen with TMC ministers, Arnab Goswami, Sujit Basu, everyone in question. Now, he has been close to the ruling party of West Bengal, and therefore BJP alleges he has been getting many privileges that others don't get. Now, that is why the reason behind how he got Juba Bharati Kriyangan, one of the biggest stadiums in Asia, so easily. So he had to really not put much effort in getting the permissions and everything else. So he is a person who has done all these programs before as well. But this time, when Messi arrived, we saw Shatadru Datta along with him. He also came. Arnab Goswami was there in the stadium. And Arnab Goswami, Shatadru Datta were also having conversations sparsely throughout the program. And we saw Shatadru Datta and Arnab Goswami throughout the time when Messi was in the stadium. So he was there, the sports minister was there, and everything was happening in front of them. Shatadru Datta is now in jail. He has been arrested. Now, BJP is alleging that all the whole matter is now put on his shoulder because Mamata Banerjee and her ministers are trying to save themselves from the public by showing that this is the person who arranged the program. It's a private company and all onus is on them, not on us. But even after that, the public was so angry, people of West Bengal were so angry that Arnab Goswami had no other way than to resign. Mamata Banerjee had to accept her resignation. Shatadru Datta is in jail. BJP is saying if Shatadru was arrested, who was just a pawn in the game, why not the real people behind this whole mess should be arrested? Because it's also a matter of a scam where a water bottle of 20 rupees was sold for 200 rupees. And we saw how tickets were sold in the black market. 3,000 rupees tickets were sold for 30,000. So the minister is behind it, BJP is alleging, and therefore they should be arrested. Niranjan.
Okay. Thank you for that, Kishale. Kishale joining us with the big story of Arnab Biswas, the sports minister of Bengal, stepping down. He has sent in his resignation letter to the Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, who has now accepted his resignation. We are told Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister, will also now hold the additional portfolio of sports, coming a few months before the elections, 3 months before the elections, which are due in Bengal. The embarrassment of the messy event, the resignation confirms the political acknowledgement of the establishment in Bengal in the entire mess and the fallout. Look at that. The minister was seen on the ground in Bengal at several times, snatching the mic, sometimes going close to Messi, sometimes trying to take a selfie, sometimes trying to push people he knew in the frame with Messi. And in all of this, the crowd got to barely see Messi. In fact, there were at least 30 to 40 people who had surrounded Lionel Messi, and the crowd extremely angry. The minister has now stepped down. And moving on to the terror attack in Australia's Sydney, the whole world in shock. There are different responses coming in from different parts of the world. Thousands of people had gathered at the beach in Sydney when two gunmen opened fire. The father-son duo, 16 lives have been lost and many others are injured. The attack on the Jewish community, primarily on the beach in Sydney, echoes how Hindus were targeted in the Pahalgam attack. Sydney facing an attack eerily similar to the one we've seen in India in April this year.
A terror attack at Sydney's Bondi beach has left the whole world in shock. Hundreds had gathered for an event at Bondi Beach in Australia called Chanukah by the Sea, which celebrated the start of the Hanukkah Jewish festival when two gunmen opened fire, killing 15 people and injuring dozens of others. The attack on Jews at Bondi Beach echoes how Hindus were targeted in the Pahalgam attack. Sydney faced an attack eerily similar to one in India. Back on April 22, 2025, several terrorists entered Pahalgam in the state of Jammu and Kashmir and killed 26 people who were on a tour to experience the Himalayan valleys. The mass shooters at Bondi Beach targeted people of one religion, Jews, while Hindus were specifically targeted in the Pahalgam attack. The gunmen in the Bondi Beach attack started shooting at Jews as they celebrated the Jewish festival of Hanukkah. The attackers in Pahalgam specifically asked Hindus to recite the Kalma, and when they refused, they were shot in the forehead. In Pahalgam, Hindus were specifically targeted by the attackers.
पीछे से आए थे, सबसे पहली गोली उन्होंने शुभम को ही मारी थी, पूछ के मारी थी, हिंदू मुसलमान, मुसलमान हो कलमा पढ़ो, नहीं हमें नहीं आता, हम हैं हिंदू, हमने बोला हम हिंदू हैं, मार दिया हमको.
The origin of the terrorist in both the Bondi Beach and Pahalgam attacks is being traced to the haven of terrorism, none other than Pakistan. One of the gunmen in the Bondi Beach attack was Naveed Akram, a 24-year-old man of Pakistani origin who was sent to the Philippines for training for the attack, along with his accomplice, 50-year-old Sajid Akram, also of Pakistani origin, who was fatally shot by police. In the Pahalgam attack, the same situation arose as terrorists from Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Tayyaba infiltrated Indian territory and killed innocent citizens. However, justice was delivered by the Indian armed forces during Operation Sindoor as over 100 terrorists were killed. The Bondi Beach attack makes it much clearer that Pakistan is a safe haven for terrorists. Bondi Beach in Australia and Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir are two major tourist spots for their respective nations. A similar pattern can be observed in the location chosen by the Bondi Beach terrorists to maximize casualties among the Jewish community, much like how Pahalgam was strategically selected. The Hindus in Pahalgam and Jews in Bondi Beach were enjoying time with their loved ones when the perpetrators attacked them. The citizens were unarmed and were cowardly killed by the terrorists. The Bondi Beach attack was planned as intel suggests the terrorists were sent to the Philippines for training. The Pakistani terrorists were trained to use guns and to specifically target the Jewish community. Likewise, the terrorists in the Pahalgam attack were well trained to selectively attack Hindus by asking them to recite the Kalma.
And in Delhi, the government has said it can't essentially fight pollution when it's had just 8 to 10 months. There's a political fight around what the Delhi minister has said. Delhi Minister Manjinder Sirsa speaking on the poor AQI, saying it was something that was passed on by the Aam Aadmi Party government. That and more coming up.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Please stop!
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा.
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा.
Hello viewers, a very good evening. Well, I'm breaking up Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. We'll put our focus to what is happening in West Bengal, where we see that the blame game continues over the mess at the messy event. We are getting a lot of updates coming in on the story. We'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines that we are tracking right now. Major controversy after Salt Lake door vandalism. Bengal Sports Minister Arnab Goswami steps down. Big boost for India's armed forces. US delivers Apache helicopters at the Hindon Air Base.
9-10 महीनों में कोई सरकार आपको पूरा का पूरा पोल्यूशन को साफ कर सके, ऐसा असंभव है.
Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh issues statement on poor AQI in NCR. Says BJP still working better than dishonest Aam Aadmi Party government. Lutra brothers brought back to India, arrested by Goa police at Delhi airport.
हर योजना का नाम बदलने की जो सनक है ये समझ में नहीं आती है.
Your name will be remembered. The minister who removed the father of the nation's name. Your name will be ignored.
Congress slams
MGNREGA revamp centre says it is done to benefit the people. ED says it's a clear-cut case of money laundering and that the same has been established in regard with National Herald case. The top story that we're tracking right now, we see that the sports minister of West Bengal has resigned. That is right. After the big mess that we have seen play out in West Bengal, this is coming in as the West Bengal sports minister Arnab Goswami submitted his resignation and taking moral responsibility for the lapses in management in the event featuring the football star Lionel Messi at the Salt Lake Stadium. After that, viewers, we see that the letter has been submitted to the West Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee requesting to be relieved from his position as state sports minister. Now we see that there is a lot of updates coming in. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Let's go straight across to Mayuk. Mayuk, I'm coming across to you right now. The BJP also stepping up the pressure and asking for responsibility. The BJP is saying that Arnab Goswami stepping down as the sports minister is not enough. Mayuk.
Well, absolutely. It's like an eyewash for the entire Bengal population because of the fact that Mamata Banerjee very clearly knows that Arnab Goswami is still very much part of the cabinet, West Bengal cabinet. In fact, he is also the power minister right now, the sitting power minister, the sitting housing minister, very important member in Mamata Banerjee's cabinet. Just the responsibility of the sports department has been removed from Arnab Goswami. Arnab Goswami was seen in the pictures, the way he was just cordoning off Messi and stopping others from getting in touch with Messi. In fact, he brought his own people, his own TMC supporters, his cadres to the periphery of Lionel Messi. This became one of the biggest international headlines also, and probably Mamata Banerjee is also feeling the heat because of the fact that Arnab Goswami, he can be seen in international headlines in a very negative way. So in 192 countries where Messi is a universal icon, Bengal's reputation has gone to the dogs. The reputation of Bengal in terms of organizing a mega event like the Messi Goats concert, organizing a huge international event like this is become one of the question marks for the prospect of Bengal, and Mamata Banerjee has to answer because in Mamata's era the industry has gone. In Mamata's era the Tatas have left West Bengal in 2008. In 2025, in a very, very disappointing manner, Lionel Messi moved out of West Bengal and he went to Hyderabad with a super successful concert. Then he went to Mumbai and then in Delhi. All three cities with super successful events. But unfortunately, people in West Bengal, they bought tickets for as much as 50,000 rupees also. There were 5,000 ticket prices. There were 50,000 ticket prices. In fact, 10 lakh rupees was charged for a selfie with Lionel Messi in a hotel room in Kolkata. There also, multiple people said that we didn't got the opportunity to click a selfie also. A group selfie with Messi cost 10 lakh rupees. That is what Saurav Ganguly's very close disciple, Shatadru Datto, right now in jail, had asked for. Shatadru Datto is not an outsider who has just come up with this Messi event. Shatadru Datto is very close to another minister, Shujit Bose. He has organized multiple events of the Fire Minister of West Bengal, Shujit Bose. In fact, Shatadru Datto had updated. We had all the informations, source-based informations that Shatadru Datto had updated regarding the number of tickets that will be sold, the number of tickets which will be distributed to TMC leaders. So basically, Mamata Banerjee.
I want to tell us pictures about these visuals that we're getting for our viewers, Mayuk, and maybe you can pitch in after I do that. This is Shatadru Datta. He's organizer of the event, which went completely wrong. Also being called as sort of the disciple. He's with the chief minister here. Now, he is the same person who organized the event, which saw the chaos absolutely unravel where frustrated fans breached security at the Salt Lake Stadium, unable to even get a glimpse of the football superstar during his brief 22-minute appearance. A lot of people had bought tickets, which were very expensive. Mayuk, just take our viewers through these pictures we are getting for our viewers. We can see that this is Satyendra Datta, the promoter and main organizer behind the tour, with the Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee.
Yes, this is the picture, the official picture tweeted by Mamata Banerjee's official social media handle, where Satyendra Datta gifted Mamata Banerjee a signatured jersey signed by Lionel Messi to Mamata Banerjee. In fact, we have other pictures also where Saurav Ganguly and Satyendra Datta can be seen. Saurav Ganguly and Satyendra Datta are very close. Saurav Ganguly, time and again, has been regarded by Satyendra Datta as the mentor of Satyendra Datta. So it's very unusual that Saurav Ganguly is not reacting to this matter at all. Saurav Ganguly is not commenting on what has happened to Satyendra Datta. Whether Satyendra Datta is the only culprit in this entire case, in this entire fiasco, or Satyendra Datta is the scapegoat here. Whether the TMC ministers have a long hand in this entire mess that has been created during the Messi concert. Because water bottles, there was scam regarding water bottles also. Water bottles were prevented from being allowed inside the stadium. But when people entered the stadium, they were assured that there will be free drinking water facility. But water bottles were being sold. 20 rupee water bottles, the MRP is 20 rupees. The water bottles have been sold at a high price like 200 rupees. So this has also become one of the biggest agendas. BJP has picked it up and said that where has 180 rupees per bottle gone? Is Arnab Goswami responsible for that? Is there a big scam that has happened? Because when you go to a multiplex or when you go to a restaurant, they give you a GST bill. There was no GST bill. There was no cash memo. There was no official transactions. All these things were collected in cash, and from lakhs of people, 200, 300 rupees were being extorted is what BJP is saying.
Yes. We also have a reaction coming in from Sukanto Majumdar, Union Minister, who has spoken on this issue, and it is in Bengali. So I request Mayuk, my colleague, to translate it for us. Let's play out the reaction coming in from Sukanto Majumdar.
কি বলবেন? দেখুন, পদত্যাগপত্র অ্যাকসেপ্ট করে কি হবে? জেলে পাঠাতে হবে। শতদ্রু যদি জেলে যায় তাহলে এ কেন যাবে না? চালা।
This is not just a resignation, this is an IWASH resignation. If Satyendra Datta can go to jail, then why not Arnab Goswami? Arnab Goswami and Sujit Bosu also needs to be arrested, and this arrest needs to be done by Mamata Banerjee's police. Otherwise, this should be an IWASH incident. If Satyendra Datta can go to jail, why not Arnab Goswami and Sujit Bosu?
জেলে গেলে এদের দুজনকেও জেলে যেতে হবে, সুজিত বোস এবং অরূপ বিশ্বাস, এই দুজনকেই জেলে যেতে হবে।
Let's go back to Mayuk. Mayuk, you translated that reaction coming in from Sukanto Majumdar. However, the opposition parties in West Bengal, the BJP specifically asking for accountability. Yes, Mayuk.
Well, what Sukanto Majumdar has said, it's a clear stand taken by the Bengal BJP. If Satyendra Datta, the organizer, very close to Saurav Ganguly, as claimed by Satyendra Datta, can be arrested, then why not Arnab Goswami and Sujit Bosu, the two cabinet ministers? And specifically, let me tell you, Arnab Goswami has not resigned as a cabinet minister as a whole. He has just been released from his duties in the sports ministry. Arnab Goswami is still the power minister. Arnab Goswami is still the housing minister. Very important position holding in the Bengal cabinet. So it's an IWASH that is being given by Mamata Banerjee to pacify the irritation. And the most important part is that when will the money will Mamata Banerjee refund the money that has been taken by Satyendra Datta? Because Satyendra Datta is in jail. There is no other person who is responsible or the nominee for his organization. Rajiv Kumar, the police DG has said that all the monies will be refunded and this will be done, otherwise legal action will be taken. If legal action is being taken against Shatadru, then why not against Arnab Goswami? Why not against those people who has been allowed by Arnab Goswami? Why not against those people who actually disturbed Lionel Messi? Lionel Messi could have been harmed. Lionel Messi could have been injured. Earlier we spoke to AIFF senior officials like Kollan Chobe also. They have in fact said that it's a big blow to the Bengal sporting scene also, because international FIFA accredited event managers and sports organizers, they are feeling that Bengal is not safe. Bengal is not safe for running an event like a Messi function also. This has become a major embarrassment not only for India but also for 192 nations who are playing football. 192 nations, FIFA accredited nations who are playing football. It's a big shame for them, because in 192 nations Messi is a icon, Messi is a superstar, and something happening to Messi, something regarding Messi is a big headlines there. All the sports magazines, all the sports top media outlets around the world, they across different countries, they are also saying that this is a major embarrassment, and this is an embarrassment for India, not only for Mamata Banerjee. So Mamata Banerjee has not only created an embarrassing thing for us, but for the entire nation also, and Mamata Banerjee needs to answer that, because India without any role to play in this, because of this Arnab Goswami, one of the ministers, a regional minister in India, has done this embarrassment.
We are being joined by Mr. Shankar Ghosh, the Bengal BJP leader, and I'll just take the first question from Mr. Ghosh, and then you can also go ahead and take some questions. Mr. Ghosh, we know that the BJP is asking for accountability. They are saying that the action taken by the Mamata Banerjee government is not enough. Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Ghosh. We're trying to get some reactions coming in across political lines on the development that we are seeing. Of course, going back to you, Mayuk, and of course, we have been tracking these updates. You have seen that Mamata Banerjee has asked for accountability from the senior officials and the other ministers. However, the big question is that enough action which she has taken in this case?
Absolutely, it's an IVOS that is being said by the BJP as well as the opposition parties. It's most importantly, the thing that is happening right now is that Mamata Banerjee is not reacting. Mamata Banerjee is radio silent right now. She had tweeted earlier. She had tweeted regarding the unfortunate incident. She had apologized, but unfortunately, he has not reacted. In fact, we have BJP leader Shankar Ghosh joining with us. Mr. Ghosh, you are the chief whip of BJP in Bengal Assembly. One of the colleagues in Bengal Assembly, Arnab Goswami, senior minister, he has resigned. But the fact remains that Mamata Banerjee's closest aide is still in the cabinet. When should Arnab Goswami be removed from the Bengal cabinet?
It is not the case of removal. He should be arrested along with other ministers. I think this is a very ill-scripted drama performed by the Trinamool Congress as because they want to damage the control. They lost their face due to the massacre of Messi incident. Now, doing this, they may be. I think there is a hint that in the court of law, there is 2 cases pending. It may be that court will order CBI or ED for the investigation. So to stop that kind of investigation, maybe they are doing all this kind of ill-scripted drama.
Well, right, Shivangi. So clearly, BJP is saying that this is an ill-scripted drama, and CBI or ED investigation is the need of the hour, because Mamata Banerjee is not going to do an impartial investigation. Shivangi.
All right, thank you, Mike, for getting us all those details. We will be tracking the latest coming in from West Bengal. All right, viewers, moving ahead, ED has presented the charge sheet in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court on the National Herald case, a major money laundering suit against the Gandhis, and the charge sheet was rejected on technical grounds. However, the ED is set to challenge the special court order. Take a look at this report for more.
A money laundering suit that began in 2012, the National Herald case continues to shadow the Gandhi family. The Enforcement Directorate today presented a charge sheet in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court in the National Herald case. The charge sheet stems from a complaint by BJP leader Subramaniam Swamy. However, it was rejected by the court on technical grounds. The ED charge sheet was rejected on grounds that PMLA can't be filed suo motu. However, ED says that the order is based only on technical grounds and does not comment on the merit of the case. Sources tell Enforcement Directorate will challenge the special court order, signalling to continue investigation.
There is no doubt about the fact that there is partial relief that has been given to the Gandhis right now. With the charge sheet being rejected by the Delhi court purely on procedural grounds, there is relief, because otherwise, if at all, they would have the court would have taken cognizance of the charge sheet, which would mean that the charges would be framed and thereafter the trial would have begun. Right now, it just means that a few steps backwards with the economic offences wing stepping in and the entire probe essentially beginning.
Though the Congress attempts to put ED under scrutiny, the allegations against Gandhi family are much too grave to be overlooked. National Herald case stems from acquisition of shares of AGL worth of rupees 2,000 crores by Young India Limited in just rupees 50 lakhs, an unheard of profit of around 4 lakh%. AGL was the parent company of the National Herald newspaper, an initiative of Jawaharlal Nehru before independence. However, AGL was facing massive losses when it was acquired by Young India Limited, a company set up with Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi as 76% shareholders.
This is not the relief of Madam Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. This court has been exposed the illegal, malified, political targeting of Narendra Modi government through this judgment. The day one onward, they are targeting the opposition, especially Sonia ji and Rahul ji, without any legal background, without anything wrong done. They are targeting. Now, our stand is clearly vindicated.
While ED has reiterated the court order being passed on technical grounds and not on merit, Congress seems to have construed it as a major relief.
This is a very weird case where there is not a millimeter movement of money, not a millimeter movement of immovable property. All the properties remain with AJL, and yet there is money laundering. AJL is now owned 90% by another company, Young India. That is all that has happened. Not-for-profit companies are made every time to make one company debt-free. Every corporate in India is doing it. To make my company debt-free, I can have a transfer of shares. But Young Indian Company is a very remarkable company. It's a not-for-profit company where all the directors, Kharge ji, Sonia ji, late Motilal Vora ji, etc., etc., not one of them can get 1 paisa dividend, even if they want to give a dividend. So today the judgment is significant because cognizance is the lowest form of dealing with the case.
ED sources today called it a clear-cut case of money laundering, as massive financial jugglery was alleged with suspicious transaction of over 2,000 crore rupees. With grave allegations of money laundering, the National Herald case, older than a decade, continues trailing close behind Gandhi's.
And viewers, on the 54th Vijay Divas, the nation remembers one of India's greatest military victories in the 1971 war against Pakistan. That also led to the liberation of Bangladesh. Here's a report. Take a look.
India marked the 54th Vijay Divas today, remembering the courage, sacrifice and valour of the Indian Armed Forces in the 1971 Indo-Pak War. A victory that changed the course of history and led to the birth of Bangladesh. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the tributes, saluting the brave soldiers whose determination and sacrifice delivered a historic victory, saying their heroism continues to inspire generations of Indians. President Draupadi Murmu also paid homage, recalling the unmatched devotion of the armed forces while linking the legacy of 1971 to modern-day military preparedness and self-reliance. On the occasion, President Murmu also inaugurated Param Veer Dirg at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. The gallery, which displays portraits of all 21 Param Veer Chakra awardees, aims to educate visitors about our national heroes who displayed an unconquerable spirit in defending our nation. The Indian Army also showcased indigenous swarm drones and advanced military innovations to the President. From all-terrain vehicles to cutting-edge defense equipment, the message was clear: honoring the past while preparing for future challenges through self-reliance and modern warfare capabilities.
ये भारतीय सेना की पहली ऑल टेरेन व्हीकल है जो MS एक्रोलिस के साथ जॉइंटली डेवलप की गई है। सेना की एनिमल ट्रांसपोर्ट को रिप्लेस करने के लिए इसका निर्माण किया गया है। इसमें 1000 सीसी का इंजन जो कि 4 पर्सन्स को कैरी कर सकता है और 40 डिग्री की स्लोप तक मैन्यूवर कर सकता है। यह ATV बल्क प्रोडक्शन की तरफ बढ़ चुकी है, जिसका उत्पादन अभी 510 आर्मी बेस वर्कशॉप में किया जा रहा है और हमें पूरी तरह विश्वास है कि हम इसका पूरी तरह से उत्पादन कर पाएंगे।
At the National War Memorial in New Delhi, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh laid a wreath, joined by the Chief of Defence Staff and the 3 service chiefs, honouring the heroes of the 1971 war. The Indian Navy also posted a video, paying solemn tribute to the brave soldiers, sailors and air warriors of 1971, whose courage, professionalism and joint resolve secured a decisive victory and shaped the destiny of a region. The Indian Air Force posted a video highlighting its pivotal role in ensuring quick and decisive victory in the 13-day conflict, aptly termed a lightning war. In Kolkata, the Eastern Command of the Indian Army marked Vijay Divas with a grand military tattoo, celebrating discipline, precision and the rich traditions of the armed forces. West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose interacted with Mukti Jodhas, veterans of Bangladesh's liberation war, recalling how Indian forces and Mukti Bahini fought shoulder to shoulder for freedom.
India has proved once again. Every year we remember those days, that day, when, along with the Mukti Jodhas, India won the battle against democracy, the battle that was waged by Pakistan against freedom, and the battle that was made for oppression. In this we saw the deliverance of a free people from an oppressive regime, and we celebrate it with pride every year. I wish the Mukti Jodhas and also our friendly people of Bangladesh the very best.
Across the country, tributes poured in. In Hyderabad, wreath-laying ceremonies were held at Virula Sainik Smarak, honouring soldiers who laid down their lives in the war. The Indian Armed Forces reminded the nation that Vijay Divas is not just a date, but a symbol of decisive victory, when nearly 93,000 Pakistani soldiers surrendered, one of the largest military surrenders in world history. A victory that ended mass atrocities, redrew the map of South Asia, and reaffirmed India's role as a decisive force for justice, freedom, and regional stability. 54 years on, Vijay Divas remains a powerful reminder of courage, sacrifice, and national resolve.
And we must take a short break right now, but do not go anywhere. We'll continue to be live and breaking. Coming up on the other side, Delhi Environment Minister issued a statement on the poor AQI levels and says BJP is still working better than the Aam Aadmi Party government.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Please stop!
झुमका तेरा झुमका
Not there. मेरा counter top टूट जाएगा.
तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. Fugitives Siddharth and Gaurav Lutra have now been dragged back to India. In fact, this after a manhunt that was carried out by the Goa police and Delhi police after the fire that broke out at Birch Nightclub in Goa, leaving over 20 people dead. Owners of the nightclub were basically on the run. In fact, on the very day the fire broke out, within about a couple of hours, the Lutra brothers ran away from New Delhi to Thailand. In fact, after a blue-collar notice that was issued by the Interpol, they were basically located by the Royal Thai Police. On your screens right now, these are the latest images now coming in from the IGI airport. We're expecting Lutra brothers to be taken out after all the protocols have been completed at the immigration services. Thereafter, we have been given to understand that they would be taken for a medical examination, following which they would be produced before the court for a transit remand. And only after that would the Lutra brothers be taken back to Goa for further investigation. In fact, the Lutra brothers have been named in an FIR that has already been registered by the Goa police, where they have been charged for murder. In fact, these are some of the charges that have been leveled against the Lutra brothers, something that has been contested by both the brothers, saying that they are not the real owners of the nightclub. In fact, accused number 3, one of the co-partners of the Lutra brothers, have also been taken into custody by Goa police. On your screens, these are the latest images. We are expecting the Lutra brothers to be taken out from this very gate at the IGI airport anytime from now. We'll try and also go across to our reporters getting us the latest details. What we can confirm is that after being taken out from the IGI airport here in the national capital, they would be taken for a medical examination, and only thereafter would be produced before the court for a transit remand, likely to be taken by the Goa police. Following the court procedures, Lutra brothers would finally be taken to Goa for further investigation. Now, the Goa government has already indicated that they have enough evidence to prove the fact that the Lutra brothers were essentially the ones who were running the nightclub. In fact, their partners have already been taken into custody. These are the latest images now coming in. This was the image that we had got from the Royal Thai Police when they were taken into custody. It turns out that the fire which broke out a little after midnight Immediately thereafter, the information was provided to the Lutra brothers that their nightclub had caught fire. And around 1:17 in the morning is when, through a travel portal, is when the Lutra brothers had booked their tickets to Thailand. In fact, they had taken the morning 5:30 flight from New Delhi to Phuket. An Indigo flight was taken by the Lutra brothers, and thereafter they were staying in a resort in Phuket. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi, who is right outside the IGI airport, the very place from where the Lutra brothers would be taken out. Shambhavi, what more details are you picking up right now? The Goa government has put together a strategy in terms of how they would be taking forward this entire case.
See, definitely, and right now you can see on your screens that from the same gate that you can see right now, any moment now, Lutra brothers, Saurav Lutra and Gaurav Lutra will be coming out of the same gate. For the past few minutes, both the brothers have been at FRRO and some formalities were being taken care of by the authorities. And now, any moment now, they will come out. And at the airport, international immigration itself, the Goa police, a team of 7 officials were deployed for New Delhi. They have officially taken the custody of both the brothers, and they will take him from here. They will take both the brothers to a hospital in Dargah Sector 9 where the medical test will be done, and from there they'll be taken to Patiala House Court. That is how the entire chain of action is going to go. Once both the brothers will be out, if you can see on your screens, there's a lot of increased deployment of police. Right now, Delhi police is there. And almost all the formalities have been taken care of, which was related to the deportation of Saurav Lutra and Gaurav Lutra. There was a little bit of delay because their passports were revoked, their passports were cancelled, and they were travelling on a temporary emergency certificate. So that was the reason why there was some delay in presenting them before the Patiala House Court. But now that they'll be out, they will be taken for the medical test and then to the House Court. Patiala House Court. Back to you.
Shambhavi, I'll request you to stay on with us. I just want to quickly take our viewers through some more details that we're just getting in from the Goa government in terms of what perhaps is the future course of action in terms of the evidence that has been collected over the last few days when the investigation was being carried out. A concerted effort has been put together to find out the exact role of the Lutra brothers, because during the anticipatory bail that was or the bail plea that was filed by the Lutra brothers, they've essentially argued that they aren't the real owners of the nightclub. On this, joining me is my colleague Swarali from Goa. Swarali, what details are you picking up from Goa police with regards to this argument that has been made by the Lutra brothers in the court that they are not the real owners?
Yes, that's true. We have seen the sequence of arguments that has been done by Lutra brothers or their team of lawyers saying